Mighty Hebrew, universal thoughts in the building. Chief Kantar, DJ Luz, Lord Melchizedek, Jeremiah Judah, Queen Karima, Lion's Den, people. One life to live, never slip away. One life to live, never do a bid. One life to live, with bangers spraying. One life to live, in the grave laying. One life to live, never slip away. One life to live, never do a bid. One life to live, with bangers spraying. One life to live, in the grave laying. You kept the streets burned in flames. You die young with no name. Parents put away in cages, being watched by dogs and evil mice, holding gauges for children's rages. Drugs got the brain fried like raisins, leaving hoary hairs with the blame. Ashamed that the revolution was in vain. Integrationists raise Cain. DHS take away our babies. Cops shoot Judah in the back, leaving blood stains. Deuteronomy 28. In the land that is strange, they took our turban ordinance rights away. And Canaan were kings or vagabonds, get bombed for throwing lots at Yasha Allah. Now Palestine threw rocks at imposters that claim Abanawa as their father. Falsifying icons during the Renaissance, while the 12 tribes got sold. Still in the blood and the Vinci Code. Just as if the world's cold. Y'all only knows if I rule the world like Curtis Blow. Praying, one life to live, in the grave laying. One life to live, never slip away. One life to live, never do a bid. One life to live, with bangers spraying. One life to live, in the grave laying. Mortal support, took souls of dark forces, leaving corpses. Black mob legends in the jungle. Run numbers to thumbs for numbness. Count ones to hundreds. Jolly Greens fell like trees in the 80s. Born and crack baby epidemics of the day. Streets old, get your slay on crates. Lost faith from the most high, getting high off the old supply that was fake. They used to be Goldie Superfly, now young bucks despise. Old eyes is wise, shootouts and duct tape in Philly cold houses, knocking off stove tops. Bodies drop, mortals on stock like beat rock and start rotting. Death for Scotland rock and Tupac didn't stop. Gunshots up and down my block, reminiscent. My mind wants to let go, listening to Fresco. Let's go, rest in peace, Rob, Chucky Ball, Sexo, Chicano Willie, and Little Sexo. And to my man Stu, who put the blaster tool to his chew and banged out his noodles. The bullet exit wounds, we consume ghetto sins from the womb. Mobbing deep and murder music, mortal sleep best cocoons and tunes with new souls of rule. Being slipped to Mickey from Vicky in your cooler. Legends get slaughtered, North Philly bravehearts is up in the water. Tasting flesh from the school kill, bodies buried through a haunted hill. Single minds pop, sandy pills, feeling chill. Death of their baby fathers on the corner, slipping during the pussy, getting killed. 15 dying is keeping it real, but for real Israel. Death knocks at the door, making mortals in war. One life to live, never slip away. One life to live, never do a bid. One life to live, with bangers spraying. One life to live, in the grave laying. One life to live, never slip away. One life to live, never do a bid. One life to live, with bangers spraying. One life to live, in the grave laying. War cloud.
Yeah. War cloud. Y'all see what I'm saying, man? My name is JJ7000, aka MANDINKA Molly. Special guest on DJ Genesis panel. I'm gonna go ahead and let her do her thing before I get to running my mouth, you know what I'm saying? But this is a very important topic. It's open for everybody to indulge and engage in, because this is what we need to be talking about. Go ahead, Queen.
Right. So there are a lot of children that get harvested for their organs as well as like adults. And this is a very serious topic because, you know, we talk about so many different things in the community. We get into all these debates about religion and things like that. But what about these children that are coming up missing? The majority Black children, a lot of like Black men that come up missing, you know. I heard even during like the Louisiana, like when they had Katrina, you know, a lot of people came up missing. During the LA riot, people came up missing. These bodies never got found. So let's go. Like, let's look at a quick video before we get into it, so that we can kind of like get into some of the things that are going on in with this situation.
And just
Uh,
one more thing, you know what you said about Katrina. Uh,
mhm.
the government would flood a lot of black towns out just so they can put a river or dam there. You see what I'm
Well,
saying? Flood them out,
I,
displace them. Then once they're displaced, now the kidnapping begin. Put them in slave camps or whatever they do, even free people. And it still exists to this day. They're still doing stuff like this to this day.
yeah, and actually, with the existing flood that's happening in Texas, you see a lot of like people just saying that this was all based in cloud seeding, and then they're actually breaking that the dams are being broken, and causing a lot of the flooding. A lot of the times when you get these flash floods, they're not that they might be contrived. That is it really rain, or are they releasing the dams when it's raining and then causing the flash flood? I mean, this might be conspiracy theory. I do have my little tinfoil hat on. I don't know.
No,
I doom scroll a lot, but this is a really important topic, and I really want to first of all say trigger warning.
yeah. Hold on. Let me tell you what it's
Talk
called. It's
about a
called
lot of triggering things. Go ahead.
yeah, it's called displacement induced development induced displacement. It refers to the forced relocation of people due to development projects such as infrastructure construction, roads, urban development. This can have significant social, economic, and cultural impacts on affected communities. And then that's our communities, y'all. You see?
Okay.
So
You know.
go ahead, DJ. Go ahead.
So without further ado, let me just go ahead and play this video so we can get an idea of what we're really going to be discussing here, because this is a very serious topic, and I hope that you guys are able to, kind of like grasp a lot of the things that are going on. And I'm not sure what to do about this, but it's a very important thing. The main thing is to create awareness so that when we're going out to Walmart and we're doing different things, that we're keeping eyes on our kids. You know what I'm saying? So let's go.
After a recent video I posted about people that went missing in Detroit hospitals, I was flooded with comments and stories from viewers with similar situations and stories. In the comment section, I was told about human body part rings that have been discovered over the years. Intrigued, I decided to slap on my tinfoil hat and dive into this rabbit hole. I immediately took that tinfoil hat off because I don't think I'm going crazy at all, because the truth is stranger than fiction. This is what I found. In the quiet suburbs of Chicago, federal agents raided two ordinary-looking businesses and uncovered the unthinkable. Thousands of human body parts were meticulously cataloged and priced for sale. Heads for $500, arms for $750, or whole bodies for $5,000. Behind this dark marketplace was the
Now look at that.
center of Illinois, a body broker operation allegedly deceiving donors who believed they were contributing to medical science and not having their remains sold for profit. This wasn't an isolated incident either. Similar operations have been exposed across America, from Arizona, where investigators discovered scenes reminiscent of Frankenstein with mismatched body parts sewn together, to Colorado, where a funeral home allegedly gave families concrete dust instead of ashes while selling their loved ones' bodies. These cases expose a troubling truth. While organ donation for transplants is strictly regulated, the trade in non-transplant body parts operates in a regulatory vacuum, allowing exploitation of donors' generosity and families' grief. But could these victims be more than just donors who donated their bodies to help others? Could a portion of these victims also be from missing people from all around the U.S.?
Wow.
So I'm
Let's get
talking
into
about.
it.
I mean, that's. Hold up, Sister Karen, hold up. Yeah, Sister Karen, I was just letting you know where you can start streaming over there. We live. We live right now. You can start streaming. All right, Queen. Peace.
All right, so
Yeah.
let's discuss this. So people are saying that these are the missing people that these people's loved ones that are came up missing. Let's get into it.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, there's evidence of this going on. We had evidence of remember that Shanika Jenkins story? I don't know if you can pull that up. You remember that a couple of years ago when the young lady was at the party and the motel. Next,
Hmm.
they put her in the freezer. That was a big story. That was like really the introduction to us knowing what they were doing with this trafficking and stealing our organs. Anybody out there They got organ donor yes on your ID. You know, my suggestion, I took it off. You know, when I was younger, when I first got my ID or driver's license, yeah. But you know, organs is very, body parts can garner a lot of money. And like I said, the story of Frankenstein and all these, I mean, that's nothing new. They've been doing this for a long time. So we here to kind of bring it to the light and talk about it more. Um, it's just not in Chicago. It's in Detroit, California, New York. But but if y'all can look on your timeline, y'all see all these kids coming up missing. Like just follow. If you just follow one of these missing uh, 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 Facebook pages, it's heartbreaking. 'Cause every day is some kid, black kid coming up missing, Hispanic kid. I mean, I'm just coming up missing. But it's more of us. I'm in the fight for us, or I'm in the fight for just to bring exposure to the whole thing. This is universal and worldwide. You go over to Africa, it's really big over there. Organs have no color. Yeah, you remember that, Kanika Jenkins? Yeah. So maybe next part of this we can revisit that. To show how the play is. A lot of us, we go to these hotels, these motels, and fancy places. But some fancy places, it don't matter if it's fancy. Some of this is set up. Underground tunnels, trafficking people. Next thing you know, you wake up, you're in Sweden somewhere. Protect your children. Guard yourself as a woman when you're out there, even as a man. It ain't just about it's just these people are preying on people, and these are ones in high places. They got to organize. Lawyers, doctors. Come on, it ain't no different than any other organization.
Another situation is that even with the young man that was found, it was a long time ago. He was, hey, how's it going, Golden Child? What's up, Nick? Nick? Let me just say hello to everybody. There's also a situation where the young man that was found wrapped into like that. He was wrapped up
Yeah.
in a mat at his school, and then they got him, and actually, like he had his organs like replaced with tissue paper or with
Mhm.
newspaper. Even with my own child's father, let me tell you this: when I was actually doing his you have to care for the body. He always wore a turban, so when I went to go and put his turban on his head, they had taken his brain out of his head. I mean, maybe that's what they always do.
You
Maybe
feel
they
what I'm
did
saying?
that, but they had taken his brain was missing, and they had put something inside there to replace his brain. They actually had cut a whole hole in the top of his head, and like you could see where they had did that, and then it was stuff stuffed into his yeah, and that was very horrifying. So yeah, I actually went through it literally, my own self, because what do they do with the brain? What do they do with it afterwards? You know what I'm saying? And this is a black man. Did they and so yeah. Um, let's look watch a little bit more of this video.
A truth more disturbing than any conspiracy theory. In the frigid January air of suburban Chicago, federal agents descended upon two seemingly ordinary businesses, a nondescript crematorium in Schiller Park and an office building in Rosemont, housing the Biological Resource Center of Illinois. What they discovered would pull back the curtain on a largely unregulated industry operating in the shadows of American healthcare. But could this raid also hold clues to another disturbing pattern across America, the issue of men and women going missing from hospitals? Let's take a look. When agents executed their carefully planned search warrants at the two facilities, they uncovered an inventory that read like the manifest of a medical school
Coming
anatomy
up
lab.
missing, y'all. Pay
Thousands of body
attention.
parts and tissue samples, meticulously cataloged, heads, hands, legs, and torsos, were stored in containers. According to federal documents later unsealed, these weren't merely medical specimens awaiting educational use. They were allegedly inventory in what authorities described as a body broker ring that illegally traded in human remains. Now, this federal investigation hadn't actually begun in Illinois. It started when authorities discovered scores of human remains stored on ice, not properly embalmed as required for medical specimens, in warehouses in Detroit and Phoenix. And if you remember from my last story, we talked about hospitals in Detroit and people going missing. I'll leave a link to that in the description. These discoveries created a trail that eventually led investigators to the Chicago suburbs and the BRCIL, the Biological Resource Center of Illinois. Like similar operations across the country, operated within a particular business model. The company solicited body donations from individuals who wished to contribute to medical science after their death. Such donations are vital for medical research and training. Surgeons practice new techniques on cadavers, researchers test new medical devices, and students learn human anatomy through direct examination. And what makes these cases troubling, according to investigators, was the alleged deception involved. Federal agents claimed that the BRCIL had assured donors and families that remains would not be sold. However, financial records recovered during the January raids painted a different picture, one of commodification with specific price points. Whole corpses selling for $5,000 and up, arms for $750, and heads for $500. Even more disturbing were the allegations regarding the condition of some of the remains. According to the unsealed documents, some body parts were infected with HIV, hepatitis, and other diseases, conditions that should have disqualified them from sale and medical use.
Stop! You gotta stop, DJ. We gotta talk about that. Now, you see how dangerous this is? And you going underground trying to, I need a new this, a new liver, a new heart, and then the parts they selling you ain't FDA, FDC or the FDA regulated, and now you got something you're getting affected. I mean, a lot of this is wicked.
And let me tell you something. If you're aware, America is the largest supplier of plasma to the world. Okay, so all these crackheads, I'm not saying crackhead, but a lot of people that go that's like homeless, when they broke, they go and get their plasma and giving their plasma. Well, they're selling this plasma for top dollar. So even when they're not harvesting our organs, they're harvesting our blood. They're sending this stuff. All this stuff is being sold for top dollar. And honey, I hate to go to the hospital just to get a blood draw and to get like a test, honey. They be about 4 or 5 vials.
Can I say something real quick?
All these different vials? Yeah, go ahead.
See, everybody who go get plasma is not homeless and broke. And then I'm just educating you on this part. They're gonna check your blood to make sure you're not infected. I've donated plasma before. First 8 times, look, this is a hustle. First 8 times you can make up to $700. You got to do it 2 times a week for 4 weeks. Ain't nothing wrong, but do it. And then, like I say, some of these people who really need it. I mean, then some people need it for extra. Some people want to do it to donate to help burn victims. Plasma is it has nutrients in it, amino acids. It has all that in there. So
but they're also sending it out to other countries and different things like that, and they're charging for it.
They're not. You're right. They're not paying the people what it's worth. And here's the idea: if you're going to be an organ donor, they should make a law where your family can. Hey, family, if you're going to help me when I'm gone, how about y'all can donate whatever I got to donate to help the family pay for my burial or whatever. Yeah, we'll do that. But for them to be doing it behind your back, lying to you, stealing our children off the streets, this is wickedness. Now, if y'all really want people to donate and do it, then you let the family decide. But don't just be stealing people and killing them just to get the organs. There's some kind of regulation, should be some kind of law. Okay, yeah, like if this gonna help my family, yeah, I'm gonna put in my will. Okay, how much is for my heart? How much for my? Well, the heart ain't gonna be pumping no more from dead, right? Whatever the price y'all need, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. That should be the family's decision. Now you got them vultures and leeches out here that taking advantage of people's dead carcasses. Let's keep going, Queen. Shout out to the Lions Den. We streaming the Lions Den.
On top of like the actual aspect of organ harvesting, where it's for medical use, for people like using the cadavers or whatever, there's also another side of it that gets very nefarious. Let's get into it.
Let's go. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. DJ Genesis Lions Den and Lions Den. JJ 7K TV.
Alexis was the only child for many years. She loved to be around other kids. She always would say she had this friend and that friend, like everybody was her friend.
Alexis was very smart. She loved coming to school. She loved doing art, science. She liked all that stuff.
She never, ever, ever missed school.
How come we ain't talking about this?
I'm looking out the window because I normally see my baby walk. I watch my baby come home every day. So I ran across the street to the school. And when I went to the school and I asked Miss Rulin, where's Alexis? She turned around and she looked at me. I'll never forget her face. She said, Alexis didn't come to school today. I said, what? And she said, Alexis didn't come to school today. I don't know what was going through my head. I just wanted my baby.
Gone.
I started working at the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel in May of 2002. My first day was a Monday, and Alexis Patterson had disappeared the previous Friday. So first week on the job, Alexis being missing was a huge story. Alexis's case is very unique in terms of missing children because nobody saw what happened. It's like she just vanished out of thin air.
There was a frenzy approach of there's someone missing in our community, a young one. We're going to put all the effort, the work, hold no stops. The department took it very seriously.
The officer came to my house and he took the police report. And then other officers came and detectives came. And then they said that she probably ran away. And I told the police my daughter didn't run away.
They thought maybe she ran away, the police. Like, she didn't run away. She wasn't that type of child that would run away.
I thought someone took my daughter. I know someone took my daughter.
Everything anecdotally that I have heard and everything that experts have told me has shown that missing Black children are more likely to be labeled runaways than missing white children.
Salt Lake City is consumed by the disappearance of a teenage girl.
That's
A
a
massive
goddamn
multi-state manhunt
problem.
is underway.
Stop right there. That's a problem. They ain't missing and ran away. We'll deal with it later. Type of attitude toward our children coming up.
Therefore, they don't do they don't start looking for them and stuff like that because they feel that, oh, okay, they must be runaway.
Let Marcy Gray Wilson come up missing, and the whole United States know. The Amber Alerts, you get it all over your phone and everything. And this is why we have been neglected when our kids come up missing, just because the studies say it. The studies prove it. So this is why they're coming up with the Afro Alert, ladies and gentlemen, for our people. You know, we've been being kidnapped. Kidnapping our people is nothing new. But now the organs just came into the play, so it's even worse. But this is nothing new. Y'all seen the movie 5 Years a Slave? They was been doing it, kidnapping us, even after the freedom, even after the Emancipation Proclamation. You know what I'm talking about,
right?
You know. But yeah, so I'm gonna show y'all something about that and how they've been doing. They were stealing us and stuff and selling us back in slavery. So this is nothing new. And then just like DJ Genesis showed the other day, they still in Louisiana, Angola, they still got us in picking cotton, putting us in holes for goddamn how long you say? 20 years. Come on now, we gotta wake up. Let's continue.
Mother wants answers after joggers found her son's body and his organs missing. Ryan Singleton disappeared after moving to California. Channel 2's
This is a model.
live in Decatur, and Ricky, his mother says she is having trouble getting answers.
Now look at that.
Iris Flowers showed me paperwork from San Bernardino, California law enforcement that explains the investigation is still open and therefore she cannot have access to autopsy results. Iris Flowers says everyone loved her
Everybody know the
24-year-old
game and what's
son,
going
Ryan
on with our
Singleton.
people.
Peaceful, kind, gentle.
The model and producer left his hometown of Atlanta for a short trip to LA in July of 2013. He was last seen at a gas station after his car broke down. His mother says joggers discovered Singleton's body 2.5 months later in the Death Valley with his eyes, heart, lung, liver, and kidneys all missing.
I don't know how long he was in the desert. I don't
Stop.
know. Animals did this to him.
Stop.
They
We
have
just can't
proof
blow
that
by.
some animals,
We just can't blow
took
by
his
that.
organs
We
out.
just can't blow
Flowers
by
showed
that,
us
DJ.
paperwork that denies her access.
We can't. Eyes, heart, liver, lungs missing. So all these other ones, these little kids that you see on your Facebook page every day, what do you think happening to them? They just ain't got caught with it. So what do we do? How do we guard our children? There's a lot of things. Some of the hospitals is involved. Watch your kids at the hospital. Do not put yourself on no organ donor list. Everything missing. Wickedness. We don't want to talk about nothing that happened 2,000 years ago when we living in 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do at the Lions Den Academy of Education and Information. We bring it out. Let's go, DJ Genesis. Let's keep it moving. Please and thank you. Shout out to the Lions Den. Hey, this is what we do. We've been
Because
doing
it's
it.
an ongoing investigation. She says she still does not know how he died, so she can't get closure. Flowers also had ordered an autopsy locally, but could not make the full payment or get all the investigation documents needed to complete it.
I need financial help to help get the things done that I need to try to solve this case and bring some peace to it. I'm not getting younger. This is stressful every day.
Recently, Flowers got the final remains of her son. She says she's praying for answers and for closure. Reporting live in DeKalb County, Ricky Klaus, Channel.
Wow.
I couldn't imagine.
I lived out there in LA for like 6-7 months, and it's how you move out there, but you still can get caught because they're preying on us. But you gotta be aware of all your surroundings, everything, man. Anywhere you go, don't let your woman walk out by herself. Some of you young fellas is dating these young women, and they come visit you. Walk them to their car at night. Talk to them all the way till they get to their goddamn destination. For real, man. That's what we coming to. So what we got here?
So let's go into the history. There's a deep, dark history that really goes into the Underground Railroad. Yeah. And so this is not something that has just started. This is something that has been going on for a very long time.
That's right. And is this a video I sent you, or just another one that you can add to it? Okay, yeah. So I can speak on it. And what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, and if y'all ever heard of the reverse Underground Railroad, and that's where y'all see that movie, that 5 Years a Slave, right? So, I mean, this is nothing new. They're still doing this to us. We just ain't got no underground railroads because they have evolved to doing different methods. And then we're the main target. Let's keep it going, Queen. Please and thank you.
The reverse Underground Railroad was the pre-American war practice of kidnapping in free states, not only fugitive slaves, but free blacks as well. The kidnapper would then sell them as slaves receiving rewards once they returned the so-called fugitive. The slave catcher created 3 methods with catching both the runaway and the free.
Pay attention.
Envisionment, or kidnapping by trickery of free blacks, and apprehension of fugitives. The system lasted for 85 years, from 1780 to 1865. It was referenced to the Underground Railroad, in which the network of abolitionists
The
and sympathizers
reverse.
who helped smuggle escaped slaves to freedom, mostly to Canada and Mexico, where slavery was abolished. Oftentimes, they would kidnap free African Americans from southern free states, along slave states such as Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri. But it certainly doesn't stop them from further northern states such as New York, Pennsylvania, and Illinois. The reason why free blacks in New York City and Philadelphia were so vulnerable to kidnapping is because New York had gangs such as the Blackbirders. Blackbirding involves the coercion of people through deception and or kidnapping to work as unpaid for poorly paid laborers in countries distant from their native land.
Hey, stop
Sometimes
right there
this
real
is
quick.
used
Stop
for
right there.
coercion
Please,
against
baby.
officials.
Please stop.
Black
Please stop.
newspapers.
Stop. Please stop. You now see? So the reason why we're showing this is because the reason why, because we have to see and know their methods. And while we think we free and amalgamated and integrated into the society, they still prey upon us, the black man, the black woman, and the child, the black child. You know, and we're not the only one they're preying on, but I'm focusing on us. So this ain't no racist rhetoric, and we don't have slaves in the kingdom rhetoric. This is real life stuff that's going on. Not no stuff that we can just speculate. Oh, but yeah, the chariots is coming down. Hallelujah. I'm gonna have 1,000 virgins praise Allah. Ula do Marie gonna give me this. Now this is something that we supposed to be handling ourselves here in that spiritual, but the terrain, where we at right now. You see, and it's like we're not even really paying attention to this. You know why? Because we're unconscious right now. We're numb to just real talk like this, and we're so rejuvenated by hearing somebody else tear another person down. And I don't want to be doing PowerPoints and presentations to tear somebody else down. That ain't the point of me doing it. Agree to disagree, right? But don't go coming after people's families and stuff like that.
Let's get into it. There's 1.5 million men missing. And there's also women that are coming up missing in Washington, D.C. But in the meantime, let's get into this. Let's go.
Bring to you all, as always, here on the Fowler Show, we're here to inform you, to empower you, and to help you get your voice back. Tonight.
This same video?
Huh? Oh no, I'm getting into the missing black men.
No, you should go back to that other one. No, we got it. No, please. I mean, let's don't rush through this. We're gonna get please go back to that, because we have to talk about and show them the methods and how they So let's play a little bit more of that, and then we we don't want to speed through this at all. We can do 8-part, 20-part, 40-part series on this. But it need to be just people who don't know, never heard of the reverse, Underground Railroad. So this is very important to show you how it is still going on today. You don't think they still got a reverse Underground Railroad? They might be calling it something different, but it's still going on to this day. Because every time I look on my timeline, babies is coming up missing every day. Every day. I'm just not starting to pay attention to it because I've been distracted. But the ones that's supposed to have been doing it and bringing it out is distracted as well, or either part of the goddamn problem. It's one or the other.
Right. So let's play it. Here we go.
Yes. Please and thank you.
Philadelphia would run missing children notices, including one for a 14-year-old daughter of a newspaper editor. One particular person responsible for this egregious act was a white woman by the name of Martha Patty Cannon. From 1811 to 1829, this illegal slave trader was a leader of a gang that kidnapped slaves in
this wicked ass witch. Martha. Hold up, stop. You gotta stop. We need to know her name. Well, put her name back up there. Where her and all her goddamn wicked descendants at? They still involved in big business and all that. She's goddamn witch name. Know her name, y'all.
Martha Patty Cannon.
We're gonna do a whole thing on her. So I ain't never heard of it in my goddamn life. And this is why we doing this. Because all this psychological stuff that they did to us, you know, killing our babies in front of all the pregnant women lining up, then they got one where they either cut her stomach open or split it open with two horses going the other way, where you got your Levi jeans. Yeah, it's on there, your Timberland boots and the hangers and that. All you niggas love that shit. Don't even know the symbolism. So this Martha Patty Cannon got to be one of the wickedest ones of her own time. Let's see what she's doing. Go ahead, Queen. Please, thank you. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. DJ Genesis, Lions Den, DJ7K TV.
From 1811 to 1829, this illegal slave trader was a leader of a gang that kidnapped slaves and freed blacks from the Delmarva Peninsula of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and the Chesapeake Bay, and then transport them to be sold to plantation owners located further south. You have white men such as John Hart Crenshaw, who was a slave
Look,
trader
John, freeze frame him. Freeze frame him.
who was also an associate of a
Crenshaw.
outlaw.
John M. Crenshaw. Look at this guy. And they got a whole street named after him because that's where all the wickedness happened on Crenshaw. Goddamn right it's named after him. Look at him. Take a picture of him. You free, and they coming to kidnap you. They kidnap your own people and put them in somewhere. But they choose us. Preying on the look, they didn't have no plan for us anyway when they set us free. And y'all mad? Giving us dreams like in the north is gonna be even better, and it was even worse. Let's keep going. Please and thank you.
1950s, based in Illinois, who was also an associate of a Kentucky lawman and outlaw, James Ford. These two men were kidnapping free blacks in southeastern Illinois and sold them into the slave states of Kentucky. He also was known for breeding slaves and kidnapping free blacks, who was pressed into slavery.
Breeding us, slave breeding. Stop right there, please. Slave breeding. Look at that, y'all. Like these pit bulls and chihuahuas. What you guys say about that, DJ Genesis? What you think about that?
Well, I think the ironic thing is that it started in Illinois and it's still going on in that same area.
Facts. Good point. Good point. Good point.
So
It was rejection.
Is Illinois the mecca of this whole thing? Is this where it all started at? Listen, also, if anyone wants to come up and has any more information about this, please do. I'm about to post the link in the chat. If you have any more information that you want to share, please like and subscribe the video, because this might not get monetized, y'all. So, and also if you want to give some money because we're giving this information, it might get blocked because we're but I'm gonna just say that we need to like and share, subscribe, and please support the channel because we're bringing some information that is serious. So
Black sailors in southern states also faced threats of kidnapping. South Carolina passed the Negro Seaman Act in 1822, requiring that black sailors be incarcerated while their ships docked. This was due to the idea that black sailors would inspire slave revolts. While in jail, sailors were sold into slavery if their captains did not pay fees resulting from them being in jail, or if their freedom papers were lost.
You go there, you go and join the Navy.
Whoa. Now you go to jail if they steal your papers out your pocket. Trick you, thinking you're free. Well, where your papers, nigga? But you don't get that Earl on theirs. Oh, well, damn. Oh, shit. I don't. No. You get put back. Come on, man. Shit been going on for a long time.
Well, that's crazy that these people join the Navy and then they think that they're like serving their country and they put them in jail.
Fight for this funky ass country.
That's crazy. That's crazy work right there, y'all.
Men such as John Merrill from 1820s to the 1830s would kidnap slaves from their plantations, promising them freedom, and instead sell them back to the other slave owners. He would also kill slaves who escaped and was later arrested for possessing stolen property.
Wow.
This was a major crime in southern United States. In 1834, he served 10 years in the Tennessee Penitentiary for selling slaves. To prevent these kidnappings, Auxiliary organizations such as Abolition Society of Philadelphia was established in 1827 to prevent kidnapping and man-stealing. In January 1837, the New York Vigilance Committee was established because any black person was at risk for being kidnapped. This was reported to protect 335 persons from slavery. Men such as David A. Ruckles, a black newspaper editor and treasurer of the organization, were writing his paper to convince 2 New York judges to prevent illegal kidnapping, and he was successful in rescuing a young girl named Charity Walker in New York from her captors. It was different preventing kidnapping long before the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Although the Pennsylvania Abolition Society compared records of apprehended blacks to try and free those who were wrongfully detained, they did keep a list of missing persons who was potentially abductees and formed the Committee on Kidnapping. It didn't last long due to expenses. Other means of prevention were established. Free black citizens kept proof of their freedom at all times and avoided strangers in certain areas. Vigilante groups were formed to attack kidnappers, including black kidnappers. One specifically was the man by the name of Constable Samuel Parker Garrigous. He took several trips to southern states to rescue kidnapped children and adults, but he also arrested Captain John Smith, aka Thomas Collin, head of the Johnson Gang, and John Purcell, head of the Patty Cannon Gang, was also arrested. With this notable history, a book was written and published in 1853 by Solomon Northrop entitled
Look at that.
12 Years a Slave, a memoir.
12 years a slave. Stop.
He
Stop.
spent
You
12
gotta
years
stop.
in Louisiana.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop. See? So even whoever directed that movie or produced it or Hollywood try to bring it out. We as a community we overlooked it. We didn't dive into the depths of the whole message that they were trying to convey in this movie as a black man and woman. That was supposed to be telling us, hey, this really happened. This still happens to this day. Right? And now we're here today in 2025, July, what's today? July 11th, 2025. Now it's time to pay attention. You can either pay attention to the man in the circle, or you can pay attention to what's real. Let's keep going, Queen. Please and thank you.
His book, upon release, would sell 30,000 copies. In 2013, a film was made about this event and would go on to win 3 Academy Awards. The Reverse Underground Railroad, another missing piece of American history.
A missing piece of our history, y'all. All right, there we go. We got the young warrior up here. Real quick, pause it real quick so I can introduce himself. We got Jesus.
Joining me now is an alternate juror who was in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. George is joining us right now.
We'll talk about Diddy right now. Diddy. He's slipping through the cracks.
It went to the
Jesus moving behind it in the goddamn bill. This is a young warrior that the community has let him down. And me and Sister Genesis and Sister Karima and Neo Love, this is what we do at the Den and the DJ Genesis Detroit platform. You know what I'm saying? We want to uplift you young brothers, man. I'm getting too old to be trying to be in the forefront. Tell them about your army you be. Go.
Already, man. Bless you, Black people, Muhammad. Once again,
honey, we can't really hear you, honey. We gotta talk to into your mic. If you're talking, we can't hear you, honey. Are you talking?
Right, hold on one second.
There we now I can hear you. Now we can hear you. Now you're loud and clear. There we go.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you, sister. Once again, this is Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad live on the set. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to the CEO, JJ, Mandinka Mally, man. We here to bring y'all to a level of consciousness because we in a state of consciousness. It's time for you to get wired in, tuned in, and plugged in. Because if you don't know, now you know that this is a new generation of energy. We're coming to give y'all something that you ain't never seen, and that's the truth. And I hope that you got your water. With your coconut water, you got your water, whatever you got. whatever you're doing right now, you need to share this video, hit the like button. You need to get tuned in because it's really about to go down, man. We're trying to wake you up. We're trying to get you tuned into the time, the state of consciousness. And I'm just here to add on to the fire, man. Shout out to the JJ 7000. Right on. Let's get it.
Yeah, man.
Let's get it.
You know,
Hit that button, man. Hit that like button. You know?
No administration lasts forever. Remember that, y'all. Especially when you're going against the
So what's
grain.
your thoughts on the subject about this? I mean, do you have any expertise or knowledge about what's going on with this situation?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not going to say I'm a professional as such as you are so concerned about the subject, but I do have some history about, eugenics. And I do know that, once upon a time after the slaves were free, after the Civil War, the so-called white man, Charles Darwin and Frank Dalton was all trying to philosophize a new way to demoralize us. And so eugenics was a program that was conceptualized to basically deem us as laboratory rats, where they can use us, do what they want to do with us because we were considered to be feeble-minded. So I think this video is just tying into the history and the continuance of white supremacy. This is what their ancestors have been trying to tell us, and that is the state of consciousness, is that this type of behavior you see coming from the so-called people we supposed to trust in the medical field are actually working with a secret agenda. And this is all tied into historical whip lashes, ladies and gentlemen. They've been whipping your ass since you've been free from slavery. They've been whipping your ass since you've been free from slavery. It's just that now the state of consciousness is kind of blind because they have moved so strategically, so deceptively. They're able to now disguise the image of Satan with a new look. And so all I see this video is a sister just continue to blow the bomb on truth and righteousness, because we have to know that this has always been going on. Eugenics is just a continuation of the genocide of Black people. And so this video is now going to clarify and show you one of the ways that they're continuing this genocide. So sister, I'm very happy, JJ, Mandinka, for bringing this out. Y'all not going to get this on no Sonetta, because this is about the liberation of your mind, the state of consciousness. You know what I'm saying? He want to continue to befool you and make you feel goobity boogity in your soul on a Friday on a debate that ain't going to be able to bring you to the state of consciousness that you're still in the war. You're still on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying?
So one thing I wanted to bring out is about the Chicago organ harvesting, because they did talk about the whole fact that this whole thing is happening in Chicago. And it's interesting. It started off in Chicago and it's still happening in Chicago. So let's get into it.
Chicago, before you start it back up, hold up, stop real quick.
Y'all turn the volumes up. Turn the volumes up.
In 2014, the FBI raided the biological resource.
Okay, hold up. Now, it's not officers. It's not just in Chicago. They got it in California. I just want them to be aware of it. It's not happening just in Chicago. It's in New York. It's happening in Cali, Detroit, all the big cities. And trust and believe, the smaller little hillbilly towns and shit that you might not think of, when you have hills, have eyes, it's happening there too.
That's right.
So, no, we're not here to throw shots at no other platform. I just want to get a disclosure out to you because we already did that earlier. They're irrelevant because they're not doing this. Let's keep going. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I'm just gonna say this: the views discussed on this panel did not represent my views. I'm just here to bring the consciousness, the knowledge, and the information. I don't have any beef with anybody. I'm just here to bring the information. That's all I'm here for.
Well, then if you do that, then don't get mad if we go in, because those ain't your views. So now you keep which way you want it. All right, let's keep it going.
Hey. Listen, we're here to talk about organ harvesting and not nothing else.
Wait a minute, I found a loophole in your disclaimer. But go ahead.
Arizona, owned by Stephen Gore. What agents found there shocked even experienced investigators. A cooler filled with severed heads, a bucket of limbs, and according to court documents, a macabre scene reminiscent of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, torsos with heads of different people sewn together. Gore later pleaded guilty to illegal control of an enterprise and was sentenced to probation. He got sentenced to probation for basic.
Do you hear what they said? is that he only got sentenced to probation for what they found.
No, what now? See,
let's go back because I think we
Yeah.
got to listen
And
to
why,
this.
hold up. And sister, why are they sewing heads together on bodies? Different bodies. What are they doing?
This I don't know if this is a crazy person
That's
or
crazy.
a doctor that's
That's
trying
crazy.
to do something. I don't know what he's doing. Like, what is going on here? Let's go.
Owned by
Sewing
Stephen
heads.
Gore. What agents found there shocked even experienced investigators. A cooler filled with severed heads, a bucket of limbs, and according to court documents, a macabre scene reminiscent of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Torsos with heads of different people sewn together. Gore later pleaded guilty to
Oh
illegal
my God.
control of an enterprise
Heathens.
and was sentenced to
Heathens.
probation. He got sentenced to probation for basically performing
Probation.
experiments
Stop.
with
Oh my
people's
God.
Oh my God.
bodies, people's dead bodies,
Oh my
sewing
God.
heads onto corpses. Like, what the hell?
Using
In
chainsaw.
2018,
Wow.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. When they show y'all stuff like that, this is what they really do.
No, facts. Facts.
What's wrong
You're
with
dealing with a
y'all?
heathen. That's a heathen. That's a monster. That's the it that your kids was watching them scary movies, them little monsters that they be putting on the movie. That's them in real life. And this sister is bringing out the information. This is what they do. They got limbs and body parts. They acting like Count Dracula. These niggas is heathens. You got to see what is in front of you, y'all. This is the state of consciousness. I mean, are you woke? Do you know who you're trusting? Do you know who you're sending your kids to go be educated by? The people who like to cut organs and put the heads together. This is some savage shit, JJ. This is incredible. I don't know how to trust a society that continues to smile in my face and give me advertisements about subscriptions, but we know deep down inside they have a deep lust for the organs and limbs and shit.
Well, the biggest thing is that the actual system did not. Or I mean, all the things, honey. You get pulled over with some weed, you're gonna do some time, something.
Big
but honey,
facts.
they gave them probation for finding stuff.
Talk about it. Probation.
Right.
Y'all not upset? We got to get upset about that. That's a moral issue.
Outraged. We need to be outraged from
Outraged. Outraged.
Frankenstein Manor hung from the wall.
Uproar.
Hung from the wall. And he get to do probation.
Insane.
And laugh
This is
about
insane.
it with his buddies when at drink night.
He probably had a website and everything, just showing himself, just doing this Frankenstein stuff. Let's go.
sewn together. Gore later pleaded guilty to illegal control of an
wake up.
enterprise and was sentenced to probation. He got sentenced to probation for basically performing experiments with people's bodies, people's dead bodies, sewing heads onto corpses. Like, what the hell? In 2018, a Reuters investigation titled The Body Trade documented how the Detroit warehouse connected to the Illinois case was tied to businessman Arthur Rathburn. Rathburn was
What the hell?
eventually sentenced to 9 years in prison for fraud and shipping hazardous materials after he was found to have supplied body parts infected with HIV and hepatitis to medical researchers. In Colorado, similar allegations surfaced against Megan Hess and her mother Shirley Koch, who operated Sunset Mesa Funeral Home. Prosecutors alleged they sold body parts from hundreds of corpses they were supposed to cremate, often without families' permission. In some cases, they allegedly provided families with concrete dust instead of ashes while selling the bodies. Both pleaded guilty to mail fraud and were sentenced to prison in 2023. But there's another disturbing pattern across America that few have connected to the body broker industry. People who disappeared without a trace from medical facilities.
This is terrible.
Nevaeh Richard, just 2 years old, went missing on November 13th of 2012 from a doctor's appointment in Cleveland, Ohio. Nevaeh has been diagnosed with Waardenburg syndrome, a genetic condition that causes congenital hearing loss and changes in pigmentation of the skin, hair, and eyes. Could she have been targeted for her genetic condition?
That's how she would have
There's not a
looked.
lot known about this case, but it's believed that the mother or a friend of the mother took the child to a doctor's appointment, but it's unclear how the two became
You see, she was
separated.
born. Oh, stop. This
Carlton
is very important.
Purnell was
Stop,
last
stop,
seen
stop,
on June
stop,
18th,
stop.
2024.
Hey,
You gotta stop. Okay, now did y'all see the gray? She was already born with her wisdom. So whatever message that the creator sent her to do came here and it was gone. But so they did that picture with her. You seen the gray? So I'm saying, so it was like that's a sign. At least in my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, this
that's bad.
is a call for justice. I mean, you know, I saw the comment I just pulled up on the screen and I'm listening to this video. Y'all just gotta really see that there is no justice here, and we're gonna have to be the ones to do it because this is an outcry. So this is the sister was the man said the video said that he got probation and the brother will get pulled over for some marijuana and have a whole entire his nuts will be cut off damn near to the death sentence. But we don't even give a penalty for someone trying to take the organs of our babies, of our children, of our people. And you see what's going on, people. And you ain't got the fervor. You ain't got the lion in your soul to see that God is looking for the people of justice. We got to do something. We can't just keep allowing these type of things to happen to our people. Don't you have any guilt conscious in your Negro? Don't you see what's going on? This video is a wake-up call for your moral consciousness. I swear, every time I see something like this, it make me it make your manhood come out. And this is the type of stuff, and I'm gonna hold my tongue because the brother said this ain't the time for that. But I will say that you have to see this, and as a human being, see that there is something wrong with this picture here. And this has been going on since slavery. And now this is just a sophisticated way to say, nigga, you're still in bondage. How about that? What do you want to, hey, ask yourself this question. What does the white man think about you? I mean, this video says a lot. What does he think about you? And now you gotta love yourself.
So hey, 1,000 parts Black Jesus, Buddha Muhammad. I mean, interrupt. If I may, yeah. And what you see is that, like, when Mary Lou Retton come up missing, there's a whole goddamn national alert looking for the Mary Lou Retton. The Jonay Kate, but whatever the hell her name was, Jonay, whatever the hell. They had y'all know the hell I'm talking about.
Becky from up the street. We know.
Right.
You know, she gets the entire CNN to cry and throw roses on her. But the black people, what do we get? We get a 60 mission in Florida last week. Have you seen me on Facebook? This is the type of shit we get. We have to stand up and raise the standard, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing wrong with discriminating between good and evil. There's nothing wrong with discriminating between good and evil. It's time to pick a side. And this is the state of consciousness, because your moral consciousness has to be calling you right now. When you see a video like this, and look, this is the black woman bringing this to you. And I don't care how you see it, brothers and sisters in the audience, but you got to realize something. There's something called universal law and gender roles and male and female duties. And when you have a woman bringing something to males, okay, that's how I look at it. I'm a militant. I'm a soldier. When the woman comes to the man with a problem, then the man has to solve it because she's looking for help, right? Now we have to consider the Queen of Sheba, and I'm gonna let the video go back. Remember, the Queen of Sheba. The Queen of Sheba she had her own government, she had her own military, but let's not forget that she also sought counselship for men because her soldiers were men. So even if a woman had her own government and she was the queen of her own government, still the duty of a man is to protect the house. And look at our house, ladies and gentlemen. Look at our community. Look at how the enemy can do this to your people. And what are you men doing about it? We got to do something, man. We got to stand up. We got to feel the fervor and the pain of these beautiful black people who are continuously being limb by limb, cut like butcher knives, and these niggas are getting probation. It's time for you to have some type of moral conscious conviction. And this is the state of consciousness. I'm trying to keep myself together. I'm not going to be emotional. I'm going to be strong though. I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna be strong. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Jesus, Buddha Muhammad,
I'm
man.
sorry about
Okay,
that.
read,
I'm sorry about
look
that,
what
man.
go.
I'm sorry, man.
No. I want that.
Whew.
So you good.
God
Now
damn.
look what Gold Man Gun said. Go ahead and read that,
Yeah.
Queen. Look what he said.
60 missing kids found in
60,
Florida 2 weeks
60.
ago.
God damn.
Pulled up that operation. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up but then
Oh
we're gonna
my
go back to
God.
the other video because it's really showing like where a lot of this stuff is happening. This is in Florida, y'all. Let's
Yeah.
go.
This is crazy.
Yeah. I look for while we're talking and send it to you.
I got to see this, man.
Successful completion of the largest child rescue operation, not just in Florida's history, but in the United States history. In a 2-week period, this team, a collective work of many agencies and law enforcement personnel, rescued 60 kids, kids that were in critical danger, many the victims of trafficking, many missing kids. We got a lot of people up here, and that's because it took a lot of people to get this done. What makes Florida the rule of law state is we're great at working together in collaboration across agency lines. So I'm excited to have here with me today William Berger, the U.S. Marshal for the Central District of Florida, Taylor Hatch, Secretary of Florida Department of Children and Families, Rita Peters, Special Counsel to the Florida AG's office. So thank you. I'll turn it over to the Marshal.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenny.
That's my speculation.
Bill Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R, United States Marshal, Middle District of Florida, and I am overwhelmed by the results of this operation. Operation Dragonfly Eye, the largest in the history of the United States Marshal Service, if not the history of the United States. As the AG mentioned, 60 juveniles recovered in 2 weeks, ranging from age 9 to 17 years of age. Several years ago, Atlanta had a similar operation, which resulted in the recovery of 30 children over 6 weeks. This effort was a collaboration of, as the AG mentioned, 20 agencies with over 100 people involved. I want to thank the AG.
You to the U.S. Marshal Services and for Florida Department of Law Enforcement for organizing today's event alongside the Attorney General. It is an opportunity not only to reflect on the success of Operation Dragon Eye, but to reaffirm our unified and shared commitment.
Honor of being special counsel to Attorney General James.
Right. So this is a bunch of people like talking about their part in the whole situation.
Exactly. We got to rush them. Don't rush. Look, we can build off this. Now, the key word was Amber. So that let you know that it's not really too much of us involved in this, our people. Because now they got look how the officers standing there. You know, when Shakita and come on message, all we get is a face, like she said, a Facebook notification. Whoever one of y'all said that.
Yeah.
So we didn't come up with the Afro alert. Now
So that's the next thing. Let's go into it. So now they have. So we talked about the actual Dragon Eye, but then what is an ebony alert? Let's go into it.
Right.
You never know how it feels until it happens to your family.
Oh, very unreal.
How does a 2-year-old girl in San Francisco vanish and police not issue an Amber Alert?
Where is Ariana?
It's been 7 years since Ariana Fitz was last seen.
There's something wrong with the system.
It's why this senator got the new Ebony Alert passed in California just for Black people.
We just want something to be done.
When the Shade Room told you about it last week, you lit it up in the comments.
Yeah,
Many wondering
pretty
why missing Black children will now have a different system than those traditional Amber Alerts. Senator Stephen Bradford stepping into the Shade Room. Why he says we've got a bigger problem when it comes to Black people going missing. I'm Justin Carter, TSR News starts right now.
Oh, TSR News. Okay.
TSR News. Let's go. What is an ebony alert? Let's go into it. Go a little bit further.
Let's go. That's a
The
good
new
plug.
Ebony Alert system has got a lot of us talking.
And we need to get like one in every city, in every all throughout. This is only going on there, but we need to get one all over. So let's go.
Law enforcement to alert the public when Black children and young adults go missing, similar to how Amber Alerts work. And we saw what you wrote in the comments. One roommate wrote, quote, that this only makes it easier for them not to find us. Go back to the drawing board. Another roommate wrote, quote, a way for authorities to decide how fast they want to respond. And another, I don't agree with the Ebony Alert. We only need one alert for children because race shouldn't matter.
Wow.
No, it shouldn't matter. But the bigger question is
that's
it
crazy.
mattering when police, they start investigating these cases? The last time Tess Fitz heard from her sister, 32-year-old Nicole
that was
Fitz,
a cool statement.
was Easter 2016.
I get this message asking if Nikki's missing. And I'm like, no, I just talked to her a couple days ago.
She called her phone, no answer. She began to panic when she realized her 2-year-old niece, Ariana, was also nowhere to be found.
When we did the missing persons report, they told us that they don't suspect foul play because they're together. If one of them had been missing without the other, then that would have prompted, foul play.
3 days went by. Tess got the worst news from a detective on the case.
And that's when he tells us that Nikki had been found. That she'd been found dead.
Violently beaten, murdered, and left under a wooden plank at San Francisco's McLaren Park.
It just probably didn't make sense. Like, she was just here.
Nothing made sense. Like the whole 3 days didn't make sense to me.
Injustice! Injustice! I swear to God.
Not to issue an
This
Amber
is
Alert
crazy,
for
y'all.
Ariana,
Woo!
who was still missing.
Lord have
Why
mercy.
wasn't an Amber Alert
Y'all
issued
got
for
the
Ariana?
balls.
I don't know.
This is intense, man.
Tuesday, that has
This is
never been made
intense.
clear by police.
Y'all got to
The
just,
FBI recently admitted that.
reflect on that
So you
one.
don't get
That's
flagged.
a
We gotta talk in between some of these things right here.
yeah. This is heavy,
Some of them
y'all.
got millions of
Because
views.
yeah,
I don't want
yo,
shut
we
up
got to
now.
deal. Oh my God, my soul. Look,
Go ahead,
could
deal
I?
with it, family.
Please,
Deal
brother.
with it.
Yeah, look, lady. The lady said it shouldn't matter what race. But first of all, you can't expect someone to love you the way you want to be loved. You have to love that. The way you want to be loved has to first show in yourself and your family, and then it emanates outwardly. You can't make a statement like that. You have to care about your people first, because the whole world don't love you, nigga. The black people are not loved by everybody. So you can't make statements like that. That's called wishful thinking. You can't think like the white man got your mind anytime you think that you want everybody to see everybody as the same. No, they had a whole program called eugenics. They were systematically trying to say you're not deserving of my love. So you can't expect no one to love you the way you want to be loved. We, the black people, have to have enough love for ourselves so that we can have a goddamn care every time you see a little kid about to die.
Right.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
And I'm gonna say this,
You know,
Gold Land Gun says they had black
golly.
people that was arrested
Gotta
for
control
that
that.
operation, so it's
Ah,
more than just white. So the people
Hold
that
on,
are doing it,
hey,
I'm
Jesus
sure
Buddha,
you
let
have
her read it.
Yeah.
Let her read it. It wasn't clear. Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah.
So okay, they had black people that was arrested for that Operation Dragon Eye, that was a part of like the whole situation. So it's more than just whites. I get that just you have black people like doing this to people, like grabbing them up and for money. The issue is that when it comes
a good
to
point too. That's a good point that he brought up.
that's a good
Now,
point. But when it comes to actually the reporting system of the Amber Alerts, you see less law enforcement getting involved, and that's why they had to come up with a Ebony Alert, which is what you see right here.
And that's an even better point. Okay, so both of y'all got good points, and we can build off both of those points. Even some of our own people are involved in this, right? They always had the Uncle Toms and the House Negroes that's against the woman. That's why we gotta recognize who's real, who's part. Every
Who's for the
organization
cause, man? Who's for
has
the
an
cause?
infiltrator. Yeah. Every organization that's trying to uplift us is gonna have somebody in there to try to cause confusion.
Right, hinder.
Yeah, so we know this, but the best thing to do to be aware is to be alive. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Remember that.
Wow, say that one again, brother.
Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Those
Damn,
who know,
that's a whole
what I'm talking
meme right
about.
there.
7-4.
That's a whole meme right there. That's a meme right there. Y'all better hear that one. Proper performance. Man, you got to say that again. I lost it.
Preparation prevents poor performance.
Wow, proper preparation prevents poor performance.
There you
Period.
go.
That's period.
So yeah. So if we can prepare for the enemy, then we know what we're facing.
That's right.
Let's keep it moving.
Wow. That was powerful.
Black Amber Alert.
They were wrong about Ariana and Nicole being together at the time of their disappearance.
We do not believe that Ariana was with Nicole at the time of her death, but we do believe that Ariana's disappearance is related to Nicole's murder.
According to the Highway Patrol, in order for an Amber Alert plan to be activated in California, it, quote, has been confirmed that an abduction has occurred or the child has been taken, the victim is 17 years of age or younger or of proven mental or physical disability, and there is reason to believe that the victim is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death, end quote. The Shade Room spoke to Natalie Wilson, co-founder of the Black and Missing Foundation.
Ariana disappeared from San Francisco, but she could be anywhere.
Black and Missing Foundation. Why are we talking about that?
With the Ebony Alert being issued at that time, it could have led to her recovery.
They track the numbers yearly, and data shows that Black youth 18 years and under make up 38% of missing persons cases, and Black children make
38%.
up 33%
That's
of
crazy.
all
we only make
missing
up
child cases.
13% of the
legislation
population.
was created
13% of the
because
population.
there is a
38%.
disparity in getting media coverage, law enforcement resources, and even community engagement when someone is missing.
She says the Urban League recently conducted a study and interviewed pimps and pedophiles about
Niggas
this.
mustard
They
around, you
were
better
asked,
catch up.
why do you traffic Black women and girls? And their answers were, one, they know that no one would look for them if they went
This is
missing.
serious.
And two, the penalty will not be as harsh for sex trafficking a young Black girl or woman.
Senator
So
Stephen
stop right
Bradford
there,
authored this
DJ
legislation and
real
says
quick.
it starts
Stop
at
right
the
there,
top with
please.
law enforcement
Please.
agencies. Sometimes
Okay.
disproportionately label young missing.
So when they get tired of them, you know, some of them, y'all seen the movies, and they want to keep them younger. So when they get tired of them, what do you think happened? They off them or whatever, and then what you think? Hey, we can make money with the organs. It's a system.
Yeah.
It all
Yeah.
ties in together. They don't want us. They don't want us to talk about this. They want us to talk about we attacking each other, and this is what I'm trying to. This is why I'm so adamant about this new direction. You know, I was part of the debate scene, but I'm thinking I'm teaching during the debates. I don't want to cause no enemies with us, and we fighting together to mortal death.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
And then
it's like, and this is so serious, like, because we've been desensitized as a young generation with these killing movies. Like, let me tell you, when I was young, the scariest shit to me was Chucky, and that was very, very PG-13 in terms of the murder scenes. But today, you watch some shit like the Django, and they just showing the blood, gushing out everything, and this is like when you watching this stuff and you don't are affected, you're not affected with it, then you come desensitized. So then when you hear something real, like here's some real news, 60 people missing, body parts, little children, your people are looking like the very people in the movies. And this is like, yeah, you know, we demand. And you know, this is crazy. JJ said 13% of the population, but 38% of our people are gone missing. This is an outcry for fathers, because now I understand the cry when they say Black lives don't matter, because when I hear young people saying Black lives don't matter, essentially that's like saying, Daddy, where have you been? Where are you? Where is my protector? So that now you can see why the need for men. This is such a essential demark for manhood at this particular point in history, because when you see information like this, 38% of your people are gone missing, you're wondering where the protectors, where's the force. So this is why being a man today is so great, and you're a Black man trying to redeem yourself, because these are what we call oppression cries. When the sisters bringing information like this to a platform like JJ 7000, this is not just for you to watch too, bro, brothers in the audience. This is also a call.
Hey, brother, actually, hey, listen, actually, it's in reverse. JJ 7000 is bringing it to DJ Genesis platform in the world.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So in that correct order. So we want to give praises to Allah for the fact that this information is being presented by a man, because we don't have a lot of men who are advocating for the lives of our people, because that's a serious role. That's some Masonic shit. And anybody who wants to take the role of a protector for the community is gonna have to be ready for the consequences. So I support anybody who does that. And all you brothers out there who are listening to this video, you got to understand this is a moral cry for manhood, because essentially you see the white man ain't gonna he ain't gonna do nothing. He ain't gonna do nothing.
You kept getting on my case. You
know.
did. You stayed in my inbox like, man, what you doing, JJ?
Man, look,
and
you got that fire, bro.
35 years old, bro. My daughter just turned 35 years old two days ago.
Wow, praise Allah. Yeah, man.
So as you can see, based on this website, listen, 563,389 people
that's
reported missing in 2023.
2023. Wow. Get the fuck out of here. It's almost like have you been sleeping? We've been sleeping.
White including Hispanic, 57%, 40% minority, 3% went unknown.
You know, goddamn well, ain't no black man just jumping up missing nowhere. If they move to other some part of the country, they call their family. Hey man, I like it here. Hey family, y'all should come here. Something.
Exactly.
So we
Exactly.
know there's something behind this.
No, there was a case. There was the case of that young brother. I don't know if maybe you guys know the young basketball player, black dude with the locks, wrapped up in a damn and he was wrapped up in some type of wrestling mat. Y'all heard about that one?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
That was
Man, this
like
shit is
4 or 5
crazy.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his
Wrapped up
organs
in
come
the
up missing, and we just overlooked that, y'all.
we'll overlook that.
They just blew
You
it
can't
off.
do that.
We felt like he said, numb and just desensitized
Desensitized.
from pain.
Yeah. We got
And
to
here's
change.
the thing, listen, I was on a panel and I got told off because they were talking about Final Destination, the movie, and I said I don't like to watch stuff like that. I said spiritual. Why would you want to watch a movie about people in getting hurt, dying in some weird Final Destination movie? You know,
Right. It's like
that is
the glory of death, right? Yeah, like
that's
that's like that movie Saw and shit. That shit is psychotic. But they make shit like that, you know. But I actually feel like we're living somewhat of a simulated version of the Saw, because you see the movie Saw was about everybody watching someone die, but it was like the death wouldn't occur unless the views went up, right? The views go up, and then this is like the more the views went up, the more this little murder was happening. It's like the message is people like ratchetness and death and darkness, and it's like being duplicated in real life. People love watching black people fight on War Star. Like the views go up. But this type of real shit right here, a moral issue in the community, a real issue going on right now. Babies dying, organs missing, and niggas don't want to be paying attention to this. You don't want to be looking at this like the War Star fights. There's something going on. That's feminine. That's a gender reverse role. This is the state of consciousness, is that we are trying to give the people a conscious awakening of your moral duty into manhood, brother. We have to speak up like we're doing now. You have to be a person who can participate and testify to the lack of manhood. And we're just saying RGY on in collaboration with JJ 7000 at the Here the Lions Den, is that the young people are saying, hey, we realize that the elders are lacking their moral responsibilities of being elders, protectors, and guiders in our community. So we're saying to the elders, take a step down, and we're gonna now make the decisions for our community, because y'all ain't doing nothing. So we're saying if you're in your 30s, 20s, and 30s, and you hearing this, you need to think about your moral duty right now as a man, because technically you're a man. Even though you're young, you didn't have no guidance. You can't use that excuse anymore. I didn't have my dad, and you're 20 and you're 20 and 30s. No more using that excuse that you didn't have your father. It's time for you to stand up and listen to this video right here, because you got to answer this one right here, young blood. You got to answer this one.
So the question is, why is there a disparity in media
Hold on, before you go to the question, please. See, DJ Dennis, this is what I'm talking about. This young brother right here. We put the resources behind him to get his message out. All that other shit is uncivilized.
Praise Allah, man.
Okay?
Inshallah.
This is what we do
Inshallah.
right here. Because he gonna reach the youth. There's nobody, he's 35 years old. And he ain't no spring chicken, but compared to me, I'm gonna be 54, creator willing, August 29th.
Inshallah.
That's a whole 20 piece. That's two decades of John Travolta and E.T. and goddamn the 49ers kicking ass, all that to the Jordan rules.
Man, talk about it, man.
That he didn't even get to be a part of. And he kept reaching out to me. I swear on everything that I love and my family. And he's like, man, what are you doing, JJ? You letting us down. What are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm just kind of like, oh, I'm doing the 7,000, man. I wasn't talking about. Try to get the crew lined up so they can get out and get their message. It ain't about this JJ. I ain't never been just about me. But yeah, see, now he really got my attention. And this is it right here. A new cataract in this message. That is it right here and right now is what is needed.
All praise due to Allah. Alhamdulillah, man.
So
we got to keep man. Alhamdulillah, man. Let's get it, man. Like it's time, man. It's a moral consciousness. It's the state of consciousness. The brother has brought out at least 5. This is the part 5. Y'all need to check out part 1, 2, 3, just so you can catch up to this intensity. You know, we've collabed on 3 of them already. Now we got the sister bringing out information. Oh, the brother bringing out information on the sister channel about the organ harvesting. This shit is insane. Look, we could talk about the judicial system. We could talk about many different subjects of white supremacy affecting us, and it is important that you youth 20 and 30-year-olds, it's important that you see your moral duty to answer the call, because look, daddy ain't coming. He ain't coming. So you're gonna have to man up now. And it's time for you to get some knowledge and understanding and wisdom. And we're gonna give it to you here at the RGY and the JJ 7000 channel. We're gonna give it to you. You just have to now know that you are being called to a responsibility that will give you integrity, honor. Think about what you can get out of this. You're gonna get fame. You're gonna get respect. You're gonna get maybe God will give you a wife and some kids, man. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have a, like JJ was saying. We have to change the way we do everything. You know, he said, walk her to the car. You know what I'm saying? Talk to her all the way to the store, whatever. You know, we gotta change. We gotta be that now, and you have to see yourself in this call. And you just can't be a internet reading books. You can't do that no more, man. If you were a freshman, meaning you're just getting into it, okay, take your time and catch up, because you got to catch up. But if you are already seasoned, man, and you know what time it is, then now it's time for you to organize yourself with those who are not playing. And here, right here, the Lions Den RGYC collaboration with Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad. We're saying it is time, man. So we gotta answer this call.
Hey, listen, welcome to the panel, Sakina Rod. I think that your YouTube was like echoing, that's why I muted you, but I want to hear from you, because we want to hear from some women on the platform about this situation. The biggest thing is that there's a huge disparity in media coverage when it comes to this, when it comes at least to Black kids and stuff like that. You know, Mandinka, you know, really wanted to focus on the organ harvesting stuff, and then I kind of brought up like the kidnapping stuff too, is like the whole kidnapping aspect, because kidnapping is even happening with the immigrants. They're like kidnapping them with these ICE agents, and then they're dumping them off into the ocean. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, that they're doing that. So, I mean, I know that's not our fight, but I'm just saying, I mean, hell.
Yeah,
Hell,
I mentioned. I mentioned. Listen, I
Injustice
mentioned.
anywhere is
Hold on,
injustice everywhere. I agree.
Yeah, but real quick, justice for anybody who's getting tortured like this. But right now, our focus is on our own community. Just like the Latinos, that they have their focus, and the Italianos, and the
Everybody
the
got their fight.
Palestinians and the Israelis. So we are
But hold
people,
on,
loving, caring
can I say this
people.
one thing?
Yeah, when I
Is
say this,
ICE
I
can pick up
understand.
anybody. ICE can pick up anybody, because when they get done with them, they're focused on Haitians. You can't tell the difference between a Haitian, an African, and a whatever. They just
Okay,
rounding people up, and they just.
but this is the second episode. We not making it about their fight today. They got warriors out there fighting for them, Queen. All I'm saying, I don't know if you got. Look, we're not racist over here, and we have empathy and compassion for any other persons that's going through what we went through for 400 years or whatever. We're still going through systematic racism, eugenics. You know, they're doing injecting us with goddamn gonorrhea and shit, and doing the Tuskegee. We feel empathy for anybody else who went through that, but right now, I'm telling you, we're focused on us.
That's right.
For us, by us, FUBU. You should have never sold it to the goddamn Chinese.
That's right.
But that's okay. Because over here, it's for us, by us right now, Queen. And I'm not being rude. Yeah, we'll do a show on them. We'll let Jose Vega and them come over there and talk about it. That's what we'll do.
Traditionally, that was the way it was. Traditionally, that's the way it was.
Don't do that. I don't know if your sponsor's telling you to do it, but listen, we're not racist. I will put the disclaimer out. But goddamn it, when we don't want to talk about us, now we got to include everybody else. Stop with the Jesse Jackson and get back to Malcolm.
Get back to Malcolm.
We can't hear you.
Yeah. I just want to add on to that. He's right, because traditionally, look, we're saying that we want to revive. We see there's 3 phases to this thing, right? It's reform, revive, and revolutionize. The only way you can get to the revolutionary state is after you have revived the traditions of your ancestors. So you have to have love for yourself. You can't expect anyone to love you the way you want to be loved. You have to first love the way you want to be loved to yourself, and then that will reflect in your family, your wife, and your children, and then that will emanate through your community. Now, the Mexicans and the Haitians, they're gonna now see how we move, and then their chiefs are gonna come see our chiefs, and then we can have solidarity. That's called confederacy. See, there's levels to this revolution shit. You just don't start joining hands with other people when you can't even join hands with your own. So we trying to emphasize the love for self first. We're not saying that we're not saying we don't accept anybody else. We're saying we need solidarity with our people. Then we'll have solidarity with others. Right on.
All right. So I'm gonna make a really quick statement, and then I'm gonna bring it to Sakina Rocka. She's been very patiently waiting, and then we're gonna go to Baba Yashabaya. Listen, I'm not saying that we need to make their thing our plight, because that's what Dr. Claude Anderson says. They will come here and try to make slavery their plight. I'm saying is that the way that this government is moving with this ICE situation, where you just have like regular human, like I guess bounty hunters that they're like hiring to go out and grab people. Okay, they're not trained. How do they know a Haitian from a regular black person? There's no way that they know that. There's no way they could tell a Haitian from an African person. They're just able to round people up and then put them into a camp and then sort it out later. That's the thing I'm saying. And we need to pay our attention to that. And I've been saying that, and people get so caught up in the fact that this is the Mexicans going through this, and they think it's only the Mexicans. But you see that you had a bunch of people like out there in Brooklyn or whatever, like, or wherever they were. You don't know how many of those were like regular African Americans that were like walking with them or whatever, or who lives in that area. And when you can go to a club and they decide to you go to a Caribbean club hanging out, they decide to round you up too. Then how are they going to sort? You got to wait. And who knows?
And see, and that's why,
and you gotta wait it out, and then finally gets to see the judge. I just want to make that plain. So I don't want people to think I'm over here just campaigning for the Mexican. I'm talking about when they start to when the Mexicans are done with them, then they get to start talking about the black people. How they're gonna sort that out? Okay, before we go, I want to get Shakina Rod to say her.
Right on.
Okay, thank you. Peace to the panel. Peace to you, Queen Genesis. This was a really good presentation. I just got here. What I do want to say is that the point that to this family and the Confederate part, that has it's a good point. I do want to say that.
Thank you, man.
However, that's a Confederate part as a whole, but you have 13 colonies.
I put the wrong damn name.
And you can't join colonies when you have Confederacy going on, and that was part of the war.
Yeah, I want to apologize. Let me just say this, because I was using what I should have said was I want to use a synonym, which is called solidarity. I was saying that we need to first learn how to love ourselves the way we want to be loved, so that we can become a confederacy. Confederacy, according to definition, means to be in the Quran is a chapter called the Confederates, right? It's when Muhammad started to join with other tribes to bang on other tribes that were trying to bang on him. So it's like gangs, it's like gangs coming together to form an alliance or a confederacy. So it had nothing to do with the white man, but I apologize, because I do know this is the state of consciousness, and I got to be more careful with the way I talk. So I meant solidarity. That's all I meant, solidarity.
And I understand that, because again, when in America, let's say this, in America, well, freedom was the last thing we got, right? Because in order to be free, we had to have liberty. You see what I'm saying? So we had to get liberty and then get freedom.
That's right.
And still you wonder about that. You see what I'm saying? Because we had to be civil first, coming from being an animal to be civil, and then be from civil to be to get the liberty of everybody else, and then get some kind of righteousness, and then be free. You see, so these steps
amen.
that the ancestors had to take, you right, to even to have some kind of be an honorable citizen. You
Big
see,
facts, big facts.
So now we gonna get into all of this other stuff. So even if you got with the point what you're trying to get from a family, they don't have anything to do with the public, right? So all these missing children and all this abduction of the kids, some of these states, they still have women and children abduction, and the rate of these people are the
Oh,
highest.
your phone's going out, Lakinara.
Oh, I'm sorry. That might be. Let me turn, because I had a speaker on.
No, I can hear you now. It just kind of went out for a second. So whatever you said after abduction of children, we
Yeah,
didn't hear.
it's the women and children. It's the highest abduction since slavery. With women and children for the longest, but the organ rate is even higher because remember we were putting our organs on the driver's license and what have you, and then we stopped doing it. Why? Because we were coming up in accidents.
Wow.
And even though we wasn't getting it out the insurance clause because it was in the insurance clause. Right.
We need to find a way to, like, even with that, it's like, okay, you get the organs, so how do we? And that's what good point that Mandinka said. If you get our organs, they need to have someone needs to lobby in Congress. So if you get the organs, you have to pay the family. There's no way that you just get these organs and then the family is not compensated for that loss of that loved one, and that the fact that you're making money off their organs. Baba Yashaba, did you want to talk about that?
Okay, let me close with this.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me close with this because this, like I said, it's a great conversation. And I'm sorry I disrespected the elder because I did want to say Shemahotep to the elder as well. Also, and then when we talk about these stem cell researches, right, that's a big plug in babies as well.
Right, abortions, right. When they were pushing those abortions, yeah.
So when we talk about all of these abductions and this whole topic again, we were talking about the abortion of babies. We talking about stem cell research and all of this kind of stuff. It ain't what we saying, it's not what we not saying. So again, that's that overplay for the underlay. So congrats for this conversation. And I'm gonna pass on and yield to the elder. Thank you.
Man,
Right on.
go ahead, Baba. Did you want to say something?
I just want to say a lobby to the panel and to my good friend Mandinka. Yeah, at Warrior and the rest of y'all. And I got in late to catch the conversation, and like we had a myriad of things going on. And I all time say I've been around. I've seen a lot of things. When I see a lot of things, now I'm trying to figure out. Are we talking about organ harvesting of organs, and etc. Give me that because
We're talking about a combination of kidnapping, how they're kidnapping people, taking their organs, all that. This is everything. Because they got to kidnap you first to take your organs, right?
Yeah,
So,
well, I got news for you. It ain't just been around. Back in the day, we had a lot of funeral homes was a part of that. A lot of folks would wind up. And I'm gonna say something. Anybody ever lived in Dallas, Texas, know there was a funeral home called Black and Clark. If you broke your finger, chances are you didn't make it to Parkland. You ride DOA, you know. And it was sad because organ harvesting and selling has been around a long time, and how they try to hide it. And then a lot of hospitals would take a lot of the female placentas, and they would harvest things from that. So we have to find a way to put. That's why they begin to make midwives illegal, because if a child was born at home, then what did they do with the placenta? You know, so they find ways to get the placenta, and that's almost, and people never asked for it. But back in the day, my mother was a midwife. They would always get the placenta and go and bury it by a tree or something. You know, now some folks is freezing it. You know, so this thing has been going on a long time. Y'all might remember the child abduction there in Atlanta, Georgia, a number of years ago. You know, a lot of those kids came up missing. Same thing. And this thing has been going on a long time. What we
Hey,
have to do
hey,
is find.
Baba,
Yes,
how you
sir.
doing, man? I don't mean to interrupt, but your
That's all right.
spirit just
That's all right,
excited
my
me,
brother.
man.
Uh,
Yeah, man. You said that your mother was a midwife.
yes, sir.
Was you able to retain some of that knowledge on how to give natural births?
Yes, sir. A little bit of it, yes, sir.
Oh man, because look, I'm telling you, based off of everything you just said, I swear to God, on everything I love. Yesterday, me and my wife went to the hospital and they're trying to make her take all these pills, and I had protested right there in front of the white everybody, man. You know,
Right,
and
right.
and they tried to make me look like an angry black man, but I think I held my ground. But
Good.
what I'm thinking about doing is using religious rights to stand for my right to do a natural birth, because they're trying to make my wife take all these pills. They're saying because of her
That is your
blood and
right.
stuff in her blood. You know, they trying to run the shit on her. You know what I mean? They're trying to run
And,
that bullshit on her. And I'm
and they
not trying
should.
to allow the system to facilitate any way to get to my child taking blood and making it take vaccine shots. I don't want none of that on him. So
And
I'm
again,
trying so hard to fight right now. She's 7 months pregnant. So this is a great conversation. The fact that I met you. So I would love to hear what you got to say about that.
you do have those rights. All you need is get a letter from the organization where you're with, and let them know that
Mm.
it's against you all's religious practices. But have that to come in and do that. Anything artificial, you know, that's the thing we don't do. And they cannot violate your
My
religious
religious
rights.
rights. Exactly.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
you need a letter and get it notarized. And if they do, tell them if you do, I'm gonna sue. You know.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, by all means, I just did a couple of letters last year, and the brother want to have his wife have a children on, but we need our sisters to step up. And
Exactly, man. We need that, man.
we need them
Gosh, where
because
your sisters at, man?
yeah, that can learn. You know, we're going to all these school, but we need sisters to
God.
step up and start handling
And start
that.
doing that, man.
Yeah, because we're losing a lot because there are a lot of rituals and things that goes with that. It ain't just having a
Mhm.
baby. You understand?
Right.
How it's done. Certain things need to be taken into place. And
The
there are
7-day
certain readings.
ceremony.
Yes, and there's a reading needs to be done on that child when it's coming in the
Mhm.
world. So you know what Orisha's walking with, you know, what his calling, what his destiny is. And we're
Yes.
not doing that. We're sending folks into a
Yes.
world totally unprepared. They're out there like a feather in the wind, and you wonder what's happening
Absolutely.
to them. So now we've got to go back to the sisters, and they're going to learn the art of natural birth, and you also can get certified now. You can
Yeah.
get certified. You can get certified now to be a midwife, whatever. But don't get caught up in the system. But my
Yeah.
mother delivered a whole lot of babies, and I was fortunate enough to be there with her when she would do that, you know. And
Wow.
I was some of the mothers now. Some of y'all, any of y'all ever heard of sugar tit?
Nah, I ain't never heard of that one.
You ever heard of sugar
She
tit?
she got a channel?
No, the thing
No, you
about
mean
what?
she legit. She legit. She legit.
No, I said a sugar tit.
Or a
It's
sugar
called a
kid.
sugar tit. Hey, what's going on, a Mandinka? When a child started teething, they would take butter and sugar and tie it into an ironing cloth and rub his teeth with it, with the suck on. They didn't put pacifiers. Pacifier was the worst thing you can do to a child. Do not put a pacifier in that baby's mouth.
No. Okay.
Why
Yeah.
not? Why?
You know, because you're teaching on an artificial substance. They would take butter and sugar and mix it together, wrap it in a linen cloth, and tie it out and let that child suck on it before as it weans off the breast.
Wow. And one
Interesting.
quick thing I want to say about that whole thing when it really comes down to the placenta. What
Yeah, let's go
happens
with
is
that.
that they make you sign over. Let me tell you about see, there's a lot of people that are single mothers, right?
Yeah.
Because the man is not there, right? And that is the most vulnerable situation, because I've been through it twice, to have a child with the father not there.
All right. I see you, man.
It is a very vulnerable situation because even with me, even the C-section, when it came down to get a C-section, when it came down to tie my tubes, like I was getting inundated because it was during COVID and I was there at the hospital by myself. and I was basically being experimented on. Like every 5 seconds, there was doctors coming in there with like 5 and 6 different training doctors, and they just every time I had high blood, I had preeclampsia. Every time they tested my blood and it was high pressure or high blood pressure, they would take blood from me. Then on
High
top,
blood
and
pressure.
I yeah, because you get preeclampsia, right? And so they kept taking blood, but I had to get a blood transfusion during the birth, right? So why would you keep taking my blood after I've had a blood transfusion to restore the blood, right? So they're taking
Wow. Oh my God.
Then
Oh, that sounds
I asked
demonic.
them, can I like actually get my placenta?
Damn.
I had to. They wouldn't let me do it. It was like on some like I forget what I had to like. You had to ask for it beforehand. There's a whole you have to pay for it, like $200 to get your placenta. If you have a delivery in the hospital, you have to pay $200 for them to be able to give you your placenta.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? No, I fell off. I want to say peace and blessings to Sister Sakina Ra, Elder Baba Yashayaba. I always mention Eric, mad scientist. I would like their viewpoint on what I was discussing, what me and the young black Jesus Buddha Muhammad was discussing, and Queen Genesis. About the children coming up missing, organs coming up missing, the kidnapping. This is nothing new from 12 years of slave, proving that they've been snatching us up. It's just something that we can talk about. So I want to
Yeah,
start
so I wanted to say this real quick,
want,
but hold on, Mandinka. I wanted to say this real quick. So Baba, he just brought that situation up as an example that even though we have all these other things going on, that even on a minute level, because he did address those things. I think you came in late. He said, yeah, you have all those things going on. However, this is also something that happens in the medical system to where that's kind of like a thing that's a big deal. Like when you take that placenta, because that's where the stem cells are. And if you actually have an illness or whatever, you could grab that placenta. Most of us would used to freeze the placenta back in the day. And then if you had a whatever illness, you'd be able to take from that and be able to heal yourself and didn't need sometimes to go to the doctor because that stem cells that are in that, now they're taking that and taking that from us, putting it into different products, going in the hospital, and you see this what they'll call is placenta. There's an actual thing called placenta where I forget what the word of it, where they put it in these beauty products to help to like maintain beauty. So I just want to like catch you up on where we were in the conversation.
So let me add to that, because me, indigenous black man, he's been a pioneer on talking about stem cells and how they taking the babies, unborn bodies and using it in medical field.
Right.
They even putting it like they want to try to make themselves look younger.
Right.
So I'm gonna let Indigenous speak on that real quick. We done videos on this as well. Go ahead, Aki, introduce yourself.
What's going on? They talking about stem cell. Are we live?
Yeah, we live.
Okay, I don't know what all.
My fault. I should have told you. My fault. I thought you just watched.
We got the places where they were selling body parts to these places where there was, like clinics and stuff like that. You can look it up, where they had found body parts, all different body parts in bags, bunch of human body parts, and then there's a place where they was sending the bodies, and they wasn't, handling the bodies right. I guess the regulations wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And then how they're, through the jabs, if you understand what I'm saying, because we can't say the word, and I don't want to get them, but through the jabs, they was using stem cells in them and every other jab previous to this recent jab. And now they're starting to say that there's stem cells in that, but the stem cells are, they take the stem cells from fetal tissue. They're selling fetal tissue. They got, Planned Parenthood selling fetal tissue, and on tape, they had them on tape where they was talking about selling fetal tissue, and then the government backed away from funding fetal tissue research and all this stuff, And we've done that presentation, but that's and then they're using stem cells in cosmetics, and I mean, then you have to talk about CRISPR, the gene editing. You have to talk about gain of function. And, you know, remember Steve Harvey, JJ, when he put that stuff on his hand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve Harvey had it on his show, and Oprah, he said Oprah uses it on her face all the time.
You got to tell them what it's made out of. Baby foreskin.
Stem cells.
No, but
Stem cells probably from fetal tissue.
From fetal tissue from the baby's foreskin. Hold on, you missing the important part though.
Abortion.
Yeah, but they're using the baby's dingling foreskins, y'all, and they're making the cream.
They
talk about that.
Penis facials.
Yeah, penis facials. You know.
And one of those shots for a facelift with the stem cell facelift, there was 500,000 stem cells in one shot.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes, you know, more than one shot to do the facelift. So, you know, you take 5 or 6 shots. You know, that's 3 million.
But also,
you know what, Mandinka? Ask him this.
And it, you know, they had this abortion industry wide open and fetal tissues being sold and all that. That's why I went.
Hold up, Indigenous. Hold up, Indigenous DJ Genesis has something to say. Go ahead.
So you know that they're talking about that whole thing, adrenochrome, right? So when you even talk about abortion, you talk about fetal tissue taken from a penis while you're doing a circumcision, and then all this, and then they have this adrenochrome, right? So this is a baby is crying and screaming during that time. So the blood that's rushing into that foreskin is of a person that's in duress, right? Right. So there's like that adrenaline that's probably going into that's feeding that particular thing. And then on top of that, if you have an abortion, that baby is in distress, right? So this is actually feeding into it. It actually makes a sense about the argument about this whole adrenochrome argument. It might not be. I don't know if they might be really like siphoning like that from kids, but they really need to do that when they're able to grab a foreskin off of a baby during a circumcision where he's screaming and hollering, and abortion where a baby is probably in the room terrified, running from a vacuum that is about to suck it out. So let me just show that people might not even see that this might be the same kind of situation in a infantile state.
It all ties in. It all ties into the trauma that our people went through. And now, let's talk about that adrenochrome stuff real quick. I know it's kind of off topic, but all this ties in to the torture. Go ahead and then speak on that.
It's not on topic because it's human trafficking. See, even adults have adrenochrome. We all have pineal glands, okay? And then when, you know, what I heard, you know, story that I heard was they said that, you know, this is just me. This is Lynn talking, okay? You know, I mean, and like I said, they take the person, torture a person in front of, you know, like you torture somebody in front of somebody else, right? The person you torture, they extract the adrenochrome from their pineal gland. Because that's where that fluid that rushes up into your pineal gland to turn into adrenochrome. You understand? And like she was saying, when you're under duress or under extreme stress, they say the worse stress you're under when they extract that adrenochrome, the better it is. So can you imagine being human trafficked and somebody murders somebody or unalives somebody in front of another person, and they say that adrenochrome is good, but guess how much better the person who sat there and had to watch that.
And all you watching in the audience, can you imagine?
Hold on. I want to engage real quick. Hold on, just real quick. Go ahead, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, and Baba Yashar.
Yeah, can you imagine Negroes in the audience? And I gotta speak to you like this because this is how Malcolm talked, right? He had to say Negro. We have to call the name because are you a Negro? We can't accept this. We're men. We are men. And man cannot allow no more of this injustice for our people. And we have to rise up and find some moral conscience in our minds so that we can assume the position of a Khalifa. And a Khalifa is a man who is a governor over himself, a God, a governor over his desire. A governor over his desire means, ladies and gentlemen, he is a man who does not care about his desires anymore. We must see the moral the immediateness of us men. You youngsters out there 20 and 30s, man, y'all need to stop playing video games, man. Y'all need to stop acting like your life is a game. Stand up, man. It's time. It's time to rise up. Join an organization, join something. It's time for you to get conscious so you can be an advocate against this. This is injustice, man. These are your people. You don't want to have children and you got to be thinking about going to the hospital with your wife and you sitting there, the white man is looking at you. You trust this. You believe in the white man, don't you? You believe in this. You believe in this devil who got your kids over here. He said, the sister just gave a testimony. He said that they was taking the blood and telling her that we got to give you blood. What kind of shit is that? That's some Dracula shit. That's demonic. If y'all don't see what's going on, this is the continuation of eugenics. We're in a war, and you young men have to answer the call for advocacy. Because if you don't, then your youth are in trouble, man. It's your time, man. It's time to shine. Right on, man. Thank you for the information. This is just motivation, man.
Real quick, I know the Mad Science has been very patient waiting. So I wanted to give him a chance to be able to speak, and then Baba Yashaba, I know that you were still talking as well. So
now I wanted to invite. And 15 years ago, that was a movie came out called "We Come in Peace," and he just hit it because this alien was taken from the pineal gland and using an endorphin, the endorphin in there, to give him strength and things and wisdom. And the movie was called "We Come in Peace," and that was 15 years ago. It was considered science fiction. Now it's actually being used. And what I want to say to our brothers and sisters today: get off of this stuff that we were using now. What they call about just slipped my mind.
Off of the ignorance. Get off to the ignorance. Get off of the the Negro pill.
But we're using soybean. Soybean calcifies the hypothalamus, man. You wonder why all these guys and all this thing. Look up what soybean does to the hypothalamus gland. Take a look at it. You wonder why all this feminine? Look at what all our food now has got. I got a buddy, and he's a farmer. He's gonna be on the show. They raising a whole lot of soybeans, and it's in everything. And I know it's a little bit off subject, but we're talking about taking a person's character away, giving him an artificial character, transferring his energy vampires. And the show is very important because I've seen some of these things in my lifetime with my mom. They asked this. When I was in the hospital a few weeks ago, they draw blood every 3 hours. They was drawing blood, Mandinka, every 3 hours.
That's sick, man. That's sick.
Wake you up in the middle of your sleep. Wake you up in the middle of the night to draw some blood.
In the middle of the night, they put in. I look like a pin cushion. And a lot of times they couldn't get the vein, and they would bruise you. You know, and the vein would blow up. Up. You know, and it's bad.
Yeah, because they ain't trained to stick you right. They just stick you how they want to.
They got them rookies in there learning on you, and they're hurting. I got stuck 16 times, man.
That's injustice, man.
I said, "Oh no, we ain't doing this no more."
Honey, I was in there for a week. Imagine how many times I got stuck, honey. I got an IV stuck. My whole arm blew up. My whole arm was swollen. I had to ring like it was hurting so bad. I said, listen, there's something wrong with this. It got bruised so bad. I was like, what the? And it killed the vein. It killed the vein and everything. Like this is the type of stuff going on, you know?
Yeah, so they don't care about your veins, but the main thing they care about is your organs, ladies and gentlemen. So if you got organs on your as a youth, you get your license, you think you're doing a noble thing, yeah. No, don't sign up for organ. Why can't the family benefit off organs when you die? Why shouldn't be like, you know what? When I go, hey man, y'all sell my organs to help benefit my burial and my family, whatever, you know, whatever this costs, put it towards that. They're not doing that. Who gives them the right to benefit off your family's tragedy? They don't even know
What's the cost of a lung? What's the cost of a lung? What does a lung cost or a heart cost?
Hold up. Okay, hold up. We got two people talking. Go ahead, Indigenous. Hold up, Elder, real quick. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, if I'm not mistaken, isn't placenta fetal tissue?
Yeah, it probably would be. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So like I said, see all these stem cells, where are they getting them from? Where are they? And that's what I asked them in 2020. I asked them, with all these abortions. See, that's what I was saying. I was trying to get to that point. That is the main point. But then when you ask yourself the question on another, on another cause, when we talk about the adrenochrome, where are they getting all this adrenochrome from?
The babies.
People's
fear.
Like I said,
People's fear who they kill. Yeah, the movie Saul is not just no joke, Indigenous. Go ahead. I'm sorry. The movie Saul, like I say, man, when you heighten that fear.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me throw this in real quick.
But you know what? We skipped to. Hey, I'm sorry. Okay, good.
Adrenaline goes up into that pineal gland and stimulates the creation of the adrenochrome, brother.
Right.
So that is, like I said, under stress or duress, extreme stress or extreme duress, like that is when they say it's the best.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, just like I'm telling you about these stem cells, where are they getting all them from? And we answered that question. It ain't just from, because people die every day, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? But like, where are they getting all this? Because they say it's the best drug on the planet.
Okay, now is that a rhetorical question? Hold on, brother. Is that a rhetorical question? So let's see if Sakina Ra or Eric the Mad Scientist, they haven't went yet. So let's get their viewpoint. We really haven't heard them speak. Okay. So sisters go first, Eric Mad Scientist, and then you get in.
Peace and love in the chat. Peace and love on the panel. Love y'all.
Hey, you ain't gotta go nowhere. I'm just saying.
Shout out to y'all, man.
Okay, well, peace and love, indigenous black men and the mad scientists and anybody else that just came to the chat. But I do agree with the stem cells going further back because I remember I'm a great Columbo watcher and I go back with all these older shows and I think the elder mentioned some of these things, but I remember they were putting some, I don't know if it was stem cells or what, but they were adding them into cosmetics, right? And people were breaking out. Some people had responses to these things with the cosmetics. Why? Because they were used to make you look young, right? And so later on, you had Ambi. Ambi was one of the products that was using what is this called?
Rabbits? Were the rabbits or what? Like
not rabbits, it
animals?
was placenta.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. And so then you had that pink moisturizer lotion. And then you had a few other products and hair products and facial products and creams, moisturizer creams for your face, right? Especially in black product care for your face, right? For things to take wrinkles and stuff out your face and for crow eyes and things, right? And this is what it was for. You see what I'm saying? And either it was in a powder form or it was in a hair care product. These are the two different things, but one was like I said, the elder was speaking about. I'm not sure which one it was, but the other one was in a placenta form and it was used for hair. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I remember those two products. Right, and I'm not sure if one of them was even, it was called Black and White.
Yeah. So can I ask you a question? How do you feel about the young women, the young kids? I mean, a lot, not just kids, but a lot of our women, our men, just coming up missing, being baited, being kidnapped, being, the hospitals some of the hospitals are involved. and this organ harvesting underground type of thing going on. You remember what was her name? Shanika Jenkins. They were trying to get her organs. We showed earlier the young black model. He went from Midwest to California, ended up missing his organs missing.
I mean, we can say that and go even deeper and say, like I say this several times, like when the last time you seen a new graveyard? Because we've seen graveyards being built on top of tombstone, on top of tombstone, on top of tombstone. But when the last time you hear people say, well, my family own their graveyard, but we've been here for how many thousands of years and you ain't seen a new graveyard yet, but people still have room on top of room on top of room on top of room. And these people been here for how long? And y'all ain't opened a new space yet?
Right.
Okay.
Like new graveyard coming soon. Yeah, he ain't seen that. That's a good point. All of us has been born. You see the same graveyard till you die. You sure right in your community.
Right.
You
So
sure right.
you know,
Yeah,
and then
right.
people coming up missing, but for every day somebody gone, because you used to get the newspaper with the death paper piece in it, but for every day that somebody gone, somebody's born.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I know, bro. You want to let mad scientists get?
Yeah,
Because I
let
want
him
to say
go.
something.
Listen,
Mad
this is
scientists.
a hot topic, you guys. And
Yeah,
everybody
go ahead,
got
let
something to
mad
say.
scientists here
The
get that.
mad
Because I was
scientists are
about to
very
say something.
patiently waiting, you guys. So go ahead,
Yeah.
mad scientists.
Go ahead, bro.
I want to say peace to everybody. For being brave. Let me say for firstly being brave to talk about these topics. You know, I talk about these
Yeah,
topics all the
100%.
time, but this is
Peace,
something
bro.
brave to talk about. So, I got in a lot of trouble talking about this stuff on Facebook and TikTok. So I'm glad people talk about it on YouTube. But first, I want to talk about the stem cell. I will kind of going backwards. So the stem cells, they're also doing what I call dead babies to it. Is they're cloning. It's called third period cloning, where they're cloning babies and taking the stem cell out before it comes into an embryo. You know, to me, I still call that killing babies because they're still inhumane because you're still creating a human baby, but you're taking you're using it only for the stem cell, right? And the blood part of the babies. If you research Elizabeth
Wait,
Bathory,
1 second. When you said they using the stems, they trying to create a human by using the stem cells of a baby.
well, they're cloning. It's called third period cloning. You got two different clones where you could clone and it's fully cloned into all the way to a baby to where it's birth, and then they got third period cloning when they clone it into a fetus before it gets to the embryo, and then they take the stem cell out. You know what I'm saying? So they're
But has
cloning.
it been? But has it been actually done, or is this just something that they're still in research?
This is something that they're researching on. But what I'm gonna say is, I know science is they say they're not doing it, but I think they, sometimes they do these things on outside of the scale, people not knowing.
I
You know what
got
I
you,
mean?
like some
Yeah, you said
underground shit, like some
yeah,
Illuminati
but
shit.
it's called
Yeah,
therapeutic cloning though. So if you look it up, you can see that it's a
I'm on
thing.
it, bro. I'm on it.
Um, and then
Wow.
secondly, when you talk when they talk about the baby blood thing, right?
Mm.
If you go back to Elizabeth Bathory, she killed over 1,500 children, and she's the bad for their blood because she thought it would make her young, and they had to actually lock her up in a room till she died. So a lot of that
Wow.
stuff been going on from way back then. I think her name is Queen Elizabeth Bathory. You know what I'm saying? Even when you look at the Eminem poster, he got to where he's sitting in a tub of blood. He's like representing her.
Erica Badu did the same thing, but she was in a
Exactly.
tub of steaming. I
Yeah.
mean, just wicked and sick.
So
Yeah.
so then when we go to the trafficking, a lot of these kids are going to Pacific Asia. They've been trafficking overseas. They're coming back, right? And they're becoming one of the biggest traffickers people don't talk about are what we call pimps. Pimps are one of the biggest traffickers because a lot of them women come back and they're becoming pimped into the streets, and that's why a lot of people don't see them either. So they'll come they get ticketed from where I'm from, Virginia. And next, they in California, so we're being pimped out. Um,
Wow.
yeah,
Whoa. You
so
say the pimps come from Cali to the
yeah,
East Coast?
pimps are sex traffickers. You know
No,
what I mean?
you
That's what they are.
100. You
Yeah,
not lying, bro. You not
yeah,
lying. Them
they
niggas,
sex
them
traffickers.
niggas come from Cali and they be out here in DC trying to
Yep.
get these little young sisters, man, walking up and down the street
Yeah.
who ain't got no fathers and shit.
Yeah,
They
back in
be
the day,
picked.
they
They
used to
be
try to
they.
catch them in the bars and stuff, but now they got people they can go to and just get them. You know what I mean? And train them.
Wow, man, we gotta put penalties on these niggas, man. This is a war, y'all. This is a
Yeah.
war.
So
This is a war,
so
man.
then so then we, like you said, is like they were talking about is hospitals. They got hospitals, police officers. They don't lock up gang members all the way up to people that work at Disney to I mean all these people work together. They don't lock them up together in 119 people, some being police officers, some hospital people, some gang members, all of them working together and this organ trafficking, sex trafficking, and then you have labor trafficking. So they're taking a lot of these people and they're getting money off it. You know, a lot of them is benefiting off this. You know, it's money wise, and a lot of that stuff is getting sold in the black market too. I mean, not black market, black it's an internet thing. Like, I forgot what they call it. It's black.
It's the black market or the dark web.
Yeah, the dark web. Yeah, they're selling it through the dark web and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that's a lot of that stuff going because like down here where I'm in Virginia too, a lot of girls just missing too. Like I have a cousin, she went somewhere, she tried to go to this hotel, then she walked off barefooted. Next thing you know, she just disappeared. You know what I mean?
Seriously,
But
y'all, I'm so
Sorry to hear that,
sorry.
bro. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but
I just
yeah, I
want
mean,
listen.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Mhm.
just wanted to tell y'all I'm finna go, but it was a pleasure being up here with y'all, and it's a wonderful topic. And
Yeah.
DJ
Thanks
Genesis,
for coming.
I'm gonna go come back and watch it because this was a really nice presentation. And
Please
Mandinka
do.
Molly, I appreciate you and Sakima and Karima on the Lions Den. I appreciate y'all having me. I'm gonna
Yeah,
come
well,
back.
hey,
Listen.
go
Hold on,
catch
hold
up. I
on.
done the State of the Conscious Community Part 1. It was talking about reparations. We did
Yeah.
Part 2 on redlining. Part 3 was postpartum slave syndrome. Part 4, I forgot. And this Part 5.
Oh,
And this
this
is what we
guy.
do.
Okay,
This
because
what
my notifications is not working, and I've been working on my computer trying to get my bill or whatever to work, and I don't know if I'm messing my computer up, trying to hesitate to not take it to Geek Squad, but
Yeah.
I probably will.
A lot of us are shadow banned. Like me, I'm shadow banned. That's why I
Yeah.
only see 3 people in the chat.
Lions Den, they shadow ban. With JJ7KTV shadow ban. Our groups on Facebook is shadow ban. They try to control the back chats. They everywhere. So what I'm saying,
That's right.
hey, let your spirit guide you to where you need to be. Don't let nobody
Exactly.
else tell you where you need to be.
Well,
You
that
know
might
what
be why I'm
spiritual
not
food
getting
you
no
need.
notifications, but I'm finna go. My grandson just came back from Tokyo. He been gone for
Okay.
a month, so
Oh, that's
I'll
a
be back
blessing.
though, and I'll
All
watch
right,
y'all.
Welcome
we
back.
appreciate
Welcome
you.
back. Welcome back, sir.
Yeah.
All right, well, peace to everybody. This is wonderful, y'all. Thank y'all so much for having me.
Thank you for
Baba
coming,
Yeah.
sister.
Yashai, did you have something to say? I think that you
Yeah,
had.
no,
Yeah.
I gotta step away for a minute, but I'll be back.
All right,
Okay.
Baba.
I'll be back. All right.
Nice
All
to
right,
meet you,
yo.
sir.
All right. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
so hold on,
I
let me
want
let
to
me let me last
yeah,
I
let,
wanted to
let,
make it.
let
I
him
wanted to
play.
make.
let me land my
Black
plane real
people.
quick.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And then just the last thing we have to realize too, from the history of Helen, when they stole her cells, what they used her cells is one of the most powerful cells that they took, and that cures cancer today. So remember, and I got people I need people to understand this too. They make us believe that all of us are the same people. When I say the same people, meaning some of us have special parts, and they're looking for these parts. They're looking for these specific bloods. They're looking for these specific things, and they know about them. You know what I'm saying? So they're researching, they're studying on us all the time. They've been studying on us for 300-400 years. They won't doing that for no reason. You know, I put a girl that had the book out when they were talking about the doctors. They look at us as we take more pain than others. You know what I mean? Like these doctors, that's why they do a lot of stuff to us because they think we could take more pain than any other humans. You know what I mean? They think they know we are special. They know we have things that just in our bodies can cure a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? So they're using it. They're using gangs. They're using these violence and these murders are going into the streets, and they're using that to harvest. Like you said, it was a time where we heard about I think it was a documentary a dude was doing, and they were talking about how they was putting caskets in the ground. They go back and dig them up. You know what I mean? Taking their jury, or they're taking the organs. We don't know where their organs going. We could say all day we don't want our organs donated. How we know what they doing with the organs? No, they're not giving it to the family. They're not giving it to nobody. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of these things these people can do because we inside of their matrix. You know what I mean? They control a lot of this stuff. But that's all I have to say.
Yo, that's power. That's 100%. Yo, all y'all in the audience who just listened to this brother speak, the mad scientist, that was 100% voltage to your subconscious mind. This is the state of consciousness, man, and this is really what's going on. And we got a secret force out there that's able to operate right beneath your eyes, right underneath your eyes, really right underneath your sight. And it's important that you tune in, because if you don't, then you're going to be the one caught in the matrix, and you're going to be a smith. And so we're trying to unsmith you. If you can understand the parables and the metaphors, is that you have to rise up to a state of consciousness so you know that you have a will, you have a willpower. And once you know your rights as a human being, then you're going to stand for your rights. You should have some type of feeling about what you're hearing about tonight, this evening. And there's everything that JJ has brought out in each and every episode is corroborated with this very topic. The brother is talking about forces that operate behind closed doors. And JJ brought out in one of the videos, I don't know if it was part 5 or 4 or 4 or 3, with regarding the Boule and these secret societies and how they have these desires and rituals that they do. I've actually done a research, and Albert Pike has confessed who the god of the Freemasons is. It's Lucifer. And Charles Darwin in the 1890, after they freed the slaves, many philosophers in this age were developing new philosophies to see free black men. You gotta think about this, people. Your ancestors were slaves for 300 years. They demoralized them, took their name, culture, and religion, but there was still something about that black man that he did not give up is his will. He wanted to fight the Civil War because for him that was an insurrection. You see, the black man who fought in the Civil War didn't look at that war like, oh, I'm going to help the white. He saw himself getting free. So once the black man got his freedom in 1865, the white elite, the secret boule, as JJ brought out, were then developing new ways of thinking for these free niggas. Because, once you get free, can you imagine what your ancestors, can you imagine you in that moment when the niggas said you free now? Your chest probably was open a little bit. Your confidence probably went up. Everything changed about your psychology. And at that moment, the white man was developing new philosophies to create to his peers. And now we're seeing it in full effect in 2025 with this trafficking shit, with this organ harvesting. With now you gotta be I gotta get your blood, and I gotta use your blood as a sin. These people are infatuated with satanic rituals. It's deeper than what you're seeing right here, people. And what we're just trying to do is to get you conscious, because you could be liable to their threats and attacks. And what we got to do now is speak up like our ancestors did and start to become advocates of justice, so that we can be the new generation of young people who are not afraid to say what needs to be said and what needs to be done. And this is the only solution for this particular time that we're living in. If you're not conscious, then this is the time to get conscious. Do not be afraid. Free your mind. Like Tim said, free your mind and you could be free. And this is the time to do it right here on this beautiful day, Friday, on the JJ 7000 platform, Lions Den TV. This is Jack Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad. This is the state of consciousness. Wake your ass up. Wake your ass up, y'all.
I got something to say before I leave. I'm about to leave out. Can I
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to just to piggyback on what you were saying about this rituals, the satanic stuff. Just y'all people remember. I remember this. Rituals, sacrificing, this what we call satanic stuff. This stuff is old as men. Okay, this old as men itself. This stuff has been around. This stuff has been around for thousands of years, and it never went anywhere. It's only been hidden. That's all it is.
That's
It
right.
it never went away. These people still doing rituals. They still doing little sacrifices on the side. They still praying the idols. They still, you know what I mean. They still
All of
got
that.
they still doing voodoo. Like I just was doing a show on blood magic. It's called blood magic. Where I don't know if y'all ever heard about it, but it's in the South where women take their period blood and put it in spaghetti
Oh my God. That's trifling.
it's called blood sex magic to where it makes the man hooked on a woman. You know, I've seen it done. I've seen it done. So, you know, it's a lot of that going on in the South is voodoo. You know what I'm saying? But we do it so long, the tradition been going on so long that we don't understand where it actually comes from. But I'm just showing the powerful of how we look at blood, just how powerful
Right.
blood is to the human. You know,
That's
so
facts.
I'm JJ, yeah, hit me up more. Y'all keep talking on it. I be at work sometimes, so that's why I don't get it. But I love these topics, man. I'm glad y'all
Yeah.
talking about this. I'm glad
That's
y'all
why I
brave enough to
invited you.
talk about this. Cause I went on Facebook before they threatened me. They told me they would take my whole page away. I went on TikTok and started talking about stuff, and they actually told me they was gonna call the police on me. So I just stopped
Wow.
talking about certain stuff on certain places. JJ know one time I did a show on YouTube, they took the whole thing down. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, we did
yeah.
that. Yeah, that was a good show too, man.
Yeah,
That was a
Yeah.
powerful show.
yeah.
So now you see the people of the audience, you hearing the type of grievances that one goes through when one gets to this level of consciousness. Remember, it's the state of consciousness. The state of consciousness that you're in is going to evolve when you start to when you walk through these doors. However, are you ready to face the consequences? Because this is the consequences that you got to face for walking through that door in that state of consciousness. If you're not ready, then what we saying is support those who are already in that door.
Cause I was just
Help
letting
us
y'all know,
out.
y'all.
We not
Like,
gonna be
See, real
scared.
quick.
You know what I
We
mean?
both brothers. They in their 30s. See,
Right on.
I want to turn the wheel over to them, so that I ain't got to fight as hard. Eric Mad
That's right.
Scientist, he in his 30s. This young brother, Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad, in his 30s, and then
That's
you
right.
got the council behind him.
Yeah.
See, listen, I'm
He's on
48
the
years
star.
old. I'm 48, and my audience is like what almost 80% male. And
Yeah.
so I try to bring things that are
Man.
going to affect
Speaking that
them
pop.
and what's going on in there to like really speak to
Pop
them.
make you
about
burp.
stuff.
Sorry, y'all.
That's
But
right.
I wanted to show you that it's not just about the alive bodies that are going down that are getting kidnapped. Let's get into this. Watch this.
Peace. Now I'm sure y'all remember when I made this video, right? About the graves, bodies not being in there. Then y'all remember when I made this video about graves, bodies not being in there. Then y'all remember when I made this video, graves, where are all the bodies? There are no bodies in there. More receipts, more proof. Check this shit out.
But we couldn't find any remains, so they dug up the
answers
second
to Kayla's
spot
question.
and the third spot and didn't find any remains. The cemetery would have us believe that because it's been 20 years, it happens that everything that was buried in that casket has returned to the earth. As a dad, that doesn't make sense to me. She was buried in clothes. The casket had metal on it. She had on shoes. But they're telling us that she's not here and they don't have any other answers for us. Pretty much just closed the conversation. I'm not really sure what else to do, but like I said, the dad and me will not let this just die. Again, this is Hillcrest Memorial in Augusta, Georgia, and I want some answers. They don't.
Listen, I said it once and I'm gonna say it again. Y'all need to look into what's going on with these bodies. Ain't no bodies in these graves. People are going back looking for their people. They ain't in there. Caskets are getting repainted. Cemetery.
So if the bodies are not in the caskets, exactly where are the bodies at? So I just stumbled across the video, and the man, he dig graves for a side hustle. And he said that it was one job he was on. He had to dig up the grave, and the grave was light. Like it was crooked or whatever, they had to bring it up. And he realized that, like, dang, this casket is very light. So he said something to the head person about it. And they basically told him, like, look, don't ask questions you ain't ready for. And now that the video has blown up, he's basically like saying he about to lose his job, like they own him. He talking too much. They're trying to silence him basically. And then that bring me to like just a couple days ago, I went to go visit my child's father at the gravesite. And it was somebody that recently had just got buried right next to him, like fresh. And I was like, just thinking to myself, I was like, dang, like these grave sites are actually very close for these caskets to be so like, spacious and, just so big and, whatever. I was like, dang, it's so close and you never really hear of another grave site like opening up and, more. And this video got me thinking like, damn, are they really like burying people? Or when we leave and pull off, because they don't like pull them, like reel them down while you sitting on them, like, I don't know, y'all. Now I'm thinking.
Basically, like I guess we're saying is they putting the bodies in there? No.
I mean,
They
she,
shot them apart.
she just getting woke. She getting woke, man.
Right.
That's how I see it.
Everybody's
getting woke,
waking up
man.
to it. Everybody's waking
People
up to it.
getting
Like,
wake, man.
Youngster.
wake it up, y'all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Indigenous. Go ahead, Indigenous.
Yeah, well, see, like I told y'all, they in these clinics, they had body parts in bags.
Yeah, we showed that earlier.
Some of them had heads sewn on, male heads sewn on the women.
Yeah, we showed that video earlier, Indigenous. We showed it because we already went over that. Yeah, but I showed that. Yep.
Where'd you get it from?
I showed it here today, bro. What do you mean where I get it from? On the video, shit.
No, okay. All right. Well, yeah. Anyway.
Same video. That's what I'm trying to say. Same video we talked about.
Our video where I showed it?
No, I'm saying I looked it up again and showed the same content.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We showed it where they like the head sewn off.
Like I said, this has already been done in presentation. This is, my talking point. When I'm just saying that we're forgetting that,
brother, listen, Indigenous, this is a talking point for everybody, bro. Indigenous, no, stop. No, nobody stole your talking point, bro. This is a topic
I didn't say that. I said I'd already went over this in the presentation earlier.
Yeah, we already went over this before.
But I mean, like I said, I've been saying this for years. So, regardless of what is said and who says it needs to be said.
Right. It's about the solution. It's about what are we about to do about it now? Because we gotta do something about it now. It's about the solution. What are we gonna do about it? Because we're the conscious people, man, and it's really the people out there who. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, sir. We hear you loud and clear.
So why'd you cut me off?
Because I want you to hear the point, bro.
I'm adding on to the build. I don't want you two to argue about why, who brought the information out.
You are regurgitating my shit, though. This is
oh man, you know what, bro? I'm finna hang your ass up.
We don't see, and that's the type of spirit we don't need in the revolution, because that's the spirit of greed, of like seeking attention. We don't do this. We don't do this for that, man. We don't do this for attention.
Acting like that, man.
Yeah, we don't do this.
Does he
for
have
that.
a page where he did it at? We can like show his page. I mean,
I guess everybody.
Yeah, but it don't. But sister, that's not the point. It's the state of consciousness. It's about the message to the people. We're not trying to get our point reward. We're not trying to get praise.
Right.
We don't do this for praise. We do this for the revolution. We do this for the upliftment of the people. We need donations. We need support. We need help from the people. You know what I'm saying? So it's about who's most. If it's like this, what's great about hustling is that all hustlers can sell the same product. But what makes one hustler better than the other hustlers is how he sold it. We can all sell the same thing, but the one who sold it the best gets the reward. So if he brought it out before, but he wasn't able to drive it to the people to get the reward, we want to get support from the people. It's the essence of what we're doing is we're trying to convince the people that you should believe in us to guide you on your social affairs in life, because we are so conscious of what's going on while you're working and paying bills, and you got tickets and you got family issues and you got a whole lot of things going on in your life. And we over here studying hour after hour, minute after minute, giving y'all information to nourish you. We're just saying, hey, look, support us. But the one who got the best ability
to bring people to do that should be the one who get the reward. But we
I'm
don't
not
want to
even
be
asking for
sitting
no
here.
reward
We don't want
though.
to be sitting here
Jesus,
talking about I'm the first
Jesus.
one to do this. You
Right,
know,
right, hold
that's
on.
not what
Jesus,
it's about.
Jesus,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I gotta, break the bill. But I nobody asking for no damn praises.
that's right.
If I know the
We don't want
information,
it.
and then like the Shanika Jenkins story been out before that, kidnapping
Mhm.
been known, but you ain't the first person that ever told me this. Ain't no
Mhm.
not now you turn on the ones that got your back. Now I'm regurgitating his information. First it was
Yeah,
all the odds. Man, that's a sickness, bro.
yeah.
Get on the camera so you can have it documented instead of me holding the phone for you. You turn against the person to hold the goddamn phone up to the goddamn computer or the damn tablet, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man, you got to chill out for a while and come back, man, and regroup, bro, and focus on the goddamn mission at hand. It ain't about because I'm sure if you wasn't the first person on the planet to say it, and everybody don't listen to you so they can hear it from somewhere else. Just because we meet at the same road don't mean that you showed me the way to get there. You understand? Come on,
So
man.
let's get into this. Let's get into this. So it's
That's right.
1.5 million
Yeah.
black men missing.
Mm.
And I want to give a shout out to Richard Fowler and his show because he brought that out. Let's go into it.
Happy spring to you all.
Let's get it.
As always, here on the Fowler Show, we're here to inform you, to empower you, and to help you get your voice back. Tonight's show, America, is absolutely, positively no different. We have all the segments that you can use: news by the numbers, political maniacs, and oh, so much more. But right now, it's time for your news by the numbers. There's no talking points. There's no talking heads. There's no smoking guns. Tonight, love, it is you, me, and nothing but the numbers. And tonight's number, America, is 1.5 million. Yes, indeed, it is true. A New York Times report indicated that 1.5 million African-American men are missing in the United States.
Wow.
Don't worry, they weren't abducted by aliens, but they were abducted. And I say abducted seriously because of really, really bad laws and even worse policies. America, this is how it all boils down. Between the age of 25 to 54, 1.5 African-American men have disappeared from free society. Majority of them, a good majority of them, are part of the United States prison population. Now, the United States prison population has increased drastically from the 1980s, even though homicides in this country are down whopping numbers, right? So homicides are down big time. But the prison population is up since the 1980s. Now, I guess everybody's trying to figure out, okay, so that would mean we have a tipping point. You are indeed correct, you smart ones out there. Here is the tipping point. Ronald Reagan, the war on drugs. Non-violent drug offenders, right, have increased tremendously since the 80s, which is why African Americans are disappearing. Now, that you can't look at drug offense in a vacuum, because then you have people say, well, they're criminals and deserve to go to jail. But you got to put it in context. So you have communities that are dilapidated, right? You have public education systems that are not properly funded and don't have adequate resources, right? You have job training programs that don't have adequate resources and aren't properly funded. There's no jobs in the community, no investment going into the community. So people resort to the only way they can eat. And that, drug violence, drug abuse. And because, thanks to first Richard Nixon and then Ronald Reagan, they've seen drugs or drug use as a crime instead of as a public health issue. Drug abuse is a healthcare problem, like schizophrenia, bipolarity, alcoholism. Those are all medical problems. But Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon saw it fit to make those what we would like to call criminal justice problems. And thus, they've overloaded our prisons with nonviolent drug offenders. And so now you have a situation where African Americans are disappearing at record number, right? There was 1,217 deadly police shootings between 2010 and 2014, capturing the federal data that shows black men aged 15 to 19 were killed at a rate of 31.7 per million, while just 1.7 per million white men were killed in the same age range at the hands of police. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we don't have a problem with criminality in our community. But we have to ask ourselves first how the African American community got there. And I can't answer for you in one segment, but do your research, folks, because where there's smoke, there's fire. And correlation doesn't always equal causation. But I want folks to go back, do your research. Let's have a real conversation about this. And let's not just kick around talking points. But let's get to the root of the problem. And like my mom always says, instead of let's stop treating the symptoms and start looking for a cure.
That's what you said, Buddha. Hey, that's exactly what you said.
Yeah, man. Look,
I Richard Fowler, I want to give a shout out to his channel real quick. His channel for bringing that point out. I want to give him a shout out because we are using his content. So shouts out to Richard Fowler for even bringing that to the table. And we talk about we have to find something to do and how to do it and how to fix it. But if 1.5 million of our black brothers are in prison, how do we fight this issue? when our kids are being stolen from us, when the fathers are not even there to protect.
Exactly. The solution, lady, the solution, sister, and I'm just one person giving a suggestion, is that we have to now internalize the struggle of our ancestors. The man brought up Ronald Reagan's war on drugs and then used statistics to show the um the consequence of dilapidated communities, no jobs,
Yeah,
etc.
the crack
So
epidemic. They're putting guns and drugs
yeah,
in the community. He didn't even go over
exactly.
that.
Exactly. So you
That's
see,
what caught me a
so
red
so
flag with that right there. I
that's right.
mean,
And
we
so
tried.
yeah, so you
Okay,
know,
brother.
Richard Fowler was absolutely correct talking about the dilapidated communities and the things that are against us, right? But now the resources that black men decided to attain to survive, which is drugs, is still not something to
And guns.
sympathize. I don't
Use guns.
sympathize with no drug dealer because the drug dealer is still a poison to the community because now the young people are looking up to that. And then what happens is they end up becoming the victims of the nigga culture, which means that they're not gonna be home with their kids and their woman. They're gonna be out fucking any and everything with a vagina and no respect for the woman beating a woman up. So we see the drug dealing, the solution of dilapidated communities, no jobs leading to drug dealing is not a good solution. What we got to do is we have to, as men, reinvent the wheel, reform and revive the traditions of honor and integrity. Malcolm X. Malcolm X used to be into all of that. But the miracle X is that when you internalize yourself, meaning you go within and see why you are like this, and then you have some time to yourself enough to where you can now implement some new revived education, then you can be able to have a new standard for yourself where drugs can never be the last solution to survival. You can still sell some incense. You can still sell some oils. You can still, you as a man have to hold up some level of standard so that you know that I will never go this route, because when you do that, you become demoralized. And that's the reason why the sister said the men are not home, because how are we going to be able to raise up a new era of men who still think drug dealing is cool? We got to make that shit uncool, because because look, I'm living in the dilapidated community. I'm living in these type of communities where a lot of young men are looking at the dealers like the cool niggas on the block. They're like the jocks of the neighborhood. They get all the women, they have all the pussy, and they look cooler. But the Black Panther used to be cool. We used to be the cool niggas on the block.
Hey, let's keep it PG. It's early.
I'm sorry.
And the Black Panther actually turned into the drug dealer. Remember the Black
exactly,
Panther
and that sister
the
is
Crips and
you're
the
absolutely
folk
you're
and
absolutely
so and so and the Vice Lord. So that's so what
exactly.
happened to that?
You're absolutely, the sister is absolutely right, and this is what goes right back to my point: is that the RGY is, we're saying that the
Now,
only way we're going to be
RGY
able
stand
to
for what's
a
that
rightly
for?
guided, yeah, the rightly guided youth organization. We saying that we acknowledge what the sister has brought out of the lingering effect of drugs in organizations when they're living in dilapidated communities, economic struggles. Is that when you get tested like Job, and I got to bring that story in just for the sake of the conversation, is that when you get tested and you being brought down to that level of struggle economically, then now your moral compass is in question. If you are a man or a woman who gets affected in your finances, affected in your economics, or you're struggling and you're feeling like you lose everything, and maybe you may have to go to a shelter. The question is, do you now start sucking? Do you now start bending over? Do you now start becoming an alcoholic? You see, because this is now the test of your morality. If Black men had a higher moral code, then we can eliminate the effect that drug dealers have on them. We won't see them as cool. We're gonna say, you know what? It's hard for me, but you know what? As long as I got enough money, I could still buy me some incense. I could sell these jumps on the train. Like, you still trying to find ways to survive. I've seen a brother. He actually used to post. He used to post up in front of the storage buildings, right? And all the storage buildings is where people, store their stuff. But sometimes people, when they get ready to move their storage out the storage unit, will throw some stuff away. This man used to go in the trash can and take all that shit and sell it on the block. So you see, there's other ways you can survive in this war.
but we're trying to bring you to a state of consciousness where we can let you know you're living in a war. These are the things that are against us. We have to realize that the system is cheating, because if they had made it equal for us to compete in its economics, we would dominate them, just like we dominate music, just like we dominate track, just like we dominate tennis, everything. When it comes to entertainment and sports, and you let the black man get a chance, you see what we do. But now let us get a fair chance in your economics and watch us dominate that too. But they know they can't do that. So you have to know the game. The game is set up for you to become a drug dealer, because you're not, the white man is saying you don't have any honor. You're not a man of integrity. So you're gonna sell drugs, aren't you, nigger? Because you don't have anything else to do. We're saying you do have something else to do, young brother. You in your 20s, you in your 30s, you feeling like you don't know what to do with yourself. You do have something else to do, brother. You know what you can do? You can tune into RGY and Lions Den and get some of this knowledge so you can be an advocate for your people. You know what you can do, my brother? You can go and sell some incense, my brother. It may not be cool. The girls may not feel you like that. But look, you're gonna have your honor and integrity. And if you keep doing that, you're gonna develop a love for yourself so much that they're gonna come after you. I'm telling you, they're gonna find. They're gonna see that you're stern.
The right website, the rightly guided use, or is it where I'm showing right here?
Yeah, the rightly guided.
guided.
The rightly guided. No, this is not the website. RGY is the information. We're really right now perfecting the message. You know what I'm saying? We have everything in terms of curriculum, books. We do social media. We just TikTok, Facebook.
Okay,
We
so you're
just
not like
Instagram.
there's no
Yeah,
actual.
I'm not trying to be like the white people. I'm not trying to look like them. I'm trying to be like different and unique. You know, like a new wave coming in. And then if I can get to a level where I'm expecting to be, then I'll start doing all that. You know. But right now, we just a movement of information, and right now I'm starting with my wife and my family. I'm not. This ain't no big thing. This is just a man with a big idea and a big heart talking like this. You know what I'm saying? I start with my own wife and my own family, and whoever like what I'm talking about, I'm trying to unite with you, and I'm trying to be able to help you with whatever you got going on. And I have my own interest in this revolution. And that's kind of how I look at it. You know, the Israelites, the Moors, I salute them, but I've been watching them in the game, and they don't seem to be trying to make no political moves as I am. So, you know, I don't see the Moors doing anything too much. So I kind of step back from the Moor Science Temple.
So I'm gonna play this video a little bit, and then I'm gonna bring on Queen.
Hold on. Let's let the Queen come in and introduce herself, then do the video instead of having her wait.
All right.
Thank you,
Like
Mandinka. I
give us
definitely
the context on the conversation, but okay. That's cool.
Thank you, Mandinka. I definitely appreciate you for that. I want to tell everybody hello in the chat. Thank you so much for allowing me. I want to tell everybody hello on stage, Mandinka. I see we have somebody else here. It was definitely breathtaking hearing you speak just now.
Wow, okay.
He was here with us last time. He was here with us. I think so.
Wow.
For some reason,
Jesus Buddha Muhammad. Yeah, he was here with us.
Okay. So I see the name. Is the name different written on there?
Nah, that's me. That's the same man. I'm the same one, you know. Same one.
He's a young brother, man. 35. You know, we want to turn the wheels over to him. You know, the younger ones. You know, and let them, you know, reach the youth. You know.
Yes.
So it's an honor that you're coming back and be on the platform with us. Do you have any questions or any comments about the topic at hand when we're talking about our children being missing and taken, and then some of them coming up with no organs, and how this is a big business, and how even some of our own people are involved in this, the hospital, you know, so we like this, you know, how do you feel about it? And then we can get to the video, Sister Genesis, DJ Genesis.
How I feel. You want me to go ahead and answer now?
Yeah. Get into it.
Yeah, how I feel about it, I'm definitely with you. Not even 100%. I'm with you 1,000%. What I definitely appreciated from you, I mean, towards the end when you said it starts at home with my family first. You know, you said it's starting with my wife, my children, and then what I'm doing now is I'm extending what I have to offer from my heart and what I feel passionate about. I'm extending it on these social media platforms. And what people don't understand, extending on a social media platform, whether people believe it or not, these particular days, you got to leave those boots on the ground and you got to come up in the air, because you are going to find that you reach a broader audience by being up here. You're not going to attract and like everybody. Everybody not going to attract and like you. But long as you stay true to you, long as you don't change you, long as whoever you put as the head of your heart, you leave them at your heart, and you work on religion later. It's spirituality first. When you get that spirituality in your heart, everything else gonna flow from the heart, the mind, through the mouth, through everything you touch. And I don't think they understand that. People don't understand, if you start in your own house, start at your front door, start in your backyard, start on your own street, start in your own city, then your county, then you find yourself all over the state, and then you can start doing other things. But that manifestation has to come from within. And when we can get a hold of our black men to let them know that y'all are more of a black, y'all more of a backbone in the United States than anything. Do y'all not know who created goddamn stop signs? Do y'all not know who created peanut butter? Do y'all not really know who created electricity? Do y'all not know who created these bangle earrings right here? Y'all do not understand how fashion forward and how intelligent, how smart, how creative we are. We need to learn how to work together. We cannot do it if we don't clear our own houses out. I seen the article today. I didn't get to look at it, but it said, you won't believe how black men looking now, where if you open your eyes, you got a bigger opportunity if you start sitting on top of your foundation, making sure there's no cracks in the foundation. And then when you start laying down, whatever it is you're working on, your foundation, the roots are already buried. You can't move them roots. You ain't no storm. You're not a Hurricane Richter 5. You can't move storms. It take electricity to do that. But if you move the storm on the inside of you, them roots planted already there. The roots planted in the roots. The foundation already laid. You don't have cracks in it while you're not building. This is why people are getting over on us, because we are not woke here. We're not woke there. We're not woke here. We're not woke there. We're not woke there. We're just not woke. But once we wake up, y'all don't understand how many countries we really gonna own. Wake up and see. When you wake up and see, you'll see we own more than the United States. We own more than Africa. You don't think we own no parts of damn Jamaica? Y'all don't think we own no parts of Dominican? What is people thinking? This is where I was so glad to hear this, and thanks for the invite, thanks for the welcome. And I do a men only live where I try to preach and embed this to our men, especially our black men, because somehow our black men got left leaning. And when you don't have anybody strong behind you, even as a man, it tells you behind every man is a strong woman. And you got to learn how to lift back up. And when you lift back up, you got to learn how to stay there. When you lean, don't lean as far to the side as you was one point or another. It's okay to lean, but know how to get back up. So we need to start first trying to show people you've been leaning a long time. It's time to go straight. It's time to take it and go straight down this road right here. And if you straight down that road, ain't no cracks and crevices there for me. I got it on both sides. You know why? Because I'm woke, and I'm glad that you're here. And I definitely hope that this is going to be done again. I know Mandinka, I was with Mandinka a few days ago, loved the genre. DJ Genesis loved the genre. And I definitely would love to be a part of this conversation, especially if it's something we can do weekly, every couple days or so. So big ups, big ups to the channel, big ups to the stage, big ups
Big ups, man.
You better know
Big
it.
ups,
And I
yo.
want to tell you, I want to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
I just want to say one more thing. When you said so many people do a lot of talking, they do a lot of tongue twisting, tongue twangling, tongue lying, finger walking, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube ass fingers.
right.
All they do is type. But they don't actually put the actions where the mouth is at. And one thing
Big
that I
fact.
learned when you said, I don't give a damn if you get on the side of the road and sell you a slew of blunt sage. I call this my blunt sage. If you anything you do, if you got some blunt sage and you can make it the way they doing it, get your ass over there. I do a small channel talent
Do
search
that shit.
I'm getting ready to do. And guess what? That's talent. Talent not on the ground right now. Leave your boots there. Come up here. You got to learn how to make money. And for anybody out there that have ways to show people how to make money, come and show people the legitimate way. Because listen, I'm gonna look you up. There's so
That's
many
right.
ways we can make money. We just need to start exploring more and showing people.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, Queen,
Big
like I say,
facts,
this
man.
is
Thank you,
part of
sister, for that powerful message, yo.
yeah.
That was
Hold up,
exhilarating,
Jesus
man.
Buddha. Jesus Buddha, hold
Yeah,
up real quick. So this is
for
not
sure.
the last one. This is part 5 of what I've been doing and
Yes.
putting together a series of educational, informative discussions, bringing awareness to the community about the things that we need to be talking about. You know, I ain't got to sling no names around, nothing like that. We just mind our business and do this. So this is part of the series, the State of the Conscious Community. This is part 5. And hope y'all keep, stop mustering around and catch up if you ain't already caught up. But yeah, and then like I said, we want the sisters to be, to bring up topics. DJ Genesis got a good topic that we're going to be exploring. I'd like for her to talk about that real quick, and then we'll get back to the meat and potatoes. Go ahead, Sister DJ Genesis. Tell us about the prison system. How we're gonna be talking about. Go ahead. You gotta unmute your mic, Queen.
Okay. My thing's been going weird. I don't know if they listening to us and they making my stuff malfunction.
With
But,
like somebody's watching me. It's okay though.
Hey, give them something to watch. Give them something to look at.
That's a big fact.
So the thing I really wanted to bring into the thing is the Ebony Alert. So I want to finish up with that whole thing about
Cheers.
the Ebony Alert. The fact that there is no actual alert system when
You muted again.
Okay, we can't hear you. But yeah, part of the information we're bringing out is
Black
like
people
you said,
as runaways.
Oh, there
We
you
just
go.
want to
There
make
you go.
sure that we prioritize these young folks and young adults the same way as we do anybody else. And there are young women who are being abducted and sex trafficked. They're listed as juvenile prostitutes, and as we all know, juveniles can't commit consent to sex. So how in the hell are you going to list them as juvenile prostitutes? But that's what they do to young African American girls and women.
People have an issue with the name. Why is it called the Ebony Alert?
I don't see problems with the name, or we wouldn't have, labeled it as such. Ebony, we know, has a connection to the African American community, be it the magazine, you name it. So that's why we want to be very intentional and specific that this is about African American individuals. So that's why we chose Ebony.
We asked Senator Bradford about the slew of negative comments, questioning if this segregates Black youth from the general Amber Alerts that we all know.
How do you respond to that? I know you've been seeing it in the comments.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's the same individuals who would also tell you that we don't deserve reparations. We don't deserve affirmative action. We don't deserve all the things that we have been denied in this country for hundreds of years. So I'm not surprised by those comments. It speaks to the racial bias that exists in this country. And it's a shame that we have to do this, but this was a common sense approach to an issue that is far too important. Black babies and young adults are just as loved and cared for.
Do you feel like the Ebony Alert would have helped your sister and your niece if it were enacted back then in 2016?
It would have helped as far as publicizing goes, for sure. Additional spread of awareness would have been huge.
You feel like she's still alive?
I do. I really do.
The Ebony Alert will not only activate phones and highway signs, it'll also open up the field too. This alert will also now include young adults up to 25 years old, also included those reported missing under unexplained or suspicious circumstances, and missing persons that are disabled, cognitively impaired, or at risk. It goes into effect January 1st, 2024, and Senator Bradford says that other states could follow suit, as it has been discussed at the National Black Caucus of State Legislators meeting this week. For TSR News, I'm Dustin Carter.
Yeah, you see that? So
yeah, once
again,
man.
Room for that information. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, once again, that's a sign. That's a sign
for the information that we get. I gotta say, okay, shouts out to the Shade Room for that information. Shouts out to them for even covering that. This is a very serious topic. And we need to really know that this is really something that we should really embrace, just like we embrace a lot of the other issues in our community. Like, our children are this is our future. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And why are Black kids more likely to go missing in the U.S.? That's going to be the next subject. But go ahead, let's talk about what we just watched.
Yeah. I just want to add on. To that bill, and culmination with everything that's been spoken within the last 10 minutes, and is that it's really a cry out for men. I mean, that's all I can see. It's just a cry out for man to resurrect the radicalness, and radical just means you a truth teller, and that's what's wrong with us, is that the men, we just got to stand up and realize you living in a war. You living in a goddamn war, and the white man got a system against you, and you don't even realize it because you too busy trying to be a damn coon for the white man. You too busy trying to be accepted in a system that got your babies being kidnapped and being trafficked by sex demons, and you don't care. You don't even care that your goddamn people are being hunted down like prey in a goddamn wilderness, and you just like being a coon for the white man, but you don't want to stand up and be a warrior for your people. You don't want to stand up and get the knowledge and get the information you need to resurrect your mind and revolutionize your community. You don't want to get a black woman and you don't want to be with her. You don't want to be in a family organized, because look, all we need to do as men, as young men, especially if you in your 20s and your 30s, if you in your 20s and your 30s and you sitting there looking at the TV, sitting there watching everything that's happening to your people, but you sitting there still trying to be a little coon for the white man and get his money, then you don't care about your people, you don't care about yourself, you don't even care about the future, which is the youth that's being kidnapped and sex organ and sex trafficked. This system, when you see black women gotta come and bring information like this to us, to the men, then that's a universal call for manhood.
Hey,
So
brother,
it's time, man.
for the last time,
It's time, man.
I put this together for us.
It's time, man.
I mean, I put this together. It's just on this platform. But the women need to help
It's
bring it
time,
out.
man.
But listen, brother, all this is come from my mind and from me seeing stuff. But I'm not taking credit for putting the information together.
It's
But I'm
time,
saying this is part 5 of my journey of what I want us to talk about.
All
You
praise is
see,
due.
DJ Dennis is helping me. Crystal Green is helping me. But like when she come up with her ideas, I want to give her full credit, and that's what's going on.
Right
All
on.
right, man.
Right on. Respect. Yeah, respect to Sister Karima, respect to the whole organization, respect to the whole entire channel, man. It's the fact that
And
we
here's
got.
the thing, I'm gonna say this: we're all a team.
Yeah.
You know, it's not about who and what
Yeah, man.
and who brought it. You know, we're all working
No,
together
it ain't
to
about
bring it
that.
to the forefront. We are all working together. You came up with the
Exactly.
idea of the subject, and we're all working together to like bring this to the forefront and the light. So, you know, we all are a team. This is a team effort because it's going to take a team to actually do something about this. And I hope that someone is out there, a lawyer, a lobbyist that can like come up with laws that can like say, okay, listen, I think there should be a law that says, okay, listen, if you are just different, we could like come up with laws. There's different things we could do.
Exactly.
And
that's what I've been emphasizing, is that I wasn't taking shots in no type of way. And if I felt like I was, I apologize. What I was saying is that it's almost like when mama says, wait till I tell your father, right? When mama say that, when she got to tell the kid, wait till your daddy come home, we know what that means. So when I say when a woman, it's like if we're looking at this like a village, when a woman bring a problem to the community, which is the chiefs, then they're saying that that's like a man call. It's more of a warrior shit. I look at it, that's how my mind works. When I see women coming together in a protest manner, like white women with the feminist movement, when you start seeing black women come together with protest information like this to us, then that's when men have to now come together and say, oh shit, we got an issue because our women are complaining. Correct. And we got to deal with these complaining ass women because we men, and we got to deal with this. This is our family. That's how men are supposed to be programmed to think. We should not have to have our woman in a front line saying, stop the injustice. When you start seeing that, this is a moral, I'm about to land. This is a moral issue. I'm a follower of the teachings of Shahrazad Ali. Shahrazad Ali said we must return to a traditional family value system. The man is the protector. And I believe that. And if the woman have to come out and say, oh, we are dying, oh, we are hurting, oh, the kids are suffering, then that's a moral issue for the men. That means the man is not on his code. He's not on his dean. He's not on his square. So that means that he has to revive his mind to that level of a Black Panther, so where he can get back into that assuming position where the woman could just kick back and look pretty, because they supposed to just kick back, look pretty, cook the food, and give us wisdom and counsel while we get these bullies and monsters off the block so they can walk gracefully with our kids.
And you're right,
You know what I'm
family.
saying?
This is why
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
here. This is why you are here. But all I'm saying is there's another man in front of this right here, right now, putting this together so the women don't have to be in the forefront. They could be helping us and all that, but we don't want to put them on the front line where they're getting attacked by the enemy. You know, now they beefing with everybody and all these other platforms. We're not doing that. So, ladies, there is men out here like Black Jesus, Buddha Muhammad, New Kakarot, and the rest of Neo Love, and the rest of the guys in the Lions Den that's out here on the forefront that's trying to really bring the truth to our people and be protectors. You see what I'm saying?
I'm trying my best.
And get us back on point. Hold on. Give me 30 more seconds. Give me 30. And be on the forefront and bring this information out and get us in the right direction instead of going in circles, seeing what this platform will say, and this one, and this one, and this one. Keeping them going in circles, keeping them what you're doing over there. That's nonsense.
We got to be the vanguard. We got to be
I'm
the
not
vanguard.
discrediting DJ Genesis. She part of this. I mean, Sister Karima, Sister Queen 62, my wife, your wife, and plenty others. It ain't just no I. There's no big eyes and little U's and team. Oh, wait. Did I say that right? Yeah. There's no big eyes and little U's and teams, ladies and gentlemen. You hear me? Oh, is it? No. Team start with a capital T. So that's what I'm saying. So no, I wasn't trying to. I'm just saying a lot of people. Some of my ideas I do come up with and didn't see. I mean, I'm not saying I wasn't trying to be mean to you, brother. But you taking it like brother, you know, people get credit for where credit due, and then some people can spark it better than others.
Exactly.
But I never took this information from you at all, and now I'm being victim of you saying you regurgitate my information. If you're saying good information, you should want people to regurgitate it.
Like period. Like we ain't trying to be jealous of each other. We trying to real life just get the people to wake up, man.
Information.
Like come
Bottom
on, we
line
gotta wake
is,
them up.
you know who the first regurgitator of the information is? That Black mother who lost their child and is on the news complaining and crying about her child being missing. So all we're doing is covering it and saying, okay, we need to pay attention to this. There is no
information.
There is no owner of that.
Right. Yeah. And if we're talking about Oregon, yes, you and I did do a show on this. Yes. But I've been knowing about this. So I didn't steal nothing from you. I invited you to come up here, just like I invited everybody. If anybody on this panel got an invite, trust me, everybody in my back chat or my Facebook friend got an invite. That's for real.
But he could be a businessman. You know, we just want if he's a businessman, then Indigenous got to come with a business profile, because we can leave the jealousy out of it and bring the business side of it. Because if it's all about benefiting off of information, then we all got to come together as men collectively and say, okay, we got some interest in what we sharing, because we know we have an agenda. And that's what we have to have as Black men, is an agenda on what we're doing on these channels, so that we can be able to direct the people where we want them to go. Because
nobody owns
mind.
a specific subject. So let's get into it, because we're getting we're getting brought up, and I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody.
No, we trying to no, sister. No, I get it. Trust me, I'm not deviating. I'm just saying I'm caring about the man's feelings, because obviously the man said that last comment before he got off the phone because he felt a certain way. So I'm addressing him. I'm saying, Indigenous, if you want to come in a business manner, then you should come like that, instead of coming at JJ like that. Just come in a business way.
Man,
you see what I'm saying?
Why is there a disparity in media coverage for missing children? For Black missing children? Why do they have to come up with an ebony alert? Okay, so a lot of minority children are initially classified as runaways, and as a result, do not receive the Amber Alert. Okay, criminals, missing minority adults are labeled as associated with criminal involvement, gangs, and drugs. Desensitization. It is believed that missing minorities live in impoverished conditions, and crime is a regular part of their lives. All right, missing person reported by gender of all races: 50% female, 50% male. 173 individuals were listed as unknown, 1%. Okay. Breakdown based on age and race: under 18, whites including Hispanic, 50%, African American, This is the breakdown. Okay, 40% Asian, 4%, 3% unknown. Total number of missing persons of color under the age of 18, 162,755, and it includes Asians and Indians. So the bottom line is that, and if you like think about that as 4%, etc., and because Asians are considered Asian, and so 4% of that. So that means out of all this 162%, 162,755, it's only 4%. So so this is the majority of Black people, 162,755. So that is what we need to be talking about. In 2023, 224,766 persons of color were reported missing of that group. 162,755 were under the age of 18. Yet missing minority children are grossly underreported in the news. What can we do to level the playing field? More diversity in the newsroom. Okay? Balance the scales. Less is more. Diversity matters. See value in Black and brown lives. Be vigilant. Now, I get it. We don't want to talk about the brown lives, but hey, this is what we need to be talking about. Not about what somebody get mad because this is their information. The bottom line is the information is information. It's across the board. Right. So no one owns the information. No one owns a specific topic. So let's go into why are Black kids more likely to go missing in the U.S. Let's watch this real quick.
We saw her on camera. The last image of her is on camera with a bag of food, and her eyes look so sad.
I kept asking myself why her? Why couldn't it have been me instead of her?
We've seen a lot of African American girls that have gone missing, and very little visibility is brought to their case. For 2 weeks, we said she did not run away. And for 2 weeks, they kept saying she ran away.
How could you find your loved one? Hold on.
2018.
Let me just stop this real quick.
My 16-year-old niece.
How could you find your loved one if they don't even take the case seriously for 2 weeks?
Right.
They had a show called 48 Hours. Remember there was a thing called 48 Hours where it takes 48 hours in order to predict find out who the information on a person's death, like who murdered the person.
They say if you don't find them in the first 48 hours, they're gonna have problems. So then they give us 2 weeks. What the hell?
2 weeks.
Keep it going. Yeah.
So you can't even what kind of an investigation can you do if it takes 2 weeks to even for it to be in the radar?
I have a question. But for the most of these cases with the missing women, are these the most cases the ones that are out of Washington?
No, it's all over the country.
Because I know it was really, really, really bad in Washington, like the last couple of years. I know that's when they really started noticing that a lot of the Black girls became missing. If you look it up in Washington, because my daughter was going to go there to visit the White House and a couple of other things. And because of that, I was afraid to send my daughter there. I mean, it was bad. I didn't follow the story here recently, but I know the last couple of years, a lot of the awareness start coming from Washington, D.C. A lot.
Well, I'm going to say this. Washington, D.C. has a very huge sex trafficking culture when it comes down to the pimps and the hoes and stuff. There's a whole thing called 14th Street where all that hoeing goes on at over there. That's been going on.
That's the red light district. That's where I'm at in DC right now. She stops. Y'all absolutely telling the truth. That goes on.
14th Street. So if they actually went down there, they might be able to find some of their loved ones, because a lot of these people, one thing, even when I was even dealing with Nisa, you know what I'm saying? And shouts out to her. I've talked to her. She's okay. At least I think so. I've been talking to her on IG, and I spoke about the fact that, when people are homeless, right? Within the first 30 minutes, they are at least approached by at least 2 people that are traffickers. And here's the thing, it could be another woman that will bring them into a trafficking situation, or it could be a man. Now, whether or not they get trafficked into the sex world, or they get trafficked for their organs, and now they become up missing. It's all
Wow.
you know what I'm saying? So we have to be very
Man.
vigilant in understanding that all this stuff all it ties in together. This the pimping, the sex trafficking, all that stuff. Because once a person is no longer valuable to you on the street, when they get a certain of age, next thing you know, that's when they get harvested for their organs. That's another thing that happens. So, but let me play a little bit more of this video because this is a very touching story.
Pardon me, man.
Go
My man,
ahead.
Miss Genesis.
Go ahead.
JJ, I gotta get ready to make salat, brother. I want to say, if y'all still running, I'm gonna come back on this. And but I want to say, man, y'all doing a hell of a job. May the Most High bless it. I'm into this, man. I'm supporting it 100%. All y'all in the audience support this, man. Share it, like it, and do more, man. Come on here and give a testimony or something. That last topic, I know somebody personally who can testify on this channel about being a victim of that. So this type of
Say of what?
topic
Because
is
people
real.
might have joined. Just say a victim of what?
They was invited by one of these people that you said. You said they anybody who's homeless is like likely to be approached. Yeah, I know somebody exactly with that exact story. Like period. They could tell you what it was like. They were homeless and they could tell you line by line how it happens. But when you hear them say it, you know, if you're not a person who thinks with the heart, you'll think that they was lying to make you feel, because you know, here's the thing. I'm a street dude with knowledge. That's Malcolm X. So what happens is in the streets, you could find women who play victim to get your money. So they act like they abuse and shit, and then you be trying to do stuff for them, and then eventually you get led to a bad place. But when you see topics like this, like the one the sister's bringing out, and you still in the streets and you meet that homeless female who really was sex trafficked and got out, then it's like, whoa, that's a miracle, because they don't really make it out, and the statistics don't lie. So that really hit me. That really touched me, man. And I know that person personally. And I don't know if they would want to come here and bring that story out, but I'll definitely share this video with them, and they can hear the type of stuff we bringing out, because this is real. It's really in our community. And men, if y'all don't feel a certain way about that, then you're not your manhood's in question. I mean, seriously, are you evolved? Because it seemed like Charles Darwin was right when he said we was apes. Anytime that we can't evolve to that protector, that Malcolm shit, then we are failing as humans, as men. So man, I just thank Allah for allowing me to be here, and I thank Allah for JJ and the sister who been presenting the information. So with that being said, man,
My name
much
is
love to
DJ
the
Genesis,
channel.
by the way. Anybody that
Oh,
doesn't know
indigenous, yeah,
you.
shout out.
Yeah,
And
don't go
and
nowhere.
if y'all still on, I'll be back.
No, don't go nowhere before you go, like brother. Like I said, man,
Yeah.
you kept getting on my case, like you know, and you really sparked the fire that was already in me to really just push forward and make a better focus when I'm getting in front of the community instead of
How
just
you whoop? Let's get it, man. Praise God.
so I want to thank you for steering me in the right direction. And this may start off slow, but
Let's do
it's
it.
going to pick up. Trust and believe that, because
You
we just
know
got to
it.
stay vigilant. We just got to keep the coal to the fire, however you want to say it, and bring
That's
out the
right.
information. Because there's so many
Right.
topics that we can talk about, and a lot of it all ties in together.
Yep.
So that's why I've been putting this series together.
Yeah.
And
they gotta be
y'all.
studied too, man. This is high powered information. I mean, every episode, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, every episode you can take something from it and do a whole independent research. So man, this is
Right.
really I think people need to study these series, and then if you want to come and do a recap on one of them, but the end game is we gotta move, man. We gotta do something. We gotta create some type of activity and flavor where it can be resembling something greater than any type of channel that ever existed on YouTube. So we know that there are some obstacles that we got to overcome, JJ. But as long as we got this true faith and this true sincerity and this true desire, you know what I'm saying, that we're gonna overcome them. Because the fake always get exposed, man. You know, truth always lives and falsehood dies. So just continue to do what you're doing, bro, and and I'm definitely be continuing to support, man. Don't even worry about that.
Well, that's love, man. Like I say,
For sure.
I'm trying to reach. We trying to reach your age group. You know what I mean? Because they don't have nobody leaders in front of them that's really giving them the spiritual food that they need to grow. They feed them some spoiled milk, leftover
right.
steak from 8 weeks ago. Man, we ain't trying to do that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate the motivation. And yeah, just stay working with us. Love, fam.
Respect, Soldier. Respect,
Yeah.
respect, Soldier. Man, keep
All
up
right,
that
well,
energy, line. Respect to
okay,
you,
so,
man. I'm gonna
man,
come back
Lions,
through. Don't even
stay
worry
on
about
this.
it.
Get out your
Let's go.
feelings.
Before you go, RG, I would like
Shout
to
out to everybody, man. All praises due to the Most High. Y'all be blessed. Y'all keep up the good conversation. I'm in the back. You heard?
I want to
Peace.
say one thing before you go, RG. I
Yes.
definitely like you and Mandinka, the mentalities. Again, I do a men only live twice a week. I definitely would appreciate it if here and there y'all come and speak to my men. They're older men. I even have men in there as young as 22, 24 years old.
Oh
I
yeah.
have a man in
We
there
in
right
there.
now. He's 20. I think his name is Ben. He's 29 years old, and he's so scared inside right now. In August, he's getting ready to start. He's going to school to be a pharmacist, and he's scared.
Oh
He's going to
wow.
fail. And I told him, I say, the only
Wow.
person that should be scared is failure.
That's right.
Failure is very
Cause you
bad.
ain't never gonna go there.
Put that blunt sage on them. You better put that blunt sage. Hey, you better
That's
put that
right.
blunt sage on their ass just like that.
Yes,
Men,
ma'am.
y'all can do it. So I definitely wish that you would come to the platform on one of the men only lives, you and Mandinka, and just speak to the men. And I'll make sure that I continue to connect whenever you all are on, so that we can kind of come together and build the communities together.
Say
Yeah,
less. We can talk. We
leave
can
your
talk, man. Nigga, man, keep it
leave
all
your
in the
email.
conversation. We could talk, definitely. We gotta do this. We gotta do this. It's for a greater cause. So we gotta save our youth, man. It's they the future.
Yeah.
So I'm always about that, sis. So don't even worry about it. I appreciate you
So
even coming
yeah.
on here. It's
Yeah,
amazing how energy brings energy, you know? It's like
yeah,
energy brings energy. We gotta continue to manifest and let the right energies find each other. We gotta find each other. So definitely. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and
I
salute
love
to
you.
everyone on the panel, man.
Love
Real
you,
loud.
man.
RGY, we out, man. Peace, y'all.
RGY in the building.
And I wanted to show something real quick. I wanted to show how easily and how quickly a person and shouts out to Anissa, Dr. Umar. But I want to show you, Dr. Umar's daughter. I want to show you how a person can be able to quickly take advantage of a person's weakness. Right
yeah.
now, she's asking for money on her channel. She's struggling. She's homeless. This, that, the other. But I want to show you how this person gets into her live and he begins to talk to her a certain way. And I want you to see how easily then she because she's a young woman, how she begins to become submissive to him. I wanted to show it to you.
For $1. Need it.
What up, gang?
What's up?
Hit me up, man. Every time that I ever hit you up, that I
What?
was I said every time that I ever hit you up while you was on live,
Do
whoever.
you not understand? I get hundreds of DMs, hundreds of DMs a
I
day.
got you on. I got you on. You wanna know why? Because you went on live and somebody there and said homeless, shaking my head. Bro, I'm gonna hop in your live and try to find out why the fuck you homeless. You feel me? Anybody gonna wanna hop in your live and find out why you homeless. Everybody gonna wanna hit your DM. But if you never stop to take that time out to find out why you even talk to all the people in the first place, why do you think all the people hit your damn DM? That's all the people that actually gave a fuck about what you said. You never
not all
stopped
of
to
them.
realize whether they cared or not because of what you had going on. It's not
Not all of them. Not all of
all
them.
right, hear me out. Well, guess what? I'm one of them. You still telling me about everybody
Bro,
else.
I'm tired. I just want to
I
tell
got
you,
you.
bro.
No, hear me out. I do tattoos all day, and I've been talking to you since 4 o'clock, and I'm still woke now. You think I'm not tired just because I'm sitting in the house? It don't matter whether I'm homeless or not. I'm still gonna be fucking tired, right? You're a human
Okay,
being.
okay. I just
got
want to tell him, bro.
I got you. Now hear me out. You said you wanted some money, but I can't just fail out just fucking give it to you because I had to work for it. You're homeless right now because you're not working for it. It's okay. I can help you work for it.
Excuse me, you don't know what I do.
You
So
absolutely
don't get
right.
on here and try to tell me
I'm
nothing,
not
bro.
telling you. All right,
You
you
are
right.
telling me.
All right,
You don't know
all
what
right.
I do off
You
the
right.
social media
You right.
shit. You
You right.
don't. You don't.
You're right.
You don't.
You're right. So now I can tell you this. Only thing you want from me is a couple dollars, right?
Yeah, I don't know you.
Okay, cool. Well, since I don't know you, I apologize that I can't just give you that couple dollars in your hand, but I can
So
send
what
it to
the
you.
you want me to do for it?
Nothing, bro, besides just talk to a nigga. Ain't you talking to me right now? I can just send you the money and just get the fuck off your live and make you feel better. I don't give a fuck about feeling better because at the end of the day, I already felt better before I got on your live, right? Do you see why all them people will hit your DM? and still try to help you, but you're not texting back, and then you see why you don't have help. I'm still right here trying to talk to you, but you never check your DM. Look at your DM whenever you get a chance, and you would know the only reason I can't send you the money on Cash App is because I got it on Apple Pay. But you would have never known that if I didn't tell you that right now, if you didn't take your time out to talk to me, right? So maybe you should go check your DM, and I guarantee you, somebody will be able to send you maybe $9 or $90 or $900 on your Cash App because they've been following your damn account this entire time, and they fuck with you enough that it's still 6 people right sitting in your life, but nobody even sent me anything besides me. The only reason I'm saying something because I actually helped myself.
Send me something.
I just want to like make it plain about even how he's talking. I don't know. To me, it's I don't know. If a person is going through something, the way that he's talking to her seems to be like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying?
But
Why
it seems like he's trying to have a conversation with her. You know, it didn't sound like he was trying to do any kind of advancements to her. It's like, even if I reached out to her, I mean, the average person to come on if they will, and they'll send her money and so forth. It seems like he's simply trying to have a conversation, even if just to know where she's at here.
Well, I would say this. When women are in a vulnerable situation, right? You can't expect them to behave like most people would. You know what I'm saying? So, just to me, I was talking about how now this person, you don't know who this person is. He's not even showing his face, right? But he's telling her about, hey, I'm talking to you behind the scenes and this and the other. No one knows who this person is. This is the type of thing I'm talking about. Is that we have our young kids that are on the social media. They run into a hard time, and then they start putting it out on social media. I'm mad at my mom. I'm mad at this. I'm mad at that. And next thing you know, now you're opening yourself up to predators. This guy might not be one, but the thing is that, like I said, in the first 30 minutes of a person being homeless, 1 hour, based on the statistics, they are approached twice for trafficking. So what I'm saying, especially if they're like putting stuff online and this, that, the other. Go ahead. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me respond to that. Just from what I was hearing from her, I don't know if he trying to seem like he was trying to educate her a little bit, like you don't know me. That's what I took from it. He's trying to like want her like to me. But then he could be tricking her too. But from where he was talking,
is you never know. You never know what this guy could be on. You know what I'm saying?
She didn't give him a chance.
Opening herself.
What up, y'all?
Hey, what's up?
Can I finish my statement, though? Can I finish my statement, please? And then, I mean, I get your viewpoint, but let me just tell you how I looked at it. To me, he was like, you don't know me. You ask for money. I can't bring it to your person, but I can send you money. Maybe he was one of the ones, like you said, that really was trying to help. But you also show that she could be vulnerable to somebody who's very manipulative and to try to reel her in. So me and you are not on a different page. We're on the same page, but there's two sides to every coin. Right. So that's what I'm saying to you, DJ. Now we got two other people that joined them. Let's let Keon was here first, and then we got DJ.
Yo, what up, Keon? What up, bro?
Go ahead, Keon. You got anything to build off what you've been watching, sir?
I ain't even seen everything yet, but go ahead, DJ. Yeah, because I ain't even seen the video. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I do think.
Okay, well, basically what we're talking about is the children.
And shows out to everybody watching. I actually talked to Anissa and
Go ahead,
I don't think the brother that was talking to her had any I didn't think he did anything wrong, because sometimes she might message me and just message me her Cash App and then say my money. Like, the fuck you mean my money? Is my money. I earned the bread. It could be yours if I give it to you. So sometimes she do come off a little snobby. I get it, you need help and stuff, but I get it. She's a young lady. She might, and she's a little naive. She don't understand how the world works. So sometimes she come across as a kid, you know what I'm saying, as entitled sometimes. I mean, it's unfortunate she going through some shit, but if somebody about to send you some bread and they want to have a conversation to see why they need, you know what I'm saying, they try, it's their bread. It's not, money ain't easy to come by these days like that, you know what I mean?
And he sounded like he said it, you know, I'm talking to you behind the door. So if he felt like he was talking to her behind the doors or behind the scenes, he wasn't saying nothing to me that would allude that he was trying to lure her into something or something that she shouldn't be into. It seems like he was genuinely saying, listen, let me talk to you and see where you at right now. I know you need financial help, but let's see what else type of help you need. And if you start reading your messages and not just asking for money, but reading the messages and see what people have to say, what they have to offer. They may have a home to offer you. They may have money. They may have food. And it's like, to me, it seems like she may only want just the money and I don't want to compensate. Just give me what I'm asking you for and I'm done with it. It seems like it was kind of came off that way. I don't know her, but
And you know what, Queen? The money is a band-aid.
that's
Because
it.
next week you're gonna need more money. Most bills, most expenses is revolving door. They come back monthly, weekly. It says a temporary fix. Maybe she, like we was on my channel with DJ Genesis. People was up there trying to find shelters, trying to find different resources for, you know what I'm saying, that'll be a more permanent fix. I'm telling you, she's young and misguided. She need a family. Like she really do need a family.
You just gave some words there that mean a whole lot. You said people was on there even trying to find her shelter, but guess what? Sometimes when people not just being in denial, but they actually have different motives, they don't want your extended help. They want just what they want, your damn money. And they want to use you like that. I just want your money. Not to say that's her case, but it just kind of came off. And I'm looking at it on the outside. I don't know her. I don't know the case, but from what I see and heard just now, it seemed like for me, I would be more so watching, okay, well, what do you really want other than money? You don't want type of help. It's more than just money. We need to get you situated. Or what, you just want money every day for a hotel? You don't want to find somewhere that can get you a home, somebody that can help, somebody can get you more stable. It sounded like he was trying to offer that, but I don't know. It seems
But
like
you never, but I do admit that you never know, because
correct.
a lot of, you know what I'm saying, it's a lot of human trafficking, a lot of niggas trying to pimp, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's let Brother Keon. Basically, Keon, what we're talking about is organ harvesting. Our children coming up, our family members, not just our children, black men, black women coming up missing. If you go look on your timeline or you subscribe to one of those groups, you'll see missing, and it's like, wow, so many are missing in one day. Sister Genesis put up a statistic over 500,000. Close to 600 million was came up missing, all of us combined, I guess, in 2023. And we just think that it's very important that we address this because, you know, it's a lot of things that's going on that, yeah, right there on the screen, that we need to be talking about instead of some 2,000-year-old bones with somebody bleeding spiritually. I mean, why you can't just believe in what you believe in spiritually, but let's address and tackle the real issues at hand. That's what we're doing. And this black man, you over in the Lions Den chat, you know, man, come on, bro. Nobody's regurgitating nothing you said. I mean, it sounds like you carrying a jealous spirit or something. You're bringing the wrong energy to this round table, bro.
Oh shit.
I want people. If I'm saying something good, I want somebody to regurgitate. Nobody's trying to be like you. You can't even get on the line to even teach. I'm the one holding the phone up to the computer, bro. So come on, man, stop doing that, man. That's some kind of
Hey,
illness.
so here's the thing. Now, when I talk about the thing about Anissa, it's not necessarily about uh that this guy in particular. It was more or less like that how he was talking to her, how she immediately like became like submissive about it, you know? And you can't be like that if you out in the streets. You cannot submit to nothing because you don't know who is talking to you.
I didn't know she was. You said you think she was submitting, Genesis?
At some point in
Hold
the
up, y'all. It's an
conversation.
order. Hold on, listen. I just opened the floor for Keon. I kind of recapped them, and then y'all just kind of skipped over them.
Oh my
So
bad. I just think we having an organic. I just thought we having my fault. I just thought we having an organic
all right. See,
conversation. You know
I
what I'm
go
saying?
through a lot of
No, we
other
are. I
platforms.
just when you started talking about the people
Yeah,
in the
but hold
chat,
on,
I had
sister,
to like segue.
sister, please. I go through this. We gotta have a little bit. I mean, come on. I go through this a lot of other platforms, so I know. And I know you may didn't do it on purpose. Neither one of y'all. But can the man answer the question or kind of get into that?
Yeah, yeah. Let me go so y'all can. So about the organism thing, I think that's also kind of a strange topic, but at the same time, I have heard it's happened. I don't think it's a large scale, but I have heard that maybe it's happening. I mean, you can be an organ donor, so they usually donate the organs so they can do whatever with them. What they do, I don't know, but you know, uh, the Anissa thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm probably a little too tipsy to even be talking about. I really don't give a damn about that girl's problems. I don't know why anybody really care about that girl's problems. That girl is just Dr. Umar's daughter, and she's walking around here talking about how she needs money and all this other goofy stuff because Dr. Umar won't take care of her. Nobody cares. Go deal with your family, deal with your problems, and then get back into the mix. I don't think that should be a problem. Like her problem is she has a problem with her family. Like,
Yeah.
like come on now. Like ain't nobody like it's not she done lost her arm, got into a car accident. My mama just got in a car accident. So I ain't really feeling nobody else's problems right now. I could care less about you having a problem. You can't talk to your mama because she don't respect you as a man. Fuck it, man. You better go call your mama, call your daddy, and get your problems together so you can get back on track and we ain't got to go through this stuff. And shit, that's how I feel about that one. Go ahead, y'all.
Wait a minute, hold
I
on. I
agree.
stepped off for a second. Wait. Did you address the missing kids and what are we talking about?
Oh, the missing kids. Missing kid. The missing. I don't know who's missing. I hope they get found. I don't like missing kids. That's a problem. That's definitely an issue.
What, you don't like who?
You said what now?
What you say? You don't like missing kids? Yeah, nobody likes that, man.
Yeah. I don't like that. I don't. But again, you try. I don't know if you're trying to mix the missing kids with the organs thing, and that's where.
Yes. It's
Okay,
not
yes,
mixed.
that's where I'm like,
It's
okay,
reality, sir. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
yeah, you're right. I'm pretty sure.
Can I ask a question when you finish?
No, hold on, no. You can't after this.
DJ Genesis, who's this dude right here, man? This dude is your
Keon.
This dude is your enforcer. Like, come on, you regulating too strong. Let us be a little organic, bro. We chilling, bro. It's cool.
No, so I would say this is that once Keon is done. No,
Wait a minute,
once
bro.
Keon is done, I'll let no, man,
Listen, bro. Are you talking about me? Are you talking about me?
Yeah, I'm telling you, we chilling. I'm telling you, we chill.
Hold on,
I don't
bro.
know if you chilling, but I'm just
No,
telling
you
you
don't
that
need
we
to know me.
chilling.
Just listen. This is my show right here that I asked her to come over and do. So I don't want to
Oh,
take
this
it to
on your
all
channel.
direct.
Oh,
I
I didn't
asked the
know. I'm
man.
not even about to
Listen,
send.
bro. You come do your own show.
Oh shit.
No, we're working together. We're all working together to
Nah, when he talking about who
awareness.
this guy, who organic and who ain't.
No,
Bro,
man.
I've been organic. I'm
Have an
real with you,
organic
nigga.
conversation. We just usually
Nah,
chop
man,
it up. It's
you
not a
you
strict thing.
already
We're
showed
not
me
in.
some goddamn well. You ain't even
No,
over
stop
here.
it, man. Dicka,
You
stop
got it.
it.
You got it. You
Hey,
got
nah,
it, player.
nigga,
You
don't
got
be
it.
trying to come over here and tell
You
me
got
what's
it, player.
organic
You
and
got
what's
it,
not.
player.
Hey, I tell
You
you
got
what,
it.
bro.
Peace,
Hey,
beloved. As a matter
you
of
want to
fact,
finish
I'm about to
teaching
light.
this?
I'm about
Hey,
to.
I'll go on the
I got
line
you.
and finish teaching it.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
didn't
Yes,
like one
yes.
Let's
for you,
change the
nigga. I got
ions.
one
Let's
too.
have some
Nigga,
let's put some
get your
negative
goddamn
ions
demons
in
up
the
out of here, nigga. Telling me who to.
Man, listen, man, Dicka, we not doing that on my channel.
Hey, well, then get them out of here then. Let me finish my presentation.
No,
I
we're
DJ
not
want
doing
Genesis,
that.
DJ Genesis.
Not.
If you gotta get me, if I got a dip, it's cool.
Hey,
You
get this
still
nigga out
welcome
of
to
here.
my
I'm
channel.
gonna
Ain't
No, we
nothing.
not because
It's this
I
dude.
invited him here. I invited him here. We're not
No, well,
fixing
hey, you
Dicka.
know what?
Listen, I don't have
Let
an
me stage
argument.
this
All right,
brother
it's
up.
okay. I'm out of
I gotta
here.
Platform.
stage
I'm
you up,
out of
brother.
here. You let this nigga finish
Okay,
teaching.
listen,
Oh
I
damn,
don't
DJ,
have
I
an
don't want to do it
argument.
like that.
I
I'm
don't have
going
an
DJ.
argument
You good?
platform.
Damn.
I
My
don't
bad.
have an argument platform like that. Listen, this is not listen. If you ask to bring a subject to my platform, and then I have people come to my platform, this is not like. First of all, what happened is that when he began to chastise people in his audience, I said, "Hold on." Then I got brought it back to the subject. This is not what we cannot be on that. I'm not on that. So if you got to get out of here because you gotta get your temper under control, do it. But do not come to my platform when I'm inviting my friends here. Queen is my guest. Keon is my guest. Witch Doctor is my guest that I brought here to talk on the subject of people missing children. Now I talked about Anissa. Why? Because she is homeless. She's displaced. I talked about the fact that you know what, at some point that could be a danger for her. That she could actually be running into people that could be trying to exploit
Now
her.
I see. Now I see why you added her. I was gonna ask you what she has to do with the argon harvesting and stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But
it
now I
could be
see why.
any. Yeah, that's where
Is
I'm
she
at.
vulnerable? She out there, and most of the women that be getting abducted, you see they gone missing and stuff like that before. And a lot of the stuff I watched on organ harvesting, the women was missing. Like a lot of women in Chicago, Atlanta. So I get what you say. Even where I'm from, like in South America, is a lot of that shit going on because it's a black
And please
market
feel
for
free to,
organs.
to share to your audience which because this is a serious subject here. I
Oh, I
don't
could share. I
get
could share.
lost on the people what the true subject is because of people's egos. Fuck your ego, bro. Fuck that you brought it to the subject. Fuck all that. This is a real subject. If you want to come up and actually deal with the subject, let's focus on the subject. It's not about like, oh, it's me and I. This is not about I. We just had another person on here that said it was him, his subject. Now it's your subject. We're not doing that. This is the subject. It's a subject alone, all within itself. And if you really want to help people, it shouldn't be about ego. You asked to bring this to my panel too, and I'm not going to allow someone to override me on my own panel. I'm sorry. So if you have to like feel like you got to go because of that, fine. We're not going to be arguing on this chat. We're not doing that. So let's go. Let's get into it. Let's talk about it. All right. I'm sorry. I just had to like just make that be known. Queen left. We were really getting somewhere.
There you
Let's
go.
go. Let's talk about it. So yes, you're right. The reason why, even yesterday when I was even on your panel and we were talking about the same thing, the reason why I brought her situation up is because it's another person that we actually see really right now that's vulnerable. That's all over the internet, right? So that makes her even more vulnerable to sharks. And that's what I was trying to get to.
Makes sense. Makes
You
sense.
know.
Yeah, because I definitely came in. Because really, I just came in. Y'all, I heard y'all say something about Anissa. I didn't think it was something connected to this, but yeah, I mean, it is very important. Like kids being kidnapped is always a bad thing. Period. So, and especially if they're being kidnapped so they can harvest organs, that's crazy as hell. But it happens, So it's definitely something that should be X'd out, in my opinion.
There's two things that happen when people get trafficked. Okay. One, they get harvested for their organs. Two, they get trafficked for sexual.
For prostitute, right.
Or they get just murdered altogether. You know what I'm saying? Some people just weird. You know what I'm saying? So we have to address all three of these issues, and that's what's been going on in this panel. But we have to let our egos go and not make it about like who was the one who initiated the conversation, because it's the conversation, period, point blank. So let's get into it. So here are the statistics if anybody missed it, right? Okay. 2023 statistics for the United States, okay? 563,389 people are reported missing.
Your mic cracking a little bit, DJ.
Okay. Sorry about
The
that.
last thing we heard is missing. How much missing?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so 40% minority. 40% of the missing persons are persons of color, yet African Americans make only 13% of the population. Thousands of people are reported missing every year in the U.S. While not every case will get widespread media attention, the coverage of white and minority victims is far from proportionate. Why is there a disparity in media coverage? Runaways, criminals, desensitization. So a lot of minority children are initially classified as runaways. So when you go to the police and you say my child is missing, they're going to say, well, she probably ran away. So that adds another like about 2 or 48 hours onto the case. Now, if anyone's seen the show 48 Hours, right? When a person is murdered, it takes 48 hours to figure out who did it. Otherwise, the case is a cold case. Anyone who saw that show?
Yeah, I've seen that show.
The next level is the missing.
Yo, and DJ, I could hear you, but for some reason, like it sounds like you're crackling a little. You hear that, Keon, or is just me?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I think it might be like you, like a wire.
Yeah, it's chopping. Yeah, it's chopping for sure.
Yeah, I'm really trying to drive this point.
Okay, it's good. It's good now for sure.
Yeah, it was good there. You just a little bit low. I could hear Keon louder. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to
Oh
Oh
man, we ain't
damn!
going back to the
God
topic. Goddamn. Goddamn.
So let me I'm gonna try one
Damn,
more
it's
time.
even worse.
Okay. Me now?
Did you move? Like, are you on your
No,
phone
I
right?
have a whole like console here. Like I have a whole like audio console.
Damn.
It might be I don't know if you gotta come out and come back in or change your audio setting. Let me go and share so I could let some people know we live.
Yeah, she probably gonna come back.
And hit the like button if y'all haven't. We over on DJ Genesis channel. Hit the like button if you haven't hit it. Oh, there she go. Yeah. Yeah, man. I seen Dr. Umar daughter today.
Oh,
I
you
was like,
seen her?
damn, she alive. Yeah, I seen her posting on her channel. And then I
Okay.
messaged her. I was like, good. I was like, I was like, I know they was capping. Good to see you alive. She right the message after that. Guess what she sent me? Guess what she responded with?
What?
Her cash app. It's like the disrespect. You know what I'm saying? It's still
And that's the thing, right? And I don't know what it is, man. It's just like it. Once you start getting attention, then you want to start getting money, and then you start just like I don't know what that process is, man. But like
you know
my
what
God, today.
some people when they get to a certain status or something, they start I don't know, they start look like shitting on they start
Yeah, they
shitting
just
on
start
people.
shitting on people, bro. They just like this is not worth my time.
So this is what I was trying to like just show. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so let's get back to it. So, all right, so what happens is why is there severity in media coverage for people that run away, people that come up missing in the black community, right? So some are considered to be runaways. A lot of minority children are initially classified as runaways and as a result do not receive an Amber Alert. So all these Amber Alerts you seeing, that is not for black people. They have to come up with an Ebony Alert specifically for black people.
Wait, they got a separate Amber
Oh
Alert
man.
for black people? Nah, come on.
Ebony.
Damn, D, why your mic doing that, man?
I think it's because she's sharing. It's like as
Cause
soon as
she's
she
here.
starts sharing, it just I don't know.
Still, I know you're trying to say, "Can we hear you?" But we can't hear you.
Oh.
What you using?
Hello?
A USB mic?
No, I'm using my sound console, my audio console.
Make sure the power is plugged in good, because sometimes that if you yeah, you see they saying in the chat is crackling up. Now they say it's crackling. If you could hear it, listen to it yourself, you'll hear how it's sung. You know what I'm saying? And let me drop the I'm about to drop the StreamYard link in my chat. If y'all wanna come up. Yeah, I want to come up and rough DJ Genesis up a little bit on her own channel. You know, she try to keep it clean and PG over here. You know what I'm saying?
Can you
But
hear me
if
better
y'all want to
now?
come,
Is it better now?
yeah, we hear you better. You just a little bit low. And let me turn down because people be saying my shit is low as shit. Let me turn my
Okay,
shit.
you know what it was? It was because I had my sound thing hanging off the side of the thing. Is it better now? You can hear me
Yeah,
now?
way better, way better.
Yeah, it was hanging off the side of the table. So okay, so what I was trying to show is that okay? Let me get back to it because I really because this is really keen to my heart because as a single mother, I feel myself like very protective of my kids to the point where I'm like I can barely like when I go out, I'm scared, you know. So all right, let's go into it. All right, why are black kids some okay? Where are we at? All right. So a lot of minority children are initially classified as runaways and as a result do not receive an Amber Alert. Okay. So that means those alerts you get on your phone, real loud as heck, 9 times
Yeah.
out of 10, it's not going to be a black person. It's going to be a white lady.
So let me ask you this, DJ. So they only do it. So they don't do Amber Alerts for runaways. They only do it for like abduction.
Yes.
Okay, I don't even be reading them. You know what I'm saying?
It's mainly because of abduction. So
Hmm.
if they classify your child as a runaway, then the Amber Alert is not going to be initially the thing. So what happens is with black mothers, when something happens to their child, they first say, "Oh, they must have ran away first." So that
Wait,
took
off
two
off
two
the bat.
days.
Okay, okay.
You know what I'm saying? And so so now if the person is whatever where they would normally just put out the police force and try to look for them, that puts it at a delay. The next level is missing minority adults are labeled as and associated with criminal involvement with gangs and drugs. So if you have like an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old child that just stopped responding, they're gonna think that they were doing some crime or whatever, so that like delays it. The next step is desensitization. It's believed that missing minorities live in impoverished conditions and crime is a regular part of their lives. Now, this is if you just so you know, this is called blackandmissing.com. I mean Black and Missing Incorporated. So this is where I'm getting these statistics from, okay? All right. So 50% female and 50% male become missing. 173 individuals listed as unknown. Breakdown based on age, race under 18. 53% white, includes Hispanic, 40% African American, 4% Asian and Indian. 3% were unknown, okay? 162,755 total number of missing persons of color under the age of 18. All right, this includes Asian, which only make up 4%. Okay, so that means this amount of people missing. No one knows where they are. In 2023, 224,706 persons of color were reported missing. Of that group, 162,755 were under the age of 18. Yet missing minority children are grossly reported in the news. What can we do to level the playing field? One, more diversity in the newsroom. Okay, what's happening is that people are just not reporting it in the news. Less is more. Balance the scales and show less of one group and more of everyone. This is what this organization is trying to do to like bring light to the situation that's happening when it comes to missing and exploited kids and just people that are African American. Now, if you go back into the live, like you guys are starting from this point, where we talked about organ harvesting, we talked about a lot of different things before Witch Doctor started his live. So I really want to know that we're not just only talking about just missing people. We're talking about people that have been exploited when it comes down to like their even down to like abortions and how like we talked about a lot of different stuff about how
Did y'all talk about like because a lot of times I hear about the organ harvesting, but I never heard about a solid case that you could point and be like, boom, you see this had happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, touched on anything like that? Because
well,
I'm late to this.
we actually did. We talked about the actual connection to the slavery and how they were taking slaves and there was like the thing called it was the Underground Railroad one way, but then there was a reverse Underground Railroad where they were just grabbing people that were free and bringing them back into slavery, kidnapping them and bringing them up. So it's not just about organ harvesting, but it's also about just people harvesting, just taking them and just rerouting them to wherever you want to take them, and then enslaving them to that point, or getting rid of them, whatever they're going to do. So it's like so all this stuff is all tied together. It's not just one thing. Anything can happen to you when you get kidnapped. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, I know that you were showing this on your channel, but I did play a little bit of this video that talked about like the fact that just even in Chicago, there's a whole like thing going on in Chicago and stuff like that, where people like were just getting taken, and there's like a whole like let's go. Let me show you.
Stories from viewers with similar situations and stories. In the comments section, I was told about human body part rings that have been discovered over the years. Intrigued, I decided to slap on my tinfoil hat and dive into this rabbit hole. I immediately took that tinfoil hat off because I don't think I'm going crazy at all, because the truth is stranger than fiction. This is what I found. In the quiet suburbs of Chicago, federal agents raided two ordinary-looking businesses and uncovered the unthinkable. Thousands of human body parts were meticulously cataloged and priced for sale. Heads for $500, arms for $750, or
What the
whole bodies for
fuck?
$5,000. Behind this dark marketplace was the Biological Resource Center of Illinois, a body broker operation allegedly deceiving donors who believed they were contributing to medical science and not having the remains sold for profit. This wasn't an isolated incident either. Similar operations have been exposed across America, from Arizona, where investigators discovered scenes reminiscent of Frankenstein with mismatched body parts sewn together, to Colorado, where a funeral home allegedly gave families concrete dust instead of ashes while selling their loved ones' bodies. These cases expose a troubling truth. While organ donation for transplants is strictly regulated, the trade in non-transplant body parts operates in a regulatory vacuum, allowing exploitation of donors' generosity and families' grief. But could these victims be more than just donors who donated their bodies to help others? Could a portion of these victims also be from missing people from all around the U.S.? Hello, strangers. Welcome back to The Strange Bar and Grill. I'm your host, JP. Today we'll be discussing the human body trade, a truth more disturbing than any conspiracy theory. In the frigid January air of suburban Chicago, federal agents descended upon two seemingly ordinary businesses, a nondescript crematorium in Schiller Park and an office building in Rosemont, housing the Biological Resource Center of Illinois. What they discovered would pull back the curtain on a largely unregulated industry operating in the shadows of American healthcare. But could this raid also hold clues to another disturbing pattern across America, the issue of men and women going missing from hospitals? Let's take a look. When agents executed their carefully planned search warrants at the two facilities, they uncovered an inventory that read like the manifest of a medical school anatomy lab. Thousands of body parts and tissue samples, meticulously cataloged, heads, hands, legs, and torsos, were stored in containers. According to federal documents later unsealed, these weren't merely medical specimens awaiting educational use. They were allegedly inventory in what authorities described as a body broker ring that illegally traded in human remains. Now, this federal investigation hadn't actually begun in Illinois. It started when authorities discovered scores of human remains stored on ice, not properly embalmed as required for medical specimens, in warehouses in Detroit and Phoenix. And if you remember from my last story, we talked about hospitals in Detroit and people going missing. I'll leave a link to that in the description. These discoveries created a trail that eventually led investigators to the Chicago suburbs and the BRCIL, the Biological Resource Center of Illinois. Like similar operations across the country, operated within a particular business model. The company solicited body donations from individuals who wished to contribute to medical science after their death. Such donations are vital for medical research and training. Surgeons practice new techniques on cadavers, researchers test new medical devices, and students learn human anatomy through direct examination. And what makes these cases troubling, according to investigators, was the alleged deception involved. Federal agents claim that the BRCIL had assured donors and families that remains would not be sold. However, financial records recovered during the January raids painted a different picture, one of commodification with specific price points. Whole corpses selling for $5,000 and up, arms for $750, and heads for $500. Even more disturbing were the allegations regarding the condition of some of the remains. According to the unsealed documents, some body parts were infected with HIV, hepatitis, and other diseases, conditions that should have disqualified them from sale or medical use. So keep that in mind for later, because we'll touch on that again. These remains were allegedly sold to hospitals, doctors, and medical training facilities, both in the United States and internationally, potentially putting healthcare workers at risk. Now,
That is wild. That is wild right there.
Hello. Come on
Crazy
now.
shit.
Does anybody want to come up, or does anybody have anything to say about that? Like, that's crazy.
I'm dropping the link in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it for some time now, but I just wanted to like let it be known what we've been talking about, so that people could like just see some of the.
Yeah. If you want, you could give a brief rundown, because I was watching in the car on the way, but my phone had died, so I didn't hear everything y'all was talking about.
Yeah, so we've talked about a lot of different things. We talked about, I mean, all this stuff is all tied together, right? And let me even show you this. Let me even break it down. So we're talking about the cadavers of people like doing this, and he's gonna get in. It's gonna get even more crazier when you hear it. Like there's so much going on. And I want to thank Mandinka Mali. I'm not trying to take anything away from him for bringing this subject to the light. And hopefully he'll come back just when he cools down. But let's just go into it. Let's just show you.
Peace. Now I'm sure y'all remember when I made this video, right? About the graves, bodies not being in there. Then y'all remember when I made this video about graves, bodies not being in there. Then y'all remember when I made this video, graves, where are all the bodies? There are no bodies in there. More receipts, more proof. Check this shit out.
find any remains. So they dug up the second spot and the third spot and didn't find any remains. The cemetery would have us believe that because it's been 20 years, it happens that everything that was buried in that casket has returned to the earth. As a dad, that doesn't make sense to me. She was buried in clothes. The casket had metal on it. She had on shoes. But they're telling us that she's not here and they don't have any other answers for us. They pretty much just closed the conversation. I'm not really sure what else to do, but like I said, the dad and me will not let this just die. Again, this is Hillcrest Memorial in Augusta, Georgia, and I want some answers. They do.
Listen, I said it once and I'm gonna say it again. Y'all need to look into what's going on with these bodies. Ain't no bodies in these graves. People are going back looking for their people. They ain't in there. Caskets are getting repainted. Cemeteries are not expanding. How are cemeteries not expanding and hundreds of thousands of people are dying? We should have football fields of expansions every year. Do the math. But when the mind's blind, the eyes can't see.
Thoughts?
Nah, so they dig up. So people are digging up graves and taking the organ. I thought you're supposed to take the organs when people still alive and put it in some sort of cooler and shit, like
So
in Demolition Man.
it's so this conversation is not just only about organs, it's about just kidnapping, period. They kidnapping dead bodies, they're kidnapping alive bodies, or whatever.
And
What
how
are
you
they?
wait a minute, DJ Genesis? How are you kidnapping dead bodies, man? Come on, man. Come on.
Where are no, I'm saying, where are the bodies at? What
But
happened?
that's
Okay,
not a kidnapping, man. Come
okay, but
on.
I'm saying, well, not kidnapping, but all these bodies are disappearing, and what it is that there is a market for this. What are
Mm.
they doing with it? They're taking they're taking our blood, they're taking our organs, they're taking our deceased bodies, they're taking our fetuses, they're making that into stuff. They're taking our um placenta, they're taking our blood. There's so much things that they're taking, and so we're covering all this stuff that they're taking that has to do with us, and we're like, okay, well, well, just even just people. We don't even have to do just only black, just period. What is going on here? It's not just about like, I mean, you have a loved one, you bury that loved one, and then you go to maybe they were involved with a crime, and then you go to exhume the body. You can't do it because the body's gone. It never was buried. What about what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying we need to like look in. There's too much. It's too much weird. It's weird. I don't know what they're doing with that, but what are they doing with it? I told the story myself. Even when it comes down to my deceased loved one, right?
Yeah.
We talked about how they took the organs out of the young man that got wrapped into the wrestling mat. Took his organs. My child's father passed away when I was actually preparing his body. His brain was gone.
Wait, who? Wait, who?
About 10. When I was preparing his body for his cemetery, you know he wears the head wrap, right?
Yeah.
Brain was gone. They put something in it, like they stuffed something in there and sewed his skull. They took the skull out and it was just solid. It was nothing there. And I was like, it was very traumatizing to experience. I don't know what else was missing from that, but yeah.
Was he
Brain
an
was
organ
gone.
donor?
No, he wasn't.
Wait a minute, because sometimes people do put that on the driver license, though, DJ.
We discussed that.
Okay.
He was not an organ donor. And here's the thing: is that we have to. The whole thing about this is to tell you to like listen. Don't put organ donor on your license.
Right.
This whole like topic, and thanks to Mandinka for the topic, it was to bring awareness to like this whole organ harvesting, the whole kidnapping people, because there's a fine line between a person that gets just kidnapped for trafficking And then like when they're no longer valuable at a certain age, then they're up for the harvesting out. They then they go up to the next situation. You know what I'm saying? And that actually was in a documentary that I watched about that. There's people
Mm.
that actually have children just to do that. You know?
And shows her the tip. She said is why she want to get cremated. She said, burn my ass. They not about to mess with me. It shows her the April in the chat too. Shows her the
Right.
I
So, yeah, the
I'm gonna
white
be
guy
honest.
he
I'm gonna
said
be honest though, right? Me personally, looking at this, I classify it as a crime. I'm pretty sure a lot of our nations and states would probably classify that as a crime.
Mm.
So to me, it's like, why are we looking more into this other than like this something else? I don't know, like sexual assault or like why do you feel like we need to specifically look into this over something else that's classified as a crime?
I mean,
because
this.
all of it ties together. Like, what do you mean? Like, it all works together. Like, if you kidnap a person and then go ahead, what were you gonna say, which doctor?
No, I was gonna say it. It definitely ties in together, and also like stealing somebody organs and all of that shit. That would make me look kind of suspicious at the hospitals. Why so much black women be losing their life during childbirth? You know what I'm saying? I remember, and this is kind of a touchy subject, but I remember when me and my ex was having a kid, and they didn't make it and stuff like that. We literally had to pay to get the body to do a funeral type shit, or else they was gonna. And I'm like, damn. So when y'all keep the body, what do y'all do? You know what I'm saying? So it's like is wild. Like, you know what I mean? Even people
They put the bodies into cream and they use the organs as stem cells. So here's the
yeah,
thing.
even the placenta. Some people even had trouble taking their own placenta to the crib from the when you cut the what you call
Yeah,
it, the cord, the umbilical cord. The doctor giving them hassle to take that shit home. It's like, damn, why do
you
y'all
gotta
need
pay
this
two
shit so
hundred
bad?
bucks. Trust me, I just had a child 3 years
Wait,
ago.
how much you gotta pay?
You gotta pay $200, and you have to let them know beforehand, like before you have the baby. You
That's
gotta pay
fucked
two
up.
hundred dollars, and then they'll give you the placenta.
Why you
So
got it? It's like if I got some. That's like that. Not to say the placenta is trash, but that's like if you telling me I'm gonna dump this trash, and I'm like, nah, let me dump my own. Like if I stayed at a hotel and I'm telling and I'm about to dump my own trash, and the hotel people's like, nah, 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 I'll dump your trash for you. If you want to dump your own trash, you gotta pay, because for the most part they don't teach us that is value in the umbilical cord or shit like that. So it's got to have some value if they want to keep it, and they want you to pay them to take your own fucking body parts. That shit is wild to me. You know what I mean?
and I also talked about in that same pregnancy and other ones when I was having a baby. Like, okay, in this particular one, Parkland Hospital is like a research hospital. Like, all the college students go there so you'll have a main doctor, and then they'll have other doctors that are training to be doctors. So the entire time after I had my baby, they would come into the room. So like they're doing a thing, and it'd be like five people with this one doctor. Well, can I try to and I'm like, oh, okay, sure, I guess. But I'm like, okay, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, because for some reason they don't let you sleep when you have a baby. Like when you have a baby, they are coming into your room every freaking hour, especially if you're in ICU. I had a C-section, I was in ICU. They were coming into my room every hour drawing blood. That's another thing. This drawing blood thing. I don't know why they keep drawing blood. I had an actual blood transfusion, and they were drawing more blood. I'm like, how do you draw blood from a person with a blood transfusion? Why do you keep drawing my blood every hour? And then even Baba Yashabaya said that he had his blood drawn 16 times when he went to the hospital. And do you know that America is the largest donator of plasma? I'm like, there's not as much. I mean, what's the difference? What is it going to be the difference if you draw my blood in at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock? You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're just drawing blood. I'm anemic. I'm like, and and I'm still anemic. They done draw so much blood. I think I'm still anemic right
Yeah, I don't like that shit. That drawing blood. When I go for a checkup, it's like, why you gotta draw so much blood, man? Like, what the fuck, man?
now. Right. Welcome to
I'll
the
be
panel.
feeling like I'm about to pass out type shit.
You understand what I'm saying? So all this stuff, like so even when you go into the harvesting of organs, you go into the harvesting of blood, you go into the harvesting of bodies, you can go into the harvesting of all this stuff, placenta, all this stuff, it's all tied together. There's a reason why, and it might be a different like section of whatever the heck the medical community is doing this in, but there is a reason why they're doing this. And then when you go and then okay, people coming up missing, the kids, right? You know what I'm saying? What happens to the kids that come up missing? They're showing that hey, they go back to the grave sites, these children, and they're not there. What happens to the body?
Resurrected.
Tiff, welcome to the chat.
What up, Tiff?
Hey, can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah,
Yes.
weird.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Hey, DJ Genesis, Witch Doctor. Help me pronounce your name. Kasim, I can't see it. It's so
Keon.
small.
Keon.
Keon. Hey, everybody.
Way off.
I'm sorry that the screen is so small.
Let's mess it up.
But no, I just wanted to add about the hospital because okay, when I had when I was pregnant, like I was so afraid to have my baby in the hospital. Like I really wanted to have my child at home. That was initially the plan to like have a midwife and a doula and things like that. But even though it's cheaper to have it at home, like who has like sometimes you don't have $4, $5, $6,000 just out of pocket, to pay and have those things done. But anyway, the hospital that I delivered at, I feel like it was like divine protection or something because they were wonderful. Like they asked me for my birth plan and what did I want, and they allowed, I ain't gonna say allowed. I turned down certain I don't want to say it because YouTube will, strike a channel if you talk about jazz and stuff. But I turned those things down for not only me and my child, but they also let me take my placenta home because that was one of the things I heard about how they would charge you for your own placenta because apparently your placenta is worth about $50,000 by itself. So I was like, I want to take my placenta home, and they allowed me to, and I was able to bury it here in the backyard. But it's just crazy to me how they charge you like DJ with Doctor, condolence to you. You said, when you lost your child or whatever, like you had to pay for his body, which is crazy. Like, why you have to pay for something that belongs to you?
Exactly.
That really just raised an eyebrow when it comes to the medical field. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't trust it all the way. I say out of like 100%, I give maybe anywhere between 25 to 30% of trust when it comes to the medical field and big pharma and things like that. Because I don't think our health is in their best interest. They're more in business of keeping you as a patient and actually helping you and curing you, so that way you don't have to keep coming back. But that's my opinion. But on the topic of them taking bodies and organ harvesting. I remember I did a live a few months ago about because I didn't know this. Like when you're like, because I have a son and I personally didn't want to get him circumcised, but his dad wanted to, so we compromised on that. He was able, like, he let me decide not to do certain things to him, and I let him get circumcised. But do you know what they do with baby foreskin? Like they actually put it in skin products and things
Yeah.
like that in order, I guess for youth.
Remember Ellen? Remember Ellen DeGenerate was talking about how she used I think it was her or Sandra Bullock. I think Sandra Bullock was on Ellen's show saying that that's what she used to keep her face looking young. Baby foreskin cream. Shit is wild.
Baby foreskin, the little skin around your little, your child's teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh
That's
my
why I'm
God.
glad I still got my hoodie on, man. Fuck that.
Listen, shout out to the hoodies because it's just weird to me because I mean, even, when you, as you, get older and you start looking into these things, you just think, oh, that's part of, that's part of society, that's normal. But then like, no, it's like, it's almost when you think about those women and girls over there in Africa and stuff like that getting genital mutilation and things like that. To me, circumcision is no different for the baby because, like, what is it for? But they're like, well, that's because, it's easy for him to get infections and have growth and stuff under there. I'm like, well, you have to teach them how to wash their damn dick. Excuse my language.
Right, right.
But it's like, I guess, I don't know. People don't want to take time to do that and also take time to teach your kid that. So even with the circumcision, there's still little skin that you have to pull back and clean up under there and things like that. So I just think it's just weird what they do far as when it comes to our children and us as well. Y'all were talking about them taking blood because like as much blood they took from me when I was pregnant because they claimed they were testing for different things or looking for things. I'm like, what you looking for? Like what do you need? Okay, I'm gonna be out here like they clone Tyrone, they clone Tiffany out here somewhere. So if y'all see a me out there in your hood, it's not me.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy that they have you paying for your own body parts and even back in the days like when I used to be watching a lot of conscious community content. I remember Tariq Nasheed was talking about how back in the days people would put in the slave teeth as dentures and shit like that. That shit been happening. You know what I'm saying? They got like preserved black fetuses in jars and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Or using black people's skin as leather or turn it to leather somehow when wearing it. So it's been
And
going
even
on.
melanin, they sell melanin by I think by the gram or by the punk, something like that. I can't remember, but they
Mm-hmm.
literally sell melanin.
Let me see. Let me look that up since you brought that up because it's actually like it's really high. Let me see. Melanin by the gram.
Let me see.
I'm gonna show you guys something that's gonna be even crazier. Watch this. Hold on.
$445 per
For
gram.
1 gram, yeah, I just looked it up. That
Sheesh.
is crazy.
Sheesh.
We walking billionaires out here.
Rewards once they return to so-called fugitive. The slave catcher created 3 methods with catching both the runaway and the free: physical abduction, envisionment or kidnapping by trickery of free blacks, and apprehension of fugitives. The system lasted for 85 years, from 1780 to 1865. It was referenced to the Underground Railroad, in which the network of abolitionists and sympathizers who helped smuggle escaped slaves to freedom, mostly to Canada and Mexico, where slavery was abolished.
So this is the reverse Underground Railroad. This is when you get free, but then they got this thing where they take you back.
Yes,
So let's go.
the blackbirders. Blackbirding involves the coercion of people through deception and or kidnapping to work as unpaid or poorly paid laborers in countries distant from their native land. Sometimes this is with the support of policemen and city officials. Black newspapers in Philadelphia would run missing children notices, including one for a 14-year-old daughter of a newspaper editor. One particular person responsible for this egregious act was a white woman by the name of Martha Patty Cannon. From 1811 to 1829, this illegal slave trader was a leader of a gang that kidnapped slaves and freed blacks from the Delmarva Peninsula of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and the Chesapeake Bay, and then transport them to be sold to plantation owners located further south. You had white men such as John Hart Crenshaw, who was a slave trader from the 1820s to the 1850s, based in Illinois, who was also an associate of a Kentucky lawman and outlaw, James Ford. These two men were kidnapping free blacks in southeastern Illinois and sold them into the slave states of Kentucky. He also was known for breeding slaves and kidnapping free blacks.
Right. So I wanted to show that there's the thing about this whole Chicago connection to where if we go back to this thing, this Chicago body harvesting rings. Let's go into it.
Now, behind the BRCIL were Donald A. Green and his son, Donald A. Green II, who together owned both the body donation business and the Schiller Park crematorium. On September 21st, 2021, the U.S. District Court of the Eastern District of Michigan convicted and sentenced Donald A. Green Sr. 24 months of incarceration, 36 months of supervised release, and a $100 special assessment. And on October 13th of 2021, the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan convicted and sentenced Donald A. Green II to 30 days of incarceration, 1 year of supervised release, and a $100 special assessment fee. In my opinion,
So he's body harvesting. He's only getting like what 100 days, and you can get a weed charge and get way more than that. Listen,
that is not enough time for these types of crimes. I think they got off easy. But that was just in Illinois, because this Illinois case was not isolated. Similar investigations have exposed questionable practices in the body donation industry nationwide, revealing a pattern of alleged abuses spanning decades. In 2014, the FBI raided the Biological Resource Center in Arizona, owned by Stephen Gore. What agents found there shocked even experienced investigators. A cooler filled with severed heads, a bucket of limbs, and according to court documents, a macabre scene reminiscent of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, torsos with heads of different people sewn together. Gore later pleaded guilty to illegal control of an enterprise and was sentenced to probation. He got sentenced to probation for basically performing experiments with people's bodies, people's dead bodies, sewing heads onto corpses. Like, what the hell? In 2018, a Reuters investigation titled The Body Trade documented how the Detroit warehouse connected to the Illinois case was tied to businessman Arthur Rathburn. Rathburn was eventually sentenced to 9 years in prison for fraud and shipping hazardous materials after he was found to have supplied body parts infected with HIV and hepatitis to medical researchers. In Colorado, similar allegations surfaced against Megan Hess and her mother Shirley Koch, who operated Sunset Mesa Funeral Home. Prosecutors alleged they sold body parts from hundreds of corpses they were supposed to cremate, often without families' permission. In some cases, they allegedly provided families with concrete dust instead of ashes while selling the bodies. Both pleaded guilty.
do you understand what I'm saying about the funeral homes now?
Yeah. I was even watching was that Asian show? Oh man, Squid Games.
Yeah.
And you see in Squid Games when people was, because Squid Games people lose their life. Is the last person alive win all the bread. But a lot of them people when they was dying, if they die from, because you could die, it's different ways you could die. You could die in a way that could still preserve your organs. You know what I'm saying? So some of the people that didn't die so gruesome that their organs was fucked up, it had a group of people that was working in the Squid Games. They was keeping their body on the low, and they had a doctor there, and they was literally cutting them open, gutting them of the valuable organs that they could sell, and sewing them back up, and then cremating them. You know what I mean?
And you know that Squid Games was based on a true story.
I heard about it, but I never seen I heard it based on a true story, but I never seen the actual real Squid Games that it based off of. You know what I mean?
Well, they showed the actual building and everything, like on TikTok and stuff, where it was like they showed where the building was at and everything like that. So yeah, it was based on a true story. So all this stuff. So here's the thing. So you think, oh, okay. So what happens mostly is that you have a person that is deceased, and you think that when that body dies, oh, okay, it goes to it's dead, right? But no, they can take stuff out of it, and then now the funeral homes and the hospitals work together. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the creepy part, is that they're working together. The hospitals need the organs. The funeral home is able to do whatever the heck with the other parts of the body. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what they're doing with it. Probably selling it I don't know. Then they give you concrete dust and say, okay, that's your loved one. And so you think you got an urn of your loved one's ashes, and guess what? No, it's just some concrete dust. You understand what I'm saying?
Damn.
And these people own the funeral home. These two people own the funeral home. So that's what I'm trying to show y'all, is that when they talk about that the graves are empty, right? Because all you know is that you went to the funeral, you saw your loved one, they closed the casket. You don't know what happens to the body, right?
That sounds like they need better security shit. That's what it sounds like to me.
I mean, they own if they own the place, you know what I'm saying? They ain't matter if they got security. They own the spot.
What? Right. They own the funeral home.
It's not like the employees.
Owners doing it?
Yeah, the owners doing it. That's some grimy shit.
To mail fraud and were sentenced to prison in 2023. But there's another disturbing pattern across America that few have connected to the body broker industry: people who disappeared without a trace from medical facilities. Nevaeh Richard, just 2 years old, went missing on November 13th of 2012 from a doctor's appointment in Cleveland, Ohio. Nevaeh has been diagnosed with Waardenburg syndrome, a genetic condition that causes congenital hearing loss and changes in pigmentation of the skin, hair, and eyes. Could she have been targeted for her genetic condition? There's not a lot known about this case, but it's believed that the mother or a friend of the mother took the child to a doctor's appointment, but it's unclear how the two became separated. Carlton Purnell was last seen on June 18th, 2024, at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. It's unclear as to why he was admitted to the hospital, but when nurses went to check on him after a shift change, he was nowhere to be found. His wallet and personal items were untouched and left behind. Of course, no surveillance footage could be found of Carlton actually leaving the hospital. Bartolo Diaz Ortiz, age 41, was last seen crossing the border into Arizona. 3 people were crossing together. They were apprehended, and they said Bartolo was taken to the hospital. When the other 2 inquired about him later, when they were in detention, they were told that he had died. Bartolo has not been seen since. Do you think it's possible that some of these people that are crossing the border are getting snatched up and made victims of the human body part trade as well? Let me know in the comment section. George Gregory Smith was last seen when he was allegedly discharged from a Detroit, Michigan hospital on May 1st, 2006. He was never heard from again. And again, no surveillance footage of him actually leaving the hospital. Frank Brown disappeared on June 3rd, 2015, after being hospitalized for seizures at Baptist Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida. And nearly 9 years later, his case remains unsolved, with no substantial leads or clues about what happened to him. Frank had been hospitalized for several days due to seizure-related issues. When it was time for him to be released, he called his brother Ernest and their mother to say he was being released and needed a ride home. Ernest and his mother showed up to the hospital. They waited in the hospital lobby for approximately 30 minutes, but Frank never appeared. When Ernest went to Frank's hospital room to check on him, his hospital room was empty, and hospital staff informed him that Frank had already left. Surveillance footage did show Frank in the hospital, but it never actually showed him leaving. Shanice Burrell vanished from a St. Louis hospital in 2011 while visiting her newborn in the NICU. Lamont Jenkins went missing from University Hospital's Cleveland Medical Center in 2014. Derek Chambers vanished from the Advocate Christ Medical Center in Oaklawn in 2012 while recovering from a minor surgery. And I can just list probably 100 cases here of people that went missing in a hospital. These cases share disturbing similarities. Many of these individuals disappeared despite security cameras throughout the facilities. Personal belongings were often left behind, and in several cases, the security footage has gaps or malfunctions at critical moments. We have to ask the uncomfortable questions here. Is it possible that some of these missing persons cases are connected to the underground body trade? Could vulnerable patients be targeted by those looking to profit in this shady industry? The geographic overlap is striking. Many disappearances occurred in the same cities where body broker operations were later raided. In Detroit, where Arthur Rathburn ran his business before being sentenced to 9 years in prison. In Chicago, where the Greens operated. In Phoenix, where Stephen Gore's facility was raided. The body broker industry operates in a regulatory vacuum. While the sale of organs for transplant is strictly regulated, the trade in non-transplant body parts has minimal oversight. Only a handful of states have laws specifically regulating body brokers. This patchwork approach to regulation creates opportunities for those willing to push ethical and legal boundaries. Now, the legitimate medical donation industry is vital to healthcare advancement, but the profit motive, combined with minimal oversight, creates conditions where exploitation becomes possible.
All right, thoughts? Any thoughts on that so far?
Man, yeah. Hey, the underground. What do you call it? The underground body part trade. Is that? I mean, like I said, bro, it's not like it's not possible, but we trying to make a narrative out of this. And it's like I don't think that's what it is. You know what I mean? I think like that's like I said, like I think we can look at it like any other crime and make a name for it. The underground, you know what I mean, Nissan Rogue stealing groups, you know, like something like that. You know, it could be the same thing. And I don't know what's the point of, again, specifically going after this. Like, are we trying to say that these people are targeting black people because black people got some divine blood and organs or something? Like, what are we?
No, sir. I know you've been drinking, but I'm gonna tell you this. It's not about that. It's about that. Listen, organs cost money. There's people that need heart transplant, kidney transplant, lung transplant. All right. And what happens is that everybody is not hitting that button to say, okay, well, if I die, here's my lung, here's my
So
this.
let me ask you this: do mostly black people hit that button to be donors?
At one point we were, but then
Mm.
at one point we were.
And I want to ask this here too, and I don't know if you could answer because it might be a medical question, right? But when people donate, well, you know what? I don't think it is. I'll
And
still ask.
it's not only
When,
just for
but
donation of organs, but it could be for
but experiment.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. And also, right,
Scientific, like this.
if I donate it, if you donate it to another woman, right, your organ to another woman, do y'all gotta be the same race? Because I know they say all humans is like 90% the same genetically. So I'm wondering if it gotta be the same race
It should
when
be
you
based
donate.
in blood type. So if you have the
Okay,
same
blood
blood
type.
type as another one, then it makes the organ more viable within your body. So that's what it normally. Welcome to the channel, Nightish.
What up, Night?
Did you have something to say?
You might still be muted.
Yeah, I was on the phone. What happened?
No, I was welcoming you. I thought you had something to say
Thank you, DJ Genesis. You being nice today.
today?
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think it's just about money, and as long as money involved, everybody gonna be involved. Just like we watched Diddy pay 50,000 to get something disappear. When you talking about that industry right there of organs, that's millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, I don't think that Keon's like, well, what's the big deal? It's like, bro, do you know
Now
that?
I think he trying to say why is it why we zero in on black people if other people being organs being harvested too. We want to know if we got some divine if it's the
No,
melanin.
no, no. It's because it don't listen when we come up missing, nobody looks for us.
Okay. So you saying
When other races come up missing, they got like a whole Amber Alert and this alert and that alert and people looking for them. When it comes to us, they don't look for us. So
so you
therefore, it
saying
makes
black
it
people
more.
you saying we more vulnerable?
Yes,
Okay.
100%. And when it happens to
Stay
us,
safe out here.
come on now. And then if you actually look at how many women, I mean, there was a whole. I think I brought up a whole thing. Somebody brought up a thing that there was like 60 women that came up missing in Florida, and no, I'm sorry, it was called Operation Dragonfly, right? So it was a whole operation to like find missing people, right? And it was black people like getting the bodies too, getting they bread. You know what I'm saying? But that whole thing came a whole thing online. But then when you actually see, you have to make a whole ebony alert when it comes down to the black people. There's a whole thing called an ebony alert. Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that.
So you have the Amber Alert, but they had to make an Ebony Alert because black people they don't even broadcast it. So let me show you about the Ebony Alert.
And do you also have to have like your own separate people being involved because that's how much they don't care. That's why you need like black doctors and all these other things because when it comes to like the medical facilities, if a black woman is talking about she in pain, they think that black people have a higher pain threshold, so they don't believe them. They think they just want drugs.
Exactly.
So you need people that understand your people to be able to be compassionate to take care of their needs.
Exactly. Right. So there's like a whole thing to where we're looked at like we could like it's okay. You don't need as much medication. So let me show you this real quick. So let's go into it. Let me show you this. Why they had to even come up with an Ebony Alert? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That means that when something happens to us, you know what I'm saying, we're very vulnerable in this type of a situation, right? So let's go into it. So there's an intro. Let me go into that real quick.
Not issue an Amber Alert.
Where's Ariel?
It's
real.
How does a 2-year-old girl in San Francisco vanish and police not issue an Amber Alert?
Where's Ariel?
It's been 7 years since Ariana Fitz was last seen.
There's something wrong with the system.
It's why this senator got the new Ebony Alert passed in California just for black people.
We just want something to be done.
When the Shade Room told you about it last week, you lit it up in the comments.
Watch this.
Wondering why missing black children will now have a different system than those traditional Amber Alerts. Senator Stephen Bradford stepping into the Shade Room. Why he says we've got a bigger problem when it comes to black people going missing. I'm Justin Carter, TSR News starts right now.
Hello.
Bro, teeth.
Ebony alert system has got a lot of us talking. It authorizes law enforcement to alert the public when Black children and young adults go missing, similar to how Amber Alerts work. And we saw what you wrote in the comments. One roommate wrote, quote, that this only makes it easier for them not to find us. Go back to the drawing board. Another roommate wrote, quote, a way for authorities to decide how fast they want to respond. And another, I don't agree with the Ebony Alert. We only need one alert for children because race shouldn't matter. No, it shouldn't matter. But the bigger question is it mattering when police, they start investigating these cases? The last time Tess Fitz heard from her sister, 32-year-old Nicole Fitz, was Easter 2016.
I get this message asking if Nikki's missing. And I'm like, no, I just talked to her a couple days ago.
She called her phone, no answer. She began to panic when she realized her 2-year-old niece, Ariana, was also nowhere to be found.
When we did the missing persons report, they told us that they don't suspect foul play because they're together. If one of them had been missing without the other, then that would have prompted, foul play.
3 days went by. Tess got the worst news from a detective on the case.
And that's when he tells us that Nikki had been found.
Yeah.
That she'd been found dead.
Violently beaten, murdered, and left under a wooden plank at San Francisco's McLaren Park.
It just probably didn't make sense. Like, she was just here.
Nothing made sense. Like, the whole 3 days didn't make sense to me.
The family continued to struggle because police still decided not to issue an Amber Alert for Ariana, who was still missing.
Why wasn't an Amber Alert issued for Ariana?
Honestly, I don't know.
And to this day, that has never been made clear by police. But the FBI recently admitted that they were wrong about Ariana and Nicole being together at the time of their disappearance.
We do not believe that Ariana was with Nicole at the time of her death, but we do believe that Ariana's disappearance is related to Nicole's murder.
According to the Highway Patrol, in order for an Amber Alert plan to be activated in California, it, quote, has been confirmed that an abduction has occurred or the child has been taken, the victim is 17 years of age or younger or of proven mental or physical disability, and there is reason to believe that the victim is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death, end quote. The Shade Room spoke to Natalie Wilson, co-founder of the Black and Missing Foundation.
Ariana disappeared from San Francisco, but she could be anywhere at this point. And we believe that with the Ebony Alert being issued at that time, it could have led to her recovery.
They track the numbers yearly, and data shows that Black youth 18 years and under make up 38% of missing persons cases, and Black children make up 33% of all missing child cases.
The legislation was created because there is a disparity in getting media coverage, law enforcement resources, and even community engagement when someone is missing.
She says the Urban League recently conducted a study and interviewed pimps and pedophiles about this.
And they were asked, why do you traffic Black women and girls? And their answers were, one, they know that no one would look for them if they went missing. And two, the penalty will not be as harsh for sex trafficking a young Black girl or woman.
Senator Stephen Bradford authored this legislation and says it starts at the top with law enforcement agencies who sometimes disproportionately label young missing Black people as runaways.
We just want to make sure that we prioritize these young folks and young adults the same way as we do anybody else. And there are young women who are being abducted and sex trafficked. They're listed as juvenile prostitutes. And as we all know, juveniles can't consent to sex. So how in the hell are you going to list them as juvenile prostitutes? But that's what they do to young African-American girls and women.
People have an issue with the name. Why is it called the Ebony Alert?
I don't see problems with the name, or we wouldn't have, labeled it as such. Ebony, we know, has a connection to the African American community, be it the magazine, you name it. So that's why we want to be very intentional and specific that this is about African American individuals. So,
Any thoughts on this? I mean, I played a lot of it so that people could like really get an opinion on this.
I
What do you
think
think
it's
about it?
unfortunate he got any pushback. If they weren't doing anything with an Amber Alert, they should try to do something with this. Give me 1 second. I got a call.
All right. So, Keon, do you understand what's going on now with this whole situation?
There was never a misunderstanding. My point is that I see. First of all, I think this is a scam. I might be a coon, bro. You know what? I accept it. I'll accept it because I just think that this seems like a scam to me. Like and it's an ebony alert. Like it just don't like why we need 33% of the, I guess he said in total of the kidnappings or whatever are black people. I mean, we are what 1/4, 1/5 of the population. So I mean, that would probably make sense if we were talking about totals. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to pull heartstrings at black folks and trying to push something so that he can get votes for his next, campaign.
So you
And
don't think
that's how I
that
feel.
there's any? Okay, so let me ask you a question. You don't think that black people coming up missing is less reported versus white? You don't think that there is a disparity in the whole situation when it comes down to black people coming up missing? You think that it's just everything's all just the Amber Alerts are just Amber Alerting, and then when black people, because based on what the actual things are, the research is saying that initially they're saying, okay, well, did she run away? Oh, okay, well, we'll wait a couple days to see if she might have ran away. Okay, and then versus when other people this happens to, it's like immediately the police jump into play. You're saying that that's just an illusion, it doesn't happen like that? You think that's false?
Nah, I'm saying that an ebony alert ain't gonna help that. Like we should keep these people responsible, and I mean make these people responsible. If they're
Keep what
literally
people
just
responsible if
ignoring,
someone is like taking and kidnapping people, like
but
you have to find.
I'm talking about our system. If our system or our policing system is literally ignoring black people being kidnapped, then we should hold them responsible. Making a whole new ebony alert is not going to, what is that going to do? That's not, to me, that's really not going to do nothing. Like I feel like that we can go to these people that supposedly ignoring us and say stop ignoring us, and it will be a lot of backing for that. You know what I mean? Because that's wrong in general. So but that's just me though.
Right. So let's go for.
that's why we chose that.
We asked Senator Bradford about the slew of negative comments, questioning if this segregates black youth from the general Amber Alerts that we all know.
How do you respond to that? I know you've been seeing it in the comments.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's the same individuals who would also tell you that we don't deserve reparations, we don't deserve affirmative action, we don't deserve all the things that we have been denied in this country for hundreds of years. So I'm not surprised by those comments. It speaks to the racial bias that exists in this country, and it's a shame that we have to do this. But this was a common sense approach to it that it's far too important. Black babies and young adults are just as loved and cared for.
Do you feel like the Ebony Alert would have helped your sister and your niece if it were enacted back then in 2016?
It would have helped as far as publicizing goes, for sure. Additional spread of awareness would have been huge.
You feel like she's still alive?
I do. I really do.
The Ebony Alert will not only activate phones and highway signs, it'll also open up the field too. This alert will also now include young adults up to 25 years old. Also included those reported missing under unexplained or suspicious circumstances, and missing persons that are disabled, cognitively impaired, or at risk. It goes into effect January 1st, 2024, and Senator Bradford says that other states could follow suit, as it has been discussed at the National Black Caucus of State Legislators meeting this week.
So do we think that the Ebony Alert is just like it's a waste of time? Is that what we're
No, it's
saying?
not. It should set precedent, and other people should follow it.
Thank you.
What did somebody just say a second ago that it won't make a difference?
Yeah, that's what Keon just said. He says, "Well, I don't understand why we even need that."
Because bro, it won't make
This is
darn
why
of a difference.
this is the problem with this is the problem right here. There's so many places where we're not being represented, and so many of us have checked out in so many different areas that it just leaves us vulnerable. So it left that woman and her sister and her niece vulnerable because they just ignored it.
Yeah, well, for the first thing that they
Hey.
said, well, is she a runaway? Even though it's a little baby, 6, 7 years old, then she must have ran away first. They're gonna first go into did she run away, and then that's gonna take 48 hours. And we already know, okay, so if the police station is gonna say first, if my child is missing, well, did she run away?
But
And then
that's
they're
not
like,
a
oh,
black
let's
thing
wait
though.
for a
You know what I
second.
mean?
She ran away.
Well, why are you concerned about other people?
They're not
If you're
jumping
not black,
into like
I'm not gonna answer that. I'm not
into
even gonna
action. They're not
entertain that.
jumping into action. You don't have
you're
no
not black.
kids. You could clearly, because come on now, if you had kids, you'd be like, man, hell yeah.
Now we making assumptions.
Because
I'm
there's
asking. That's a question.
Hey, at the end of the day, bro, I'd rather just go to the police officers that's ignoring my baby and
Beyond you,
make them
sir.
motherfuckers do their
It's
goddamn
bigger than
job.
you, sir.
Because that's what the hell they
but
supposed
the
to do.
police officer gonna tell
They
you.
don't ever do what they
Did she
Police
run
officers
away?
ain't gonna tell me a damn thing. That's the problem. Now I'm starting to think y'all ain't got kids. Because y'all gonna let a police officer tell you that your kid ain't missing? Is that what the hell you gonna do? Is that what you telling me?
I have kids and grandkids. What are you talking about?
Okay then. So what are we talking about here?
I'm
Yeah,
saying
you
motherfuckers should change the fucking laws and do the fucking Ebony thing because they wasn't doing what they supposed to
Hey,
do.
do what you whatever make you feel better. At the end of the day, my whole
All right, so
purpose
as long as
is when
we
my
do this,
kids is
this is
missing,
the
I'm
point.
trying to find
As
my
long
kids,
as
so
we
I'm gonna
do
do
this, this
whatever
is
it
the
takes.
point. What are we
I'm not
fighting
about to
about?
sit here and let no police officer tell me that not my kid ain't missing. You got me fucked up. Give me another police officer, brother. Give me
And
the
if they
sheriff.
tell you the same thing, and if the next one tell you the same thing, and the next one tell you the same thing,
Oh, brother, now we just getting in the next one, and the next one, and the next
yeah, everyone, because they don't give a fuck about black folks. Yeah.
one. All right,
They
bro.
don't. Why? And here's the next thing I want to show. Why are black kids more likely to go missing in the United States?
On camera, the last image of hers on camera, with a bag of food, and her eyes look so sad.
I kept asking myself why her. Why couldn't it have been me instead of her?
We've seen a lot of African American girls that have gone missing, and very little visibility is brought to their case. For 2 weeks, we said she did not run away. And for 2 weeks, they kept saying she ran away. On January 12th, 2018, my 16-year-old niece, Jolie Musa, went missing. She came home with her sister and then was getting some random text messages from somebody, we don't know who. And at that moment in time, she was like, I'll be right back. I gotta go, I'll be right back. Unfortunately for us, she never came back. When we're telling the police that there's definitely something wrong, she would never be gone like this and completely stop communication. What we then heard was, right now it looks like she left of her own free will. She's a runaway. With the use of that word, there was no further action being done on her case. For 2 weeks, we said she did not run away. And for 2 weeks, they kept saying she ran away.
2
She
weeks.
had been discarded in the woods like yesterday's trash. If they had not said she was a runaway, if law enforcement had started looking for her more urgently at the time we reported her as missing, could they have found her alive?
Jolie was murdered by an ex-boyfriend who had previously assaulted her. Nabiyu Ibrahim strangled Jolie and hid her body in a park. In a statement, the Fairfax County Police Department said Jolie was initially reported missing on January 13th, and our officers immediately began investigating. Ibrahim was promptly identified as a person of interest in her disappearance. Every piece of technology and resource available to our department was deployed to solve this case.
Why would the police look at a young black girl and think she's more likely to be a runaway than a young white girl?
There's just a certain level of prejudice, that still kind of hangs in our culture in the United States.
Across America, the statistics on missing children show a shocking racial disparity. Only 14% of children in the US are black, but 37% of missing people under 18 are African American. Of all the kids that go missing, over 90% are runaways, according to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Most of these issues with young people who run away, they're usually running from a condition or running to a condition, meaning someone's luring them out.
Relisha.
This is 8-year-old Relisha Rudd.
That's good. I can hear him laughing.
She was interviewed by a homeless charity in February 2014.
Shelter give us some place to stay.
She's talking about the shelter where she lived in Washington, D.C.
Say it louder. The shelter give us some place to stay.
4 weeks later, she went missing.
You on the screen.
This is Relisha and the shelter's caretaker, Khalil Tatum, walking into a motel room. Relisha hasn't been seen since.
You have a flyer, sir? Okay. So please keep an eye out for Relisha. Okay.
I kept asking myself why her? Why couldn't it have been somebody else? Why couldn't it be me instead of her?
Relisha didn't like staying in the shelter, did she?
Relisha called it the trap house.
What did she mean by that?
When they say the trap house, because either drugs is being sold around or near.
It was horrible. Rat. Stink, lice, filth. Nasty. It was just so much going on in terms of quality of care, resources, food. The food there was horrible. I heard Relisha Rudd didn't want to eat there sometimes. She would want to go with somebody else just to really get something good to eat.
Over at DC General, you've seen a lot of things that a child should not see. They was exposed to a lot of things.
Khalil Tatum killed himself a month after this footage was shot, and the police still don't know what happened to Relisha. Her family cling to the hope that someone will come forward with information about their little girl, and her community worries about the many vulnerable children like Relisha.
All right, so let's go into it. All right, so now you see like how like she came up missing, and it wasn't really promoting that. Hey, no, the news wasn't showing it. Nobody was like, she's a runaway. You understand what I'm saying? She must have been doing something wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that
So they got video footage of her walking into a hotel room with some mysterious white, well, I guess her caretaker, and they labeled her as a runaway.
Yes.
And then that man deleted himself. That seemed like guilt.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay.
So now do you see what's going on? Is that in any other situation, they would have been, they had the video footage. They could have been found where what was going on. That's the part I'm trying to say is that, I get it. People just don't want to have hearts today, but we gotta come on now.
Nah, bro, it's just like we trying to make conspiracies off of these people just being ignorant. These are dumbasses. These are people who's not doing their jobs, and we're trying to make it into this whole underground railroad of people that want to get black people's organs. It's like, no, these are just dumbasses.
You sounding like Anton. You sounding like Anton Daniel. You sounding like Anton Daniels, Keon.
It's just that simple. These police officers and sheriffs are just simply not doing their job. Like it's just that simple. Like I don't know why we don't try to blame the people that's actually doing the wrong here.
Bro, the people. Go ahead, Knight.
Anton said some shit like that before.
Nah, Anton don't once people talking about something about black people, Anton try to make black people look like is a cry wolf type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Because it is. Y'all need to stop this. We grown as hell. We over here crying about because we was born black. People don't like us. Like, stop.
And this is the reason why when people are too extreme with the pro black shit, right? I do look at them kind of sideways because it overcrowd the real shit that be happening. Because I don't think this organ harvesting shit is some fake shit. I don't think it's some fake shit, but I just don't agree with the pro black extremists because a lot of times it is like crying wolf, because when real shit happening, a lot of times we look at it like it's just some black conspiracy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like think about it in a logical way. If you was an organ harvester, why would you just wait for black people? Again, in the United States, we're literally 1/5 of the community.
Nah,
We're
but
one
what I
fifth of the
would do, but
community.
but
So
but
out of
Keon,
hold on, out of one
I,
out of 5 people that go into the hospital, you would have to wait. Why would I wait on that? Why not just take everybody that comes to the
I won't
hospital?
wait for black
Why
people
are
if
you
I
on?
was an organ harvester, but I would take everybody who is vulnerable. Like when, like from what I'm understanding, what DJ
Exactly.
Genesis
So you
saying
saying
is
black
the
people are
majority of,
vulnerable?
yeah, women are vulnerable too. It sounds like from what she's saying, it sounds like the majority of organs being harvested are women, and the majority is minorities, not just black people. She just said that the Amber Alert, the majority of time it don't be minorities. If I was an organ donor, I would have target the vulnerable because I would get away with it for longer. You know, I would have target the poor. I would have target minorities. I would have target women because those are vulnerable groups that in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if
Alright,
I
but
needed
that
a
makes
kidney, if
sense.
I needed a kidney, I would know to go find a little black girl kidney, and nobody would be looking for it. No one would give a fuck.
Bro, see, that's what
I
I'm
won't
And
saying.
just
that
And
do
is
see,
the
the.
this is
I
the
truth.
don't think
problem
it's
with the
just a
That
conversation.
racist
is the
thing.
truth.
I
This is
don't
the
think it's just a
conversation.
racist thing because I'm pretty sure in the organ harvesting, I'm pretty sure it's a sprinkle of black people doing the crimes too and shit. I'm not saying it's a racist thing necessarily, but I'm definitely saying it's a vulnerability thing. All the vulnerable groups is susceptible to shit like that because they're vulnerable, bro.
And that's not even what I was saying. What I'm saying is they'll take any fucking body's organ, but why are you concerned about everybody else? So when I hear this blackety black thing, the thing that's confusing to me is your ass black? Because why the fuck are you concerned about how many white folks' organ is being taken when if Amber cries, they gonna shut down the freeway? That's why it's an Amber Alert.
Bro,
Black kids being looked
assuming that
for
I care
every
about
Amber.
any of
I
you
did not
niggas
cut
is
you off.
crazy.
And then they
Why
say,
the
but
fuck
no,
say?
then you had black people saying that we shouldn't have an ebony alert. It should be one alert,
Right.
and
That's
we
why I'm
ain't
trying
trying
to
to
ask
get too
this
much.
individual right here why
They
he's
mad because
like,
they phone
Yes,
getting
you agree
interrupted.
with me. We should have one alert and keep people responsible for what the hell they supposed to be doing. If they not,
why
then
are
But
you
fire
they're
their
not
ass and
going to
get their ass
promote
put in
an
prison.
ebony. Listen, you're missing the point, right?
he
Bro,
don't give a
stop
So
fuck
saying I'm
about
missing the
the point?
point. I ain't
no, you're
missing nothing.
missing
I
the
just don't
point,
agree with you.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
he's
agree with
not
your
The
point.
point
agreeing
you're
with you.
missing is that when a
He
black
doesn't give a
person
fuck about the
comes
point,
up
DJ.
missing, when a black person comes up missing, they do not immediately address it. So the Amber Alert does not go out at the same time that when it comes for other races.
He understands that.
You're saying who gives a fuck?
He's saying he doesn't give a fuck.
Wow.
No,
And
I'm saying that it's irrelevant.
I'm
I'm saying
asking
that
him,
it's irrelevant. Wait, hold on. If you
right,
gonna
but
try to say
I'm
what I'm trying to
asking
say, then let
Keon
me say what I'm trying
if
to
he
say.
let me
I'm
finish my
trying to say
point.
what y'all talking about is irrelevant because they
This
doing
is
it
some
to
light skin
everybody.
shit. Light skin people can't give each other a chance to talk. This is crazy. You see how the darkies is behaving on the panel?
No. DJ Wishlock, I heard him say he don't give a fuck. They supposed to do their job one way. We don't need an Amber Alert. I heard him finish that thought. I'm asking him why
We
does
don't need an Amber Alert.
Bro, you gotta let
I
you
got a
gotta read that.
problem. I got a problem. Hold on. I got a problem with this because every time when black people are just for our race, it's always somebody in our black community have
Y'all about
something
to
to
get old and
say
weird.
that ain't old and weird. You're weird.
You about to
Because
get
it's
old and
like,
weird on me.
no, you're weird. You're weird. Because that shit is weird. Like,
There's
what is
always a
wrong
black
with
man in the black
us
Tell
community.
him,
He just
us
Auntie.
running
Tell
his
him,
mouth.
being
Auntie.
for black people? Like
Hey,
concerned
whatever,
about
bro.
black
Y'all want
people.
y'all blackity black Amber Alert? Go ahead, brother. I'm not going against nothing y'all talking about. I just think it's
that's a
irrelevant,
woman.
and I think that you should,
That's a
instead of being a
woman,
punk
bro.
and trying to
Yeah,
go
that's a
make your
woman.
own, make these people be
Yes, a
responsible for what
woman.
they supposed to do. That's what I think. But
Keon,
you
that's
know,
a woman.
if I'm too whitey white in your blackity black community, I'm sorry.
No,
But
no,
you
I'm
no,
know
no.
what though? The white people don't even got a problem with it for the most part. I don't even see most of the times I see is black people be doing that shit, bro. Trying like when they be trying to stop, they be like, "Oh, this is blackity black." I rarely hear white people say it's some blackity black shit. Probably the super conservative types and shit.
But
DJ
what is wrong with black people helping black people? What is wrong with that?
I'm
There's
trying to
nothing
sorry.
wrong
When
with
did
it.
I ever say
you
that was
understand
wrong?
what is
I
wrong
never
with it.
said
I'm
that
trying to
was wrong.
explain it to you. I'm trying to explain it to you.
That's how you
Yeah, I
making
know.
it seem
Let
like.
him
Old and weird.
explain
That's
it
what
to
I'm
you,
saying. I'm
Auntie.
about to get
Let
old and
Nidish
weird and start making up shit that I didn't
let
say.
Nidish try to bring some understanding between y'all two. You got it, Nidish.
I don't want to yell over people. They already coming after me because
I ain't trying to yell out over nobody. I just wanted to know, like, what is wrong with Amber Alert for black people, for black little kids?
explaining to you why the brother sound like he upset.
Now I'm upset.
Go ahead, speak your mind, Keon.
He might not be able to get his butter biscuits.
Now we talking about butter biscuits.
Honey,
Here
you
come the
got
old black
the
trope.
stage. You got
Here
the
come the
stage on
old
the
black
stage. What you
white
gotta
trope.
say, bro?
Like, here we go. Same old, same conversation.
Cause you ain't
Same
even
old
like
thing.
saying nothing, bro.
All right, bro. I'll stop talking, bro. Y'all go ahead. Y'all get y'all black on.
Put you on center stage to make
Big
your
fist
point.
in the
Make
big
your
fist in
point.
the
Make
air,
your
people.
point.
Big fist in the air. Let's get our. Let's go
Make
ride our
your
Black
point.
Amber Alert.
When you see a
I'm
brother
on
with
board.
one of them dogs with the blue eyes, you know what's going on.
Oh shit.
That's a fact. You know a nigga coming for protection, boy.
Vet,
What you talking about?
Go ahead and say what you was about to say, Vet.
That means he's
Girl, I ain't got
OJ.
nothing
He's
to
not
say. I'm
black.
about to say, damn, I ain't never
Go
had
ahead,
nothing to
Vet.
say.
Say what you gonna say, cause Keon.
He not black, he Keon.
That's a fact.
Someone's asking
That's
for
a fact.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything else. I just said, what is the problem? That's all. Because it just seemed like everything that black people try to unite and do together as a people, it's a problem, and it's always like white lives matter, black lives matter. I mean, all people matter. I
All
mean,
that.
why can't we just be for black? I just don't understand it. Like I just don't get that. And it ain't no old school, old all that. It's like I'm asking a question, why? Why do people think like that? Because that's why we're not united now as a people. We go against each other
Yeah.
Because
in
you
our
think we gonna
own black
unite behind a
community.
Black Amber Alert? That's crazy. You think this is gonna unite us? A Black Amber Alert? that's what's gonna unite us.
Bro,
No.
that is
For
not
real?
the
I'm just
unite. The
saying
Amber Alert
it's
is nothing.
bigger than that. It's bigger than that, Holmes.
Oh, okay.
It's way
Okay.
bigger than that, bro. So
Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up.
I mean,
Yeah,
this is
Black
our
Amber Alert. I
kids.
definitely do feel more
So if you
empowered
have
as
a
a black
child,
man,
right, Keon?
knowing that
Do you have a child? You have a
again, I
child?
do feel more
All
empowered,
right. So,
with the Black Ebony Alert being up and going. I've been feeling different ever since I knew about this, to be honest with you. You know what?
Nah.
I'm backing this now. I'm
you
backing this now. I
haven't
feel you.
you haven't felt different because you know why? Because it's not happening to you and it's not happening
Actually, that's
around
actually,
you.
again, this is the assumption, the bullshit. This is probably what, let me not get upset. I have a
You
child. He
already
has
upset.
autism.
Don't act like you're not
I have a
upset already.
child. He has autism. My autistic child at the age of 6 decided to get his bike and go away and just go somewhere. We called the
Hmm.
police. When the police came, they put in a report. They had choppers in the air. They found my kid within 5 hours. Worst 5 hours of my life. So this is probably why before you make assumptions, we should actually try to talk to each other instead of just coon and butter biscuits. Because again, that's what old black people love to
But
do.
you're the one that's being coon and butter biscuits because you the one that's hollering
I
and
honestly, I don't
screaming.
care who is the coon and butter biscuits. I really just care about, getting to the point
Now
of the
there it
problem.
is right there. There it
Get him
is.
on.
There it
Get him.
is right there. There it is.
Goodness
Let him off
gracious.
the hook.
You the
Let him.
angry one. Go ahead.
Yeah, because this kind
Hey,
of hit
matter of
home.
fact, let me change
Kidnappings and,
my
children
avatar.
going missing. Again, it done happened to me a couple times. It wasn't even that one time. It happened to me a couple times because he just loves to wander off. So,
right. So could you imagine what would happen is if they like would have
well, I
just
don't
put
have
you
to
in.
imagine it actually happened. I don't have to imagine
Right,
a
but
damn thing.
in other people's cases, no, I'm saying in your case,
Yeah, I
they
just got
put
lucky, right? Just to push your narrative, you're gonna tell me I just got lucky.
is
Okay.
that getting lucky or is it that in your area they took it serious? In other people's area,
That's
that
my
might
point.
be.
That's literally my point.
So you only have that narrative to go on, so you can't understand other people where they just didn't take it serious and said that they ran away.
But
And
you're not okay. Rather they're taking serious or not, DJ, you're not pushing that the police officers are just dumbasses who's not doing their job correctly. You're pushing they want black people organs. That's what you're telling us.
that is
That's
not
not
what
what
I'm
she said
saying.
at
What are
all.
you talking about?
She
All
didn't
right,
say that
bro.
at all. She gave you examples of where they didn't do their
Yeah, I
job.
just went on a whole 5-minute rant about how I'm
Nah,
not
but you
with the
know
black
this, Edo.
community. Like, what are
That's
you
the
talking
same.
about?
this is what I was saying about a lot of times the extreme um pro black people, a lot of times they keep going with the narrative so much that a lot of people, anything they hear, they hearing through that filter, so they already thinking is, oh, here's some blackity black tinfoil shit. Says Keon, I think you
Bro,
actually
stop
listening with your filter,
patronizing me. That is not how I'm
bro.
thinking. It's just
But
because she's
nobody
literally
said
only
that.
talked
But
about black
bro,
people,
she
and then when I
literally
said
showed.
that it's all people, then
But
everybody started getting on me, calling me
but
coons and
Keon,
buttery biscuits.
but
It's
Keon,
like stop
me and you,
patronizing. Like
but
let's have
Keon, me
honest
and you,
conversation.
All lives
Keon, wait
matter.
a minute, bro. Me and you was up here at the same time when DJ Genesis showed the stats of not just minorities. She showed the stats of white people and minorities and brown people. Well, I think it was black, but I don't know if when you said brown, you mean black and Hispanic. You know what I'm saying?
It lumped the white people in the Hispanic and white into 50%, and then it
Mhm.
said like the Asians they put it with the colored people for some reason, I don't know why, and they said that these are the amount of people that are going through this.
Bro, y'all are being so weird. Y'all again, just 10 minutes ago, it was coon and butter biscuits. What the hell was that about then? What
You
was
the
that
one
about?
that brought up coon and butter biscuits.
Now I brought it. This is crazy. All
You
right, bro.
did.
Y'all
You the
go
one
for it.
You
that
did,
said that.
Keon.
Y'all go for it.
You did, Keon.
Y'all
You
go
say
for it.
you started to say something, then you said,
You
"Oh,
said
I
this is
might be a
about
coon
coon
for
and
this."
butter biscuits. And I thought you was
Bro,
calling
y'all
me
are
that.
weird, bro. This is what I'm saying. The old trope. Y'all just act like y'all so confused. Like y'all not confused.
Man,
y'all not
listen,
dumb.
this
Like
is
stop
what I
acting like
showed
y'all dumb.
earlier.
Like
Hold
y'all not
on.
that. Y'all know
Keon,
No,
this is
really
what
you
what's
I
going
showed
on. And
earlier.
y'all know what y'all trying to
53%.
push. And it's just weird
no,
to me,
no,
bro.
Keon. You know it because you know when you got ready to say something, you
Y'all just
even
trying to
admitted
be
yourself.
on the fence about it
No, hold
when I
on,
actually
bro.
bring it out and be like, oh
No,
no, we ain't talking about that. But then when I actually say
no,
something that
no,
y'all don't
no.
like, now it's coon and butter biscuits. So
You
like, what are we
said it
doing?
though, dog. You said it before you started talking. You said it before you started talking. You said, I'm gonna say this. Oh, I may get called a coon for it. Even deep down inside, you know you
Damn, he
did
already
say something
knew.
wrong. Yeah,
Damn.
he already knew before
And
he
look at
started
and look
talking.
what happened.
Period.
And look what
Is that
happened. Nothing but
cause you
20 minutes later. What happened?
right? Cause you know the
Okay then,
shit you
right.
talking about sound like coon shit.
Okay
But
then,
then
right.
by
Because
you
I mean
know
I
it
get in the
sounded like
conversation
coon
all the
shit,
time. I don't
and
want
we
to keep hearing
said,
about how because I'm black,
but
I'm
then
just
you can't get
this
mad,
messed
bro.
up, vulnerable nigga who don't know that doctors is gonna take
Give
my
him his
organs. Like
Coon
You
Train
like
Award. Give
bro,
him the
I'm a
Coon
grown
Train
ass
yeah,
man
Award.
who's smart as hell. If y'all gonna
yeah,
fall for
but
that shit, that's y'all fault. Stop putting the whole black community in there. That's y'all
that's
fault.
not. Nah,
No
that's not.
one's
Nah,
putting the
that's
whole black community in it. We're talking about the
right.
people coming up
Oh my
missing.
god, bro. All right, bro. We can
I
move on. Never
showed,
Exactly.
mind,
I
bro.
showed
My fault. I just
53% white.
misunderstood everything and I don't get it. I never
You
mind, bro.
clearly
Let's
don't.
move
Right.
on.
You
There
don't.
you go.
Let's
There
move
you
on. Don't
go.
worry about
More
me.
white people coming up
There you
missing.
go.
Don't worry about me, bro. Never
He
mind.
yawn, Janice. Leave him alone, Janice. He yawn. He'll learn.
53% more white people coming up missing than black. Then the Asians, that's 40% white, and then Asians.
Wait. DJ, Dr. DJ, did she say brown? Did she say brown people? Did she say Mexicans? Or did she say black?
No,
No,
what
all
I'm talking about what this is saying right here. It says white includes Hispanic because anybody know that when they say white, they know that they're including Hispanic, right? Then
not
it
all the
says
time though. Most of the
American,
time. Not all the time.
but
Most of the
this is
time.
what this statistic is talking about. I don't know what other thing. I'm just going off of this thing called Black and Missing Incorporated, right? So
Okay.
it talks about that the majority of people that come up missing is white, then African American, then Asian and Indian, 4%, right? Then you
Mm.
go into it. 162,755 people are missing right now, and 4% of them are Asian. So just deduct that out of that number, the total of missing persons of color under the age of 18. So then it
And
goes,
wait, go back to the scroll back up because it had it includes African American, Asians, and Indians.
right.
That's
So
what's
they
included
lump
in the
the
total.
white people into one category with Mexicans and Latinos, and then they
Okay.
put the Asians and Indians with the black people. So
Okay.
they came up with this. This is the number, right? Now I'm not going off my own. I'm going off of what this website says that actually is focused on this organization or corporation that is focused on helping these people.
Mm.
So I'm not. This is not me
I'm down
being like
for it.
a black power, like oh, I got my fist up about the black people and what they trying to take our organs because they know we special and No, this is like the numbers, right?
Bro, we just watched a 10-minute video on TSR News about an ebony alert. What the hell are we talking? This is what I'm saying, bro.
The
I'm not about
ebony
to keep
alert
having
is
this
because people
conversation
are not
if we don't
listen.
understand the implications of
He
what we
don't
actually
understand
presented.
that Genesis. He don't understand what you trying.
Now I don't understand. Bro, I
Why
understand the
is
conversation
there
more
a
than you niggas do.
listen? I'm gonna go
Nah,
back.
you
The
don't.
ebony
You
alert.
really
So the
don't.
reason why the ebony alert exists is because there is a disparity in media coverage. So when a person becomes up missing and they're a child, they'll label them a runaway. When they are a young adult, they'll say, okay, they're a criminal. And then there's a desensitization across the board when it comes to media altogether. So they don't cover it. Now
It's
some
actually
people cover
sad.
it, but I mean, hell, did your child when he came up missing go on the news? Was it on the news?
And I want
No,
to.
he was only gone for 5 hours, nigga. They didn't have to put him on the news. What are you talking
But
about?
if it was Becky Sue, that it would have been on the news. Trust me.
It would have been on the news.
Man, oh my
That's the part
god,
that
bro.
you
Y'all so
I want to.
God
Can I ask a
damn, bro.
question? Can I ask a
White
question?
people done messed y'all up, boy.
Can a
I
night?
swear, postpartum slavery
But
is
Keon,
kicking, boy.
but Keon, you act like Keon, you
So
act
you
like
one
people
of the
just.
you one of them
disorder,
ones
man. This
like
stuff is
Kanye
crazy.
West.
White
Can
people done
Yeah,
tore y'all asses
He
up,
like
but he act
Kanye
like
West.
yeah,
Can a
he
night
act like
ask a
people
question?
just pulling this out their ass and not like it's data proving it.
What up,
Time after
Peter
time,
Gang?
people saying they going and doing this. What's up, Knights? See, he don't believe that when people go and they report their people and they give him the runaround. Keon don't believe that. He think we just pulling that out our ass. Like people are
But
not.
I want
I
to know
ain't getting
the
no
question I
runaround,
have. I
bro.
It's
only have.
crazy.
I
Let
ain't
me
got
ask
no
this question
runaround,
right
bro.
quick. Let me ask this question right quick. Who up here today was being blackity black or pro black?
I don't know, bro. I was just confused, bro. My bad.
I'm not. No, no, no.
I
I'm
I was
was,
confused.
asking the panel because
I
Hey, I'm
I'm a
pro
part of
was,
the
black.
panel,
I'm
bro.
I
pro black.
was, and what? I
one said
was,
I'm pro
I
black.
was, I
I'm not
was, and what?
arguing with you though. So why are you saying that? What to me? I'm agreeing with you. Did you not hear me agreeing with you? You just
His
want to
plan
argue the
backfired.
black man. Let me finish my point now.
I
I'm not.
said I was.
All right, but why are you arguing with a person that's agreeing with you?
Why
Oh no,
am I
you asked the
arguing? I
question.
said
No,
I was.
you asked
Right,
the
but
I
why are
was.
you
question.
saying that in the middle of me talking?
I'm about to roll
Go
up, man.
ahead.
Y'all
Go
about to get
ahead. Go
ignorant.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Cause you
I
asked the
understand, I
damn
understand what you
question,
said.
nigga.
Oh, so you're not pro-black if you calling me a nigga, so you expose yourself.
And
Oh,
you just
nigga.
called DJ
This nigga,
Genesis
man.
a nigga. You just called DJ Genesis a nigga.
I did not. At no point did I call DJ Genesis a nigga. Why
Yes,
would I
you
do
did.
that?
Now,
Why
which
would I
one
do
is
that?
this? Who?
This
The
is the
one
person that's been
Keon.
agreeing for most of these conversations.
Thank
Oh,
you,
I got you
ladies.
confused. I'm
Y'all
sorry.
keep doing that to me. I'm agreeing. I, as a black person, am not concerned about everybody else's community because they're concerned about their own communities. You see the Latinos all grouped together. Are they are they Mexicans? The white folks, when they come together, are they whitey whites? What does this blackity black shit mean? Because I'm concerned about my community? How is that blackity black?
Nah, because you want to make a black Amber Alert. That's why it's blackity black. That shit's stupid.
I just heard about this
Man,
today, sir.
really?
What the
You
fuck are
think
you
it's that
talking
it's
about?
You
that
agree with
to
it,
make
though.
a
What are you talking
I
about?
agree with it. Yes, I agree with
Okay, then. So what are you
everything
talking
from.
about?
I agree with everything for my people first. You motherfucking right.
Okay, then. So what was the point of you saying that? I just heard
Because
about it
I have
today,
a
sir.
motherfucking mouth, nigga.
Exactly. You got to get angry because you know you got caught.
No, I'm not angry. You the angry one. You the only one up here yelling.
Yeah, because y'all don't know what y'all
You
talking about.
yelling.
And this is serious
I'm
situation.
yelling
People
because
really
he
go through
yelling.
this shit. Kids really
I don't
go
like
missing,
false
and people really
accusations.
go through
I don't
fucking
like
heart attacks for
fake
5
anger.
hours while
What
calling
the fuck is
somebody
he
trying to get
angry
their
about?
kids back. And y'all want to make conspiracy
He's
theories out of
angry
this
because people
bullshit,
have
bro.
a
This shit is
different point
crazy,
of
Honey,
bro.
view.
there is no
Shit is crazy.
What is a conspiracy
There's no
theory? This is
conspiracy.
straight up fact,
Yeah,
bro.
like we making up for it when you hear people who said that they went through this. And people were dragging
No,
their feet on their
he
case,
watched
but
video
it's a
evidence,
conspiracy. Come
Green.
on, bro, that's crazy.
He watched video
Yeah, so
evidence
crazy,
of
ain't
a
it?
factual thing that happened, and then said
Right,
that factual thing was a conspiracy.
right.
Man,
Yeah,
he
for
drunk.
sure.
He ain't
We're
been
going we
drinking.
gonna act
You drunk,
confused.
bro.
We
You
so
drunk.
confused
I'm not
now.
even
Everybody's
listening.
so
We're not gonna
confused.
listen to
Right?
that.
Yeah,
You
for
drunk,
sure.
bro. You
I
drunk.
feel it,
No,
bro. I
no,
feel
we're
it,
not
bro.
saying we confused. We said that you just every time something against
Well,
black,
y'all
you
asking a whole
against.
bunch of questions for y'all not to be confused.
No, we not confused. We trying to tell you, just like how you don't want us to tell you what you think. Don't do it to
No,
us.
I think we're using real life scenarios and cases and facts to try to make up narratives. That's just what I think. Me
What
personally.
narrative is
No,
made up?
narrative is
Bro, if you don't get what
that
narrative I'm
is so
trying to say you're
insensitive.
saying,
That
then
is
that's
so
on you personally.
insensitive.
I've been trying to spill what I think your narrative is, but you've been interrupting me. So how am I supposed to
No,
You're
make this
so
we
conversation?
got
insensitive.
we
You
got
know what?
we
Bump
got to
all that.
interrupt you because you just saying anything. You said we
And
making up
then
a narrative. All
what's
we
the
doing
merit
is
that y'all really
repeating
think that
what
just
people
because
said.
black people what's the merit that y'all really think just because there's a black Amber Alert that they're gonna take it more serious? They're gonna
Alexis was
take
the
black
only
people more
child
serious.
for
What kind
many
of truth
years.
that you have because
She
he's
loved to
black?
be
wasn't
around
what
other
was said.
Like
kids.
that's
She
That
always just
wasn't
said
what
she
was
had
said.
this
What
friend
was
and
said
that
was that
friend. Like everybody was her friend.
Alexis was very smart. She loved coming to school. She loved doing art, science. She liked all that stuff.
She never, ever, ever missed school. I'm looking out the window because I normally see my baby walk. I watch my baby come home every day. So I ran across the street to the school. And when I went to the school and I asked Miss Rulin, where's Alexis? She turned around and she looked at me. I'll never forget her face. She said, Alexis didn't come to school today. I said, what? And she said, Alexis didn't come to school today. I don't know what was going through my head. I just wanted my baby.
I started working at the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel in May of 2002. My first day was a Monday, and Alexis Patterson had disappeared the previous Friday. So first week on the job, Alexis being missing was a huge story. Alexis's case is very unique in terms of missing children because nobody saw what happened. It's like she just vanished out of thin air.
There was a frenzy approach of there's someone missing in our community, a young one. We're going to put all the effort, work, hold no stops. The department took it very seriously.
The officer came to my house and he took the police report. And then other officers came and detectives came. And then they said that she probably ran away. And I told the police my daughter didn't run away.
They thought maybe she ran away. The police, like she didn't run away. She wasn't that type of child that would run away.
I thought someone took my daughter. I know someone took my daughter.
Everything anecdotally that I have heard and everything that experts have told me has shown that missing Black children are more likely to be labeled runaways than missing white children.
Salt Lake City is consumed by the disappearance of a teenage girl. A massive multi-state manhunt is underway.
14-year-old Elizabeth Smart is still missing.
About a month after Alexis disappeared, Elizabeth Smart disappeared from her home in Utah. Elizabeth Smart's case hit national news almost immediately.
How could it happen right in her own bedroom in an
Immediately, almost immediately. But she was considered a runaway. Do you understand what's going on here? So you're saying that this is just a lie, it don't exist, and no, we're just tripping, we're imagining this. And these are mothers with children that are missing, coming up missing. And you send your child off on the bus to go to school and they don't show up at school, and it's just like, what the hell, bro?
Man, that's crazy. Y'all using these people's disappearances like this, bro. This is why I say some black people don't
Not
deserve to read,
using
bro.
the disappearance. It's like, bro,
This
there's
is
a
why I be
reason
saying some
why
niggas should
this
read,
is
bro.
a reason why this website and the Ebony Alert exists. And this is no offense to other people that have come up missing. It's that when our people come up missing, they are considered to be runaways. You have to like prove that they did not just run away.
So why not fight the problem? You think really making an Ebony Alert is
Well,
actually gonna fix the problem?
I'm creating awareness of the problem, and then we can fight the problem because people are not aware of it.
So
They're
what
not
is the
aware.
problem? What is the problem?
The problem is that when Black kids come up missing, they are considered runaways.
Why?
The media, the police, everything drags their feet because no one gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? To be quite honest.
So the reasoning why is because no one gives a fuck about black people. Hello?
All right. So listen, Don Harden, my sister is an undercover cop in New York. Nothing against cops. Still, African American girls stay missing 4 times longer than white girls. Approximately 50% of the population. They are 36% of the missing. Just facts. So what are you arguing? What show
I
me?
ain't arguing at this point, bro.
Listen,
I ain't arguing nothing, bro, because
show me
obviously
a
we have some
different
type of
statistic.
emotional. Wait a minute.
Show me a different statistic, and then I'll
I
maybe
ain't
I'll.
gotta show you shit. I'm gonna let you have what you want to have. This is your reality. I'm gonna let you have your reality because obviously mine is a little bit different. I really don't care. Blackity black, black fist in the air. Let's go ahead. Let's get our black Amber Alert. Let's go get a black Wall Street. Let's go rebuild that. Hell, I want black stop signs. Why the fuck are they red? God damn it, we need all that shit just straight up black. I'm not here for the bullshit no more. God damn it, we are owed some shit and we gonna make it black. I already got one black president. God damn it, let's make the flag black. Actually, you know what? Burn the fuck the flag. We just make a whole new black flag, and it's just nothing but black. No stars, no lines, no nothing. We can
So
just
you're
make
just
it black.
having a whole like crash out session because
Actually, my shoes. Actually, I'm about to paint my shoes black. They white right now. Ain't that a bitch? That's some crazy shit. I'm about to paint my shoes black. We can
Nigga
have
having
all that
black
shit.
rage. This is black rage.
You say what? Matt, I'm racist. I'm prejudiced, nigga. I ain't racist. I can't be racist. What are you talking about?
why is there so much anger with our own black people about us getting something that's going to help us out?
So that's one person right there.
That is crazy to me. The fact that you're even arguing
The
against
fact that
something
you trying to
so-
make it seem like I'm angry is what's crazy. To me.
Genesis, you can't even. Ain't no need to
How am
even.
I angry?
Ain't no need to even trying to get to him, man. He gone.
Man, I'm gonna go back into this because that's crazy to me. Okay, you got it on
Go
your,
ahead.
you know. Let's go into it.
Community could have done this.
Within 24 hours of her disappearance, her family members were on at least 3 national cable news broadcasts.
Elizabeth, if you're out there, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you.
Although the local media really covered Alexis's case a lot, the national media didn't. Alexis's story didn't make the national news until 6 weeks after she had disappeared. And it's important for the national media to get involved because when people go missing, they don't necessarily stay in the same city that they were taken from or that they disappeared from.
Yeah. I asked for the tag about
Not long after Alexis
minutes
and
ago.
Elizabeth disappeared,
I
the
don't know
late
how to
PBS
tag.
reporter
What
Gwen
is it? I don't know
Ifill
what
coined
tag
the
means.
term missing white woman syndrome. Beautiful, usually blonde, attractive white women get a lot more media attention than black women and girls who go missing. I can name several white women who have gone missing in the past 20 years. Natalie Holloway, Lacey Peterson, Gabby Petito, they're all over the news. And how many missing black women or girls can we name who are missing? All the research that I've seen
None.
and all the experts that I've talked to have said that white girls are looked at as helpless and as victims and as people in need of protection, whereas black girls are adultified and looked at as responsible for their own disappearances in some way. One theory
Wow.
is that the police are the ones who put out the news releases and give reporters information so that when they don't tell reporters about missing black children or adults, the reporters don't know, the reporters don't cover it. And another issue that has come up is implicit bias on both the part of police and journalists. Both of those fields are staffed by mostly white people.
Elizabeth Smart, the Salt Lake City teenager kidnapped 9 months ago, has turned up alive.
I just don't think she's ever mattered because of who she is. You know, her being a little black girl and, you know, minority and where she come from.
When Alexis disappeared, she was 7 years old. She's black. Her family lived in a relatively poor neighborhood in the city of Milwaukee. Elizabeth Smart, 14 years old, white, lived in $1 million house in Salt Lake City, Utah. The other huge difference is that Elizabeth Smart, pretty much from the beginning, everybody knew she had been abducted because she shared a bedroom with her sister, and her sister, after a few hours, told her parents there was a man with a gun in their bedroom. Alexis and her mother had a little argument before school. Alexis had picked out some cupcakes that she wanted to bring to her class, but because she had not done her homework, Ayana told her she couldn't bring the cupcakes that day. So she was upset, but her stepfather, Laurent, walked her to the corner, handed her off to the crossing guard, and then went on to take her stepbrother to school. The police have told me that until they can definitively prove that Alexis's parents didn't have anything to do with her disappearance, they are not going to take them to
Wow.
arrest. And when you have no evidence of anything, how can you prove anything?
From my research, when children are missing, the first thing they do is look at the parents. So that didn't matter to me. I just wanted them to help me find my daughter. But when you just constantly suspecting me and you're not searching other people, that's where I had the problem.
I mean, if you know her, and if you've seen the way she raised her baby, you know.
This is her teacher. Alexis's teacher, Head Start, right? This is her little teacher.
Oh, you know, she wouldn't let a mosquito bite her baby.
We have to look at all angles and check off the box of most simplest things. And so starting with the family, unfortunately, is one of those beginning points. And until that case is cleared with good, solid evidence, and that you have a individual held accountable for it, everybody's on the table.
The flaws in both the media coverage and the police investigation of Alexis's case aren't what happened in the early days. The flaws are that if she actually was abducted, the focus on her parents as suspects and so much effort being put in to try to find her kind of left some things undone in terms of trying to figure out who might have been responsible for taking her. Because if you think she's a runaway and she left of her own accord, you're not looking for a kidnapper. You're not looking for somebody who had done her harm.
Yeah, so the first 48 is gone.
The first 48 is gone. That's the part I was trying to make, is that, if people are missing the point of that, like, you know what, if my kid goes missing and then they immediately like label her, oh, she must have been, you think it was this, what's wrong with you? Did you do something? And now I'm a suspect into the disappearance of my child. You're not looking for my child anymore. You're trying to find out what I did. You're trying to find everything else out, but you're not looking for my child anymore. And this is what happens in the system. But I get it, certain people are in certain communities. So I want to just show you this. And well, no, that's something different. Hold on, let me just go back to this, because we were talking about organ trafficking earlier. Let me just even go into this, because this situation right here.
A grieving mother wants answers after joggers found her son's body and his organs missing. Ryan Singleton disappeared after moving to California. Channel 2's Ricky Klaus, live in Decatur, and Ricky, his mother, says she is having trouble getting answers.
Iris Flowers showed me paperwork from San Bernardino, California law enforcement that explains the investigation is still open and therefore she cannot have access to autopsy results. Iris Flowers says everyone
Can't
wants
have.
her 24-year-old
Hold
son.
on. First of all, the mother can't have access to autopsy results. The mother of the child. Okay, so something happened to her child. He comes up missing and dead, and you as a mother cannot get the access to the results of the autopsy.
See, that sounds suspicious. Because I think that's because it's an open investigation. That's why it's still ongoing investigation, and I don't think they can release it.
But still, to me, I'm like, I would be going insane. Listen,
Son Ryan Singleton.
Peaceful, kind, gentle.
The model and producer left his hometown of Atlanta for a short trip to LA in July of 2013. He was last seen at a gas station after his car broke down. His mother says joggers discovered Singleton's body 2.5 months later in the Death Valley with his eyes, heart, lung, liver, and kidneys all missing.
I don't know how long he was in the desert. I don't know if animals did this to him. They have proof that some animal, took his organs out.
Flowers showed us paperwork that denies her access to the autopsy results in San Bernardino, California, because it's an ongoing investigation. She says she still does not know how he died, so she can't get closure. Flowers also had ordered an autopsy locally, but could not make the full payment or get all the investigation documents needed to complete it.
I need financial help to help get the things done that I need to done to try to solve this case and bring some peace to me. I'm not getting younger. You know, this is stressful every day.
Recently, Flowers got the final remains of her son. She says she's praying for answers and for closure. Reporting live in DeKalb County, Ricky Klaus, Channel 2 Action News.
I'm
So
gonna show you.
Ryan gets flown out to LA by a friend. No one really knows who this guy.
What did you say?
North Philadelphia around 9 o'clock.
Go back here.
Police are investigating after an infant-sized
just showing, like, the
casket
type of
showed
stuff
up
that's
on
going
the
on.
streets of North Philadelphia, and now they're trying to figure out who it belongs to and how it got there. Eyewitness News reporter Greg Argos joins us live now from police headquarters with more on this disturbing discovery. Greg?
Yeah, it really is a mystery there, Jessica, for investigators. Police discovering that casket in North Philadelphia around 9 o'clock last night. Police say inside there wasn't a young body, but there were human organs. Philadelphia police work many different scenes, but the call they received Monday night in North Philly,
I was pretty shocked. Like it looked like something straight out of Thriller.
seems like a scene out of a horror movie.
Just after 9 p.m., 39th District Police responded to a report of a child's coffin on the sidewalk along the 3000 block of West Clearfield.
This surveillance video obtained by CBS 3 from a nearby gas station shows police arriving to the scene shortly after 9 p.m. Monday. Inside that tiny white casket,
They found a plastic bag.
and inside that bag,
Appeared to be organs, human organs.
investigators say there were no other remains inside the child's casket.
What's unusual is inside the coffin, other than the bag of organs, there was no body. There was no head, arms, legs, or torso, no skeleton, no skin, just organs.
The remains transported to the medical examiner's office as police searched a cemetery across the street for any freshly dug graves. Tuesday, police expected to use cadaver dogs to canvass the area, trying to search for the person and the reason behind this gruesome discovery.
So before, because we're about to go to witch doctor's panel. Everybody get ready to transfer over to his show. He's about to start his show. But this is what my show was about, and I'm gonna show one last thing to really drive this whole thing home. We got to be very careful about what's going on in his community. So whether it be just our kids and stuff like that. So let's just go.
Number 25. Organ trafficking accounts for 5 to 10% of all kidney transplants worldwide. Number 24. According to the World Health Organization, illegal trade in kidneys has risen to such a level that an estimated 10,000 black market operations involving purchased human organs now take place annually. Number 23. Prices vary depending on the body part, but as an example, a heart can fetch up to £1 million in the black market. Number 22. According to Organ Failure Solutions, Organs Watch, and ESOT, the typical organ donor is a male of about 28.9 years old with an annual income of $480, while the typical recipient is a male of about 48.1 years old with an annual income of $53,000. Number 21. Those who choose to go through an illegal organ transplant face great dangers as the organs are not guaranteed to work and many, in fact, fail after the operation. Number 20. Organs are used for other purposes, not just transplants. For example, there's a demand for illicit experimentations from unethical scientists, and even parts like the genitals are used in black magic or juju rituals. Number 19. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, every month, more than 2,000 new names are added to the national waiting list for organ transplants, which had 120,000 patients as of publication. Number 18. About 18 people die every day while waiting for an organ transplant in the United States. Number 17. Some doctors say that since demand is so high and waiting times for organs from cadavers so long, organ sales should be legalized, but tightly regulated. Number 16. According to evidence collected by a worldwide network of doctors, traffickers are cashing in on rising international demand for replacement kidneys driven by the increase in diabetes and other diseases. Number 15. In spite of the risks and exploitation associated with organ trafficking, some of the victims see the situation as a chance to save someone's life. Number 14. Some people have become victims of body snatching or involuntary organ donation. Number 13. In the US, there have been accusations, though no proof, of allowing patients on life support to die in order to remove the organs while the heart is still beating. Number 12. Sadly, human trafficking for organs is still generally seen as a victimless crime that benefits some very sick people at the expense of other, more invisible or at least dispensable people. Number 11. The organ trafficking trade involves a network of human traffickers, including mobile surgeons, brokers, patients, and sellers. Number 10. Corrupt doctors often target children, especially those from poor backgrounds or children with disabilities, for organ harvesting. Number 9. Sites of illicit transplant have expanded from Asia to the Middle East, Eastern Europe, South Africa, Central Asia, Latin America, and the US. Number 8. Some donors have resorted to selling their organs on eBay. Number 7. Some have suggested that countries can defeat the traffickers by maximizing the supply of organs from diseased and living donors, and by encouraging healthy lifestyles which would stop people from getting conditions such as diabetes in the first place. Number 6. In spite of its awareness, trafficking is still increasing. Number 5. Estimates state that kidneys make up 75% of the global illicit trade in organs, and because of the rising rates of diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart problems, the demand for kidneys far outstrips supply. Number 4. NATO documents leaked in 2011 claim that Kosovo's Prime Minister, Hashim Thaci, was the head of a mafia-like network responsible for organ trafficking, among other things. Number 3. Lack of law enforcement in some countries and lack of laws in others make it easy for traffickers to offer financial incentives to poor people to part with their organs. Number 2. Organ brokers in China advertise their services by using clever slogans such as "Donate a kidney, buy the new iPad." And number 1. Patients, many of whom go to China, India, or Pakistan for surgery, can pay up to $200,000 for a kidney to traffickers who harvest organs from vulnerable, desperate people, sometimes for as little as $5,000.
All right. So this has been like I've been on for 5 hours. So if you get a chance, please go back and watch the rest of the video. We really broke down like a lot of different things. Let's go through the panel and get like a independent, like whatever, like a final word from each person. And then we're gonna go over there and support Witch Doctor's channel. And I think, what's your subject today, Witch Doctor? Is he still there? Okay. Well,
Yeah, today we my bad. I was just setting up. Today we talking about the power of softness. You know what I'm
the power of what?
saying? The power of softness.
The
The
power
power
of
of softness. Should we treat studs like men? Is being anti, and we talking about is being anti-black woman profitable? Is there profit in being anti-black woman?
Okay, so everybody, when we're done here, we're gonna go over there and support DJ Witch Doctor's channel. But let's go through the whole thing. Let's start from Old Man Law, because he came here at the end. So do you have something you want to say?
Now, I mean, everything was I could have said was pretty much said, man. Just in agreement with how they depict us as black people and handle our cases differently. Like that shit crazy. To make a parent like you, I can just imagine how a parent could feel being held like under a when they need help for their child, their missing child. I gotta be labeled as looked at criminally first before anything. I not only do I gotta do that, I gotta surpass that and see through that and hold and remain poised so y'all can get to the actual point of looking for my fucking missing child. Yeah.
Shay, that's what I'm talking about.
Shit crazy.
Immediately, like, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What? I'm now you're looking at me like I'm the bad guy. You know what I'm saying?
And get what? They all of that's cool. I'm used to that, just being black. But my thing was like, my child is missing. I need that attention on my child.
Thank you.
Y'all have
Thank you.
already lost and killed time and killed possibilities and increased the possibilities of harm or whatever by not just tending to my child.
That's an excellent point. Thank you for like being here. Thank you for joining the chat. Please subscribe to my channel, you guys. My channel is at DJ Genesis Detroit on YouTube. Please come and support me. You know, I'm doing this. I'm not really getting nothing for it. I'm just doing it because I really care about the community and I really want to, you know, if you get a chance, go ahead, hit the Cash App up. If you don't want to hit the Cash App, just hit the super chat. Please, thank you. Free to Green, what's up? What's your thoughts?
Very informational. 'Cause I didn't know it was even a thing called Ebony Alert. So I found out something new, and I think it's sad that we even need an Ebony Alert. We don't get paid
Man,
attention to the point that we need that people got to advocate to have something like that. Like, it really showed the biases in this country. So, but other than that, hey, I appreciate you having me up. My first time on your panel, Genesis. I won't be a stranger. You know, keep doing your thing, sis. And
We do this all the
thank you
time.
for
I
having me.
did listen, I just did an interview with a guy that was in Angola prison, and we're gonna be getting into that because you know that prison is very awful. Like there's a whole thing with the Angola prison system in Louisiana, right? That they're throwing poop on each other and all kind of wild stuff. It's just very, very inhumane. They have a thing called Camp J, where the people are in this facility and they're throwing boo boo on each other, right? As a war tactic, you know. So I just wanted to show, like, in my channel, I'm really about like really getting down to the nitty gritty of society. I have a mostly male audience, and I'm trying to show like what's going on, right? What's really going on? What are you having to face, right? And even with this subject, is like even as his fathers, people have to like begin to like be there for their children because the women are very vulnerable to the fact that someone could ever come and snatch our child and do this. Be there for your I mean, as much as you can. I mean, I get it. You know, sometimes it's hard to be there for the child mother, but you don't want to be one of them fathers that the stuff goes down and then what? You know what I'm saying? Then what when it goes down? Keon, what you
Thanks.
gonna say? Keon, final words, Keon. All right. I don't know what's going on with Keon. Okay. Nightish, what's up? You there, Nightish? Any words? Okay. Vet, what's up? Hello.
damn.
Wait, I thought this was interesting. I'm sorry, I had it on mute because I was listening. This was a very interesting conversation, and thanks for having me or whatever. I always be on her channel doing something, and this was crazy because I didn't, you know, it just it's sad. That's a sad topic when it comes to, you know, a black parent and you lose your child and you have to be in a microscope to even get any
Man.
answers. So thanks for having me.
All right. Night, you there? Nightish, are you there? Nightish, are you there? All right. Tit for tat, what's up?
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give my baby a bath. No, thank you for allowing me to come and join your panel. This has been very enlightening. Not really new to me because I've kind of been on this subject for years now, and it's so crazy to me that people, think it's a conspiracy or it's just, black people crying wolf, and that just shows you how how we lack empathy for each other as a community, even though
Yes.
a part of me feel like there is no quote unquote black community,
I
but
agree.
I still root for everybody black, even though the kinfolk they say they may look like us but not are us. So you have to realize there are some people that may look like us but they're not, for the betterment of us, and caring about what happens to our children, because the children are supposed to be the future. You think that they would be more protected than they are. And the fact, like earlier I heard, because I was changing him too, something about like our girls or our children are more adultified, and that's why the whole alert, or they're prone to be labeled as a runaway compared to Amber. You know what I mean? So every
Right.
I'm not saying that, that's not a good thing. I think it's a great thing, because if, we're not being pushed out far as something happening, and it takes hours or even sometimes weeks before something is done, and by that time it's too late, I think it's a good idea. And I don't see what's the pushback on that, because what other ideas are we coming up with in order to make sure our children are safe, and if something happens, even let's say they were runaway. Okay, let's find that out. Let's not label that a runaway right off the bat. Let's make sure that our children
Right.
are snatched up out here. But no, thank you for having me. This has been great. I definitely will be tuning in. I did subscribe.
Thank you for your subscription. Thank you for so much. Like I said, I don't only do like stuff like this. Like I said, I do a lot of things that like really appear up for the male, like to help them to like get it together. But I think that we need more females on my channel, because I think that we need to like have the men and the women to come together. I'm not really about the red pill or the blue pill or the whatever pill, but I think that this is a place where I'm trying to create, where we start talking about the real issues in society, and we begin to like try to mend them in some kind of a way. It's one way that, let me just say this. We might think that it's no big deal, And one thing I would say about Keon, he talked about his son that has autism, that likes to wander. That's a very big thing that happens in autistic children. They might wander off and be just exploring, and you might find them like 20 miles down the road, and you like wondering what the heliante, right? And you have to go through this whole thing with the police trying to figure out where your child went. This is a thing with people with autism. So imagine if you went through the same thing in a certain community. I'm not sure if you might be in a better community than most people, but if you go into a more uh rural, like urban community, they would be like, oh, he just ran away. You know what I'm saying? And they might not look for him immediately. They say, okay, well, we'll see. Give about 48 hours, and if he comes back, then we'll come back and like just so imagine how dangerous that is for your child. So that's the part that I really wanted to like drive home, is that we need to begin to come together and enact some kind of like legislation. The one thing that was brought up on the panel earlier is that if you're going to use my child's organs for whatever organ harvesting donation, then I should not have to pay for the funeral of my child. So why is it that if my child does check the box for organ donation, why should I have to pay for a funeral? Why should I have to like do a GoFundMe for a funeral? There should be a thing that, okay, listen, if you're making money off of my child's organs, you should have to pay that back. And that might be a thing that we have to do like with the legislation or lobbying. Bottom line is that people need to we gotta like know this is happening, know that this is happening within the hospital system, and then begin to lobby within the whole system to be able to change, make laws to change things. What's wrong is that we don't understand how to change law. We have gotten so just kind of stuck in just being regular civilians, that we don't understand that if we are able to lobby, then we're able to enact change. So why is it that someone could like come and take our aborted fetuses or our placenta and this and that and make money off of it, and then because we signed an agreement, because I might be having a baby, and they throw a notepad in front of me for me to sign. This is what happens, right? So you're in pain. You're on an epidural. They'll shove a thing in front of you and make a sign here. You're in pain. You don't know what the hell. You're like, hey, well, just here, get the fuck up out my face. I'm in pain. I'm having a baby. This type of stuff that they do. And they'll have you sign something under duress that you probably would never agree to, but because you're under duress, you're in pain, you're doing this. And it's important for the fathers to be there. Mama, even if you don't like her, be there during the birth because it's so much stuff going on during that childbirth. And they're taking blood, they're trying to find papers, there's all kinds of stuff going on, but we don't even talk about this in our community. You know what I'm saying? A woman goes into birth and if the guy don't like her, he says F her. But man, she might be trying to like her. But you don't even know what she's finding. Women need to. We need to. I mean, I get it. The whole red pill, bump these women. But if you impregnate a woman, be there for the birth because they are putting us in so many trick bags. Trust me, I've been there. During COVID, they put so many, they had me signing so much stuff. I don't even know what. They might have took an organ out my damn stomach when I had my baby. I don't even know. Because they had me signing so much stuff, coming taking my blood every 5 minutes, doing this, doing that, give me blood transfusions that I didn't agree to. I don't know what the hell was going on because I'm like, they had me sedated. I'm sedated. I don't even know what the hell is going on. They got me on ketamine and what? No, not ketamine. No, fentanyl. They put me on fentanyl when I'm giving birth to my child. I'm on fentanyl. I don't know what the hell's going on. And then they give you just enough, and then they bring you up out of it. And hey, do you want to get your tubes tied? And I'm like going through so much pain. I said, yeah, just go ahead and do it. Because I'm like, just like, well, fuck. But they've asked me all the way up to the point of like giving birth to when they're taking a child out and it's so much pain. I said, yes, yeah, just go ahead. It was so painful. And it was so dehumanizing. And I look back on it, I'm like, damn, I wish there was somebody there because to advocate for me and say, no, this ain't the right time to ask her to like get her tubes tied in the middle of a C-section. And that's the type of shit that they do, but you don't know it because you're not there. The men are not there, and I was there by myself, but I know it was during COVID and they wasn't letting people in the hospital and this and that. But that's what happened to me. I'm trying to tell y'all, it was a nightmare. But it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I get it. I probably, whatever, But I'm letting y'all know that this whole system, and I want y'all to come back because I'm gonna do some more conversations on this stuff because it's not gonna end. I'm gonna do some more stuff about like the Angola prisons, the things that they're doing to those prisoners out there. That is called. So they had this thing called Camp J, and they moved to the CCP or whatever. It's still the same thing, and it's very inhumane what's going on in the prisoners in Louisiana. We're going to be talking about all that stuff. I'm not going to let myself up off of this subject of when it comes to prisons and how the prisoners are being treated, especially when they go into the hole, what they call the hole. They put them in this hole and they're down there and people are mentally ill and they're like throwing poop on each other. It's just a mess. And if you guys go see, I'm going to show you real quick before we leave here. Please go and watch this this interview I just did with this young man. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me find it. I'm gonna show it right here. Let me go out of here. This young man, he actually has a nonprofit organization where he helps other people that came out of prison. Because Louisiana has one of the worst prison like situations going on in the United States and they are it's really bad. It's terrible. Now there's other prisons that are probably equally as bad, but the one in Louisiana is atrocious. You hear me? And I'm gonna keep like covering that. When it comes to our black men, we need to really do it. So this is the one for T Win when I talk to him about his experience, in the Angola prison. Please support that. Please go ahead and watch it because it's really it's a heartbreaking story. You can even tell as he's telling the story that he has PTSD. It was hard for him to even get through the interview. If you actually watch it, you're like, man, you could tell he tried to he had to measure his words, you know? And these men are coming out of prison and coming to us as women, and we're in relationships with them, and we don't understand that they've been traumatized in the system. They've been traumatized. They've been in the hole, traumatized by by other people. And then we get into an argument with them. They'll cut our head off. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be very careful about this. So listen, I'm just gonna say this. I do this because I really love our people. I love our men. I love our women, and I really want to make a change in how we deal with each other and how we see each other. I'm not here to be red pill, black pill, blue pill, pink pill. No, I'm here to mend the situation. So I want to thank everybody for coming here. You know, Keon and Knight, do you want to say anything before you go? Because I'm about to close this whole thing out. Anything? All right. So I think everybody's heading over to DJ Witch Doctor's channel.
I think they are. Yep.
Yeah, I think they're already here. Let me put his channel up. I think it's let me put his link in the chat for those that are if you're still here. If you get a chance, go ahead and it's called Not for Humans. And it's live. He's already live already, so yeah, he's already started. So go ahead and check out his page. We're all gonna go over there. Let me put that in the chat. If you haven't already checked his channel out, I'll put it up here. Go ahead and check him out. Shout out to DJ Witch Doctor. Please go ahead and support his channel. Much love, everybody, and peace.
Peace.